Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect those? So funny, Chad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
Oh, Gold 8 must be in the future. Wait,
What?
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 Wait, are we live?
We're live.
Okay.
We're live.
So, we were talking about some cringe stuff and everything.
Yeah.
So, I came across something on Twitter. I thought it was kind of cringe.
Okay. All right. Tell me about
You know who
it.
that is?
Oh yeah, I know. We watched the documentary.
Yeah. I was wondering if you remembered, but still,
yeah.
like,
I
I
remember.
saw that. It's just like, ooh.
You can buy her a drink legally now.
Yay!
Do you think, she's
How old
actually
is she?
motherfucking-
He again? He's in his 40s.
Yeah.
What do you-
No, I think he's in his 50s.
Yeah, it might be 50s.
Yeah, that's right.
Which
It's like what I said when there's age gaps with or large age gaps with couples. I'm okay as long as like the people, like the person's over the age of 25. I think if there's a huge age gap, stay away from like the young adults or stay away from the adults that are just out of high school and everything.
Well, John,
Their brains are still developing. What's that?
So that's unfortunately an ethical question, not a legal question. Unfortunately, I mean, I would tend to agree. Me personally, I can't say I don't see the appeal of being like Leonardo DiCaprio and breaking up by the time they hit 25 and starting fresh. I mean, when you like by nature, whatever. I mean, like they're adults, but I would say, yeah, at a certain point, like it seems like it.
My thing is,
I would say yes if they can sign up to go catch a bullet in the face.
well, should somebody
older?
The thing is,
PP or Poontang. I don't care.
well, the problem is like people are like the brain doesn't stop developing until around like 25. So
Yeah, but
why?
they get drunk as fuck, anyways.
Well, why is 18 the age where you're an adult? Why not 17? Why not 19?
why is when
18's a random
Let
age.
you send off to go die
What?
in the military.
Yeah.
John.
Well, should we have people going off and dying in the military at the age of 18?
No, I'd say probably not. But if they are, they might as well get some old poo poo PP or Poontang while they're at
Poo
it.
poo pee.
Okay.
Yay. This reminds me of one thing that I saw, and I was trying to find a clip real quick, but I couldn't find it. But John, you probably don't know who the Island Boys are.
No.
Why'd this
Okay.
remind you of the island?
Okay, no. Because recently I saw a clip where they're like chilling on stream, and there's some girl there, and everybody's having fun and stuff, and then she like says something, and then he goes, "Wait, how old are you?" And she goes, 18, and he goes, "Nah. You get out of here right now. Like I ain't having no 18-year-old in my house." And I looked it up, and the Island Boys are 22 years old.
Yeah, but you know what?
That to me is so
If
silly.
if they're drinking and they're getting buck wild in the wild boy, island boy premises, and they can't properly, ensure that this young lady doesn't get her hands on some underage alcoholic beverages, then yeah, bitch, get the fuck out. Can't be trusted. Sorry, this is a 21 up party. Whatever. I'm cool with that. I'd say that's to show good judgment. If
Now-
that's the case.
Here's an idea I have. I kind of think that we should have like a third category when it comes to you're not just a minor or an adult. I think there should be kind of this And I mean, 21's the age where
Subadult.
well, 21's the age where you can drink and stuff. So it's just we already have that where there, even though 18's the age where you're legally an adult. What if 16 to 25? What if there's a separate court system for that? There's a court system for minors, a court system for young adults, and then I guess a court system for older adults.
I don't know, John.
Yeah.
You know,
I think you need to stop dividing people, okay? And be more like Jared, Gene. Okay?
no.
Well, here, let
God.
It is what it is. Just don't be a dumb fuck.
Be more like Jared, Gene. Be an alpha, man.
Oh, not this fucking.
Well, Skeptical Jesus sent me this, and this is because he was talking about people who, what is it? Since science proves NPCs are real. So he's talking about people. Well, he's talking about people who don't have internal monologue or people who have aphantasia. So that's why Skeptic sent me this.
NPC?
Exactly.
Holy shit! It all makes sense.
Did you
John.
know?
You're nothing more than a quest giver in my life.
Yeah.
A study was done, found that only around 26% of people have what's described as an inner monologue. This is a story that's been making the rounds quite a bit, and I'd like to weigh in on this because I find it very fascinating.
Wait, only 26% of people have an internal monologue?
Did you know that a study was done that found that only around 26% of people have what's described as an inner monologue? This is a story that's been making the rounds quite a bit, and I'd like to weigh in on this because I find it very fascinating.
It said an inner monologue. It's whatever.
Soul, as well as many
Internal
other outlets, have written stories about what it's like to not have an internal monologue. Let me start from the beginning. A lot of people are going around saying NPCs are real. If you're not familiar with the concept of an NPC, I will tell you it's a non-player character. When you play a video game, let's say Mario Brothers, the original Mario, because most people can understand.
So you're talking about NPCs, and he mentions Mario. And it's just kind of like, I don't know, I think the concept of an NPC kind of derived in the 3D era of games and so forth,
Well,
where you had more...
You know, maybe you
Okay.
could be talking about Bowser or Luigi.
Okay.
They're the NPC.
You're a little
Where's
Italian
their
plumber.
character?
Luigi isn't an NPC, you play as Luigi.
Not in Mario 1.
Yeah? If it's two-player... Yeah, that's how it worked. If it was two-player,
Well, if
the
you're
second player
one,
played
you
as
can't play
Luigi.
Luigi, so whatever, dude.
It's not a non-player character. 'cause
Whatever,
the second player is
bro.
playing Luigi. God. Learn your fucking Mario history.
You control him. You can make him jump, and you can make him punch bricks. I always thought that was really funny that Mario punches bricks, but he does. When he jumps, his fist is above his head, and he bashes the bricks, and, mushrooms come out. What an odd game. The
Yeah,
story's
that is
actually
weird
pretty
for
crazy.
him to
The bricks are
reference when talking about NPCs. He talks about an only playable character. Yeah,
Because the whole point
Well,
of
maybe he's going to continue. He's first he's explaining you a playable character, so you can understand what a non-playable character is.
Oh, is that what he's doing? Is he teaching us? Yay!
yeah.
block.
Dude, this
They
is
were people that were
pretty
turned into bricks.
interesting.
I'm not kidding. He's bashing them open to collect items that could help him on his journey. Anyway, when you're playing Mario, you know that Mario, he's a player character. You are the force behind
thank
Mario.
you.
You press right, he goes right. You press left, he goes left. You press A, he jumps. You hold B, he runs.
See,
But you know,
he's like a conservative streamer. So my thing is, he's probably doing this because his audience is a bunch of fucking boomers. We're to the point now where unless you're like of I don't know, depends where in age, you've pretty much grown up with video games. So it's just like people in their 50s now have grown up with video games. So it kind of, I don't know, maybe it's because such a large chunk of his audience are like probably in their 60s and up. That's why he feels the need to explain it, because I think the overwhelming majority of people probably know what a fucking NPC is.
I love when he tells this
the turtle
kind of
guys,
news. It
because
also goes
there's
Yeah.
no one playing them.
like
But they move left.
it's also obviously asserted that like he's part of the like people that actually think and everything. You know, he's not part of the fucking dumb fucks that are NPCs. He's part of the
He's an alpha thinker. He's not a
yeah.
beta thinker.
It's like even though it's like he'd be better off an NPC than what he is. It's like he started thinking and all he did was go down the wrong direction.
I don't know, Shab. He's getting lots of Do
Okay,
you have
if we're
1.25 million
No!
subscribers?
No, not
He
yet.
doesn't
Give it a
have the
week.
weight of knowledge.
Give it a week.
Do you get like hundreds of thousands of views just like sitting
Not
down
yet.
and
Look at
saying stupid shit, explaining NPCs to a bunch of like boomers in their 80s?
Left and right
For a
too.
couple
Some of them even
weeks,
jump.
yeah.
Those are non-player characters.
Soon
They're
I'll
characters in the game
have
you can
more
interact with, but they're
subs.
not players, and there's nothing behind them but
What's that?
I said soon I'll have more subs than this fart wad. Okay? Give me time.
Program.
Any day.
That's what many people say about those with no internal monologue. And now the argument is, actually, let me pull up the tweet from Raw Ag Nationalist. He tweeted, if you ever struggle to understand why things are the way they are and why life is so terribly frustrating, remember that 50% of the population don't even have an inner monologue and they get to vote too. Well, I showed us.
There it goes.
So, does he think that when it comes to people who are like academics or people who are like well-educated members of society, that like 0% of those people don't have internal monologue? It's like, I don't have internal, like, do you guys have internal monologue?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can generate voices and stuff in your head.
It's normal for us to talk to ourselves in our head.
Voices, but I form the words in my brain and maybe talk myself through a situation if I'm not talking to myself out loud. I'm crazy like that.
Well, I mean,
see,
when I'm
a lot more rampant. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me up here. I've never had a proper diagnosis, but I'm fuck you. Just get lost in my head, think too much, and then meditation. Starting that pretty young. I don't know. I started meditating like 12 years old. That's helped me dial it back, and now like I can tap into it and be like, okay, this is the time to use my brain power this way. But most of the time, fuck that. It's extra noise. But if
like with me, it's like, okay, I can like think about like whatever it is I'm doing and shit like that, but I don't have like some inner voice.
Most people, I think, do have the inner voice.
Like, I take a potato chip and then I'll eat it.
Yeah, most people have that. They have the voice constantly there. Like, that's how it is for a normal person, I think.
25% of people have it.
Yeah, I don't know where he gets this, because I think that Gene's the outlier, and he's a rarity, I think more of a rarity than 26% as well.
I need to take the shrooms.
Yeah, I think.
But he wants to talk to himself.
Yeah.
But like clearly, I'm a dumb fuck. I have a very difficult time.
Yeah, it's silly.
It's like
yeah, it's just like with this, it's just asserted that it's a bad thing, and that means they're dumb. It's like, well, what if It's like I don't know. It's just so stupid. He's not going to make any sort of decent argument for why that's true. It's just you just have to. It's just asserted it's true, and you're just supposed to believe it because he says it's true.
Because these people are on autopilot.
Well, he's claiming that there's a study or a survey or something like that. But when I found out that, like, okay, like, I'm kind of unique, I'm an outlier. Like, when I've talked to people and it's like, oh, like, they described generating vivid images in their head. When I went online, started looking into it, and I found out that there's a term for it, it seems like a lot of people who have the issue that I have are usually some really well-educated people. They're doing presentations. They're all like very buttoned down, white collar, and they're articulate. It seems like the kind of people that have this tend to be, I don't know, kind of dry. They kind of like monotone, kind of like me, but
now that I think about it, I mean, that's probably got a good deal to do with, your lack of expression, I guess, or I don't know what's the way I'm trying to put it, is that you can't abstract.
He's restarted.
Mind. But you're a very logical person. I mean, you're based in reality clearly. But I wonder if you're more geared towards that because.
But that is one thing I do notice when you look into it, and the people, every time they interview people that have it, they always seem like they're pretty, I don't know, like they're very methodical, they're very meticulous. So it kind of, I guess, robotic to some extent, but he's describing it as if like, oh, you're like an idiot if you have this, you must be a dumb fuck. And it's just, maybe if you did your homework, you'd find out that like all the like initial sources you come across are some of the most like white collar kind of people imaginable.
Study.
Come on, Jack.
That I have the story from IFL Science. People with no internal monologue explain what's like in their head.
Yay, we got 777 subscribers.
Yeah, we've been at that.
Yay.
This excerpt, it says, subjects experience themselves as inwardly talking.
But we're getting closer and closer to 1,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
Themselves in 26% of all samples.
Dude, where are all the fucking viewers? There's only 6 people here.
Just give it time.
A large individual difference in some subjects.
No! I want it now.
And the
Ever
stream.
experienced interspeech
If
in as many as 75% of samples
If
to median
anything-
percentage across subjects with.
If anything, instead of complaining about the viewers, you should be telling the viewers we do have, give the stream a like, guys.
Give the stream a like, viewers we do have.
Yes, to help the stream do better, and it would get more viewers, hopefully. Yeah.
Oh, is that?
Why aren't there more of you? Multiply.
Wait, is that actually AstroSurf or whatever? Where's their logo?
No, it's not Astro.
Is that some other
sir.
Astro?
That's a new Astro that watches me, and he came over.
okay.
Astro
That's cool. It's
Astro
a
Boy.
different person.
Now the numbers varied. Some say 30, some say 20, some say 50. The point is this. You'll notice in many of these stories.
Okay, I don't think it's that high because when you read about aphantasia, it's always like 1%, 2%. It's always within that range. Like
There could be other conditions that lead to this lack of a monologue than aphantasia.
yeah, but apparently, like when I've read about this and everything, the highest estimate I've ever come across is 4%. So, and it's usually 1%, 2%. So, I don't know where he's getting his information from.
About internal monologue.
Or
They're
I guess
all
it's bustle.
framed as though it is shocking to not have one. What does that mean? If the reality is half of all people do not think inwardly in words to themselves, and even as high as 74% do not, why would the media frame things as though it is shocking to discover? Certainly half to the majority of people, they would be writing stories titled, here's what it's like to think in words in your mind. Because if you were in the minority position, you'd imagine that the news outlets would be shocked to find that there are a certain subset of people that actually think in language and words in their own mind. But this presents an interesting circumstance. An interesting
Okay,
reality.
how many
The
people?
people who are writing articles, who are in
Do a poll in the chat for this or whatever, or something. I bet every fucking person that's watching this stream right now, even though there's only 8 people, I bet all 8 of them hear an inner monologue. I don't know why it's talked about on this video like it's some sort of minority. The people that no, that's just most people. I'm pretty damn sure. Tell me, people in the chat, do you guys hear voices? Do you hear a voice in your head when you're thinking to yourself?
I hear voices in my head when I don't take medication.
Yeah. It sounded a little weird at first the way I worded it. It's like,
What are the voices telling you?
they tell me to stream. They tell me to stream. They say get the subscriber. Let's get the subscriber. So, who here has an inner monologues? You spelt inner, or no, internal. Never mind. Sorry.
God.
I'm like,
Wow, Chad.
I'm high and stuff. Okay, yeah, an internal monologue.
Excuses.
So let me put yes, because mine is yes. So far 5 votes and all of them are yes. I don't think we're gonna I feel like if anybody puts no, they're just being a troll or stupid or something. Probably for the most part.
Well, I'm gonna put no.
Well, yeah, you should.
God, Chad.
Yeah, well, except for John, who is he's stupid.
He's not a troll. He's not.
Wait, it won't let me vote on my own poll.
Oh, well, your fucking opinion doesn't matter. Good.
Doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Doesn't count. You're the outlier.
I didn't want to ask you anyways. We already know your answer, stupid. Okay? God.
control of media tend to have an inner monologue. I don't know what that means, but it means that the bias is in favor of the minority. Now, if it's 50-50, then it's not so much, but the bias is still in favor of. Those with an inner monologue are likely to be in positions of narrative, be it Timcast, or be it Bustle, or any other news outlet. Because the narrative is always framed as though it's shocking that some people don't have an internal monologue. You understand what I'm saying? What this says to me is people with an internal monologue have are more likely to wield influence, and that's a fact based on these stories. It also says to me that maybe the NPC thing is real. But I do have a simpler explanation for it that I think is less biased. You see, the people who think to themselves with their inner monologue, which is probably many of you, including myself, tend to view themselves as superior. Why, anyone who does not is an NPC. Yeah, I don't buy that. I think it's actually a bit more simple than that. There are varying degrees of cognitive function, and some people...
See, I'm going on Google Scholar, which is just peer-reviewed sources, and I'm trying to find some study that shows the statistics, because I wonder if his he's getting his information from a valid source.
People think in images.
Hustle, dude.
Some people think in
Everybody knows
amorphous,
about the
abstract
hustle,
ways.
bustle.
Well, bustle would be a secondary source. So usually when you're reading articles from a journalistic source, they'll have the citation, and the citation usually.
Bustle article. Let me find the bustle.
Yeah,
article.
go find it, and then usually they get their information from the peer-reviewed sources that you can find through search engines like the Frontiers or the like Google Scholar's one of them, and they usually contain the studies and everything. So I don't know if bustle is really the best source out there.
That don't require
And it
words.
seems like he doesn't.
Anularia, the silent mind and its association with aphantasia, by Hinwar. RP.
Is there a link?
Yeah, you want me to do it? They're both about aphantasia.
Well, send me the link so I can show it on screen.
No, send me the link.
Let me click this and see where it actually fucking takes me. Okay, from the NCBI.
Well, send me the link.
I'm fucking doing it, John. My fingers only move so fast.
Yay, we gained
buddy.
another subscriber. We're
Yay!
blowing up. Yay! Thank you for subscribing, guys. Hit the like button, too.
Oh my god, Dirt.
Hit the
Take
like
forever,
button.
Bad Dirt.
And one could actually argue that if you do not have
Hit the
John, you
like
are
button.
petulant.
an inner
John.
monologue, you can react
Right.
more quickly.
Man, John.
While others actually have written stories saying they react much more slowly as their brain struggles to process information. They don't communicate to themselves.
I said it, Gene.
I want to read this a little bit for you to give you a general idea of what is being explained.
Here
But I
we
do
go.
believe this is fascinating, and I'll give you my breakdown, but let me give you some context. Bustle, right.
Tim Pool when I'm talking.
What the fuck, Gene?
So let's see. Up Frontiers. What I said. So
fuck is all
is
this?
unavailable.
yeah.
Just put in the
So
percent- no, put in the percent key. Put in the percent symbol.
yeah.
Duh, John.
You fucking idiot.
yeah.
God.
So it says imagery across 7 sensory domains connects Tea's olfactory is self-reported. Aphantasiacs. Most of these individuals, 73.8%, reported experiencing some degree of imagery and Okay, he is a fucking idiot because this is talking about the percent of people that have aphantasia.
Well, he's reading the Bustle article, so Bustle got it wrong, apparently.
Yeah. So this is why you cross-reference. Okay, so he's a journalist. He does this for a living. So my job isn't being a journalist, but I don't know. I wonder if he went to college because when you're like, I took a class in qualitative research when I was in school, so maybe this is why I know this. But like the fact that he didn't fact check this before he actually went about the aphantasic group, the floor corresponding to complete absent imagery, blah blah blah, corresponding to the weight and imagery. See, I read a lot quicker in my head than I do, and I don't have an inner monologue than I do out loud. Found that 35.8% of aphantasia. No.
I guess not.
Well, photographic memories are kind of a myth. There's only like they're astronomically rare. There are things that are kind of similar to a photographic memory, but
yeah. And if
Yeah, it's basically just
People are
recording
full-
memories really efficiently.
well, people are full of shit. Like a lot of people will be like, "Yeah, I have photographic memory," and it's like, "Oh, really?" Because
Yeah,
you look at the data, and it's like there's only like 11 people on the planet that have
Yeah.
anything close to that. Yeah.
and they have like I seen one before that was like autistic or something like that, and that was like he had some sort of like crazy mental disorder, but he also had that crazy ability with it
Is that the guy who could draw like?
he was.
circles
I remember
from-
him. Well, I don't.
Yeah.
I remember him drawing like some huge thing and stuff, and it was a long time ago I learned about that. But yeah, they're a huge
The guy who
outlier.
could draw a perfect circle every time. Fuck that guy, dude.
Yeah, fuck him. Fuck him. I remember that on the board thing. I don't know. Guess that's what you're talking about.
He is a fucking idiot because look,
The
like,
guy
are
who
you at the
draws
bustle?
circles? You really hate him?
No,
that
no,
much?
not him. I'm
Oh,
talking about Tim Pool. because like he's talking about 70% of the general population. This is talking about the percent of people with aphantasia. Like some of them can see very vague images. Some of them can see images when they dream, but they can't during the day. And this is what this article's talking about. where this is the percent of them, 70% of people with aphantasia who can't generate images in their head also don't have an inner voice. And then it's like aphantasia makes up like 1-2% of the population. So he did not do his homework at all. He is a fucking moron. And I'm wondering if he just like misread the actual like article. What does it say on Bustle?
Oh God, you're
You
gonna
can
make
pull
me
it up.
read the Tim Pool article. The Tim Pool.
Well, here. Send me the link.
According to research, only 30 to 50% of people have an inner monologue, which means up to 70 people, potentially up to 70, considering some studies, don't have a talkative brain. So basically, Tim Pool ripped that potential figure estimate and said 70% of people are NPCs.
But what in the article? Send me the link because I'm wondering, does the article say that it's people that have aphantasia? Yeah.
Yeah, John, I'm just trying to,
He's
post
sending
haste with
it,
this
Gene. God,
article
what do you
so
want him to
real
juggle?
fast.
You want him to
I
juggle
don't
and
know.
tell you a joke while he's sending you the link?
Yes.
I mean, look,
Yes,
He needs to do
yeah.
that.
John,
You
this is
gonna
what it sounds like when
You gonna entertain me while you're sending me the link? What the hell?
Okay.
Look, there's the coolest bird in the world in the chat. Wow. There's Young Mind. Young Mind doesn't like me anymore because I play Fortnite a lot. He hates me now.
It's like,
Just because I'm the greatest Fortnite player ever now.
trying to,
Yeah.
according to research, people have inner monologues, which means that 70% of people don't have talkative voice. So as someone with has inner monologue, blah, 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 they thought the inner voice, So, yeah, well, looks like the article itself, Bustle, I've never really...
resource. Bustle.
No, not really, because...
Type in the word aphantasia in the search when you search.
I did. It didn't.
Look, I see this.
It didn't come up with
meme,
anything.
This quality of ads on a news article, and I can tell you.
Yeah, so the article itself doesn't really mention that it's just people with aphantasia. So I'm guessing the person who wrote this didn't really do a good job doing the research. According to research, only and then link a new tab. Yep, brought us back to the same thing. So this is just talking about aphantasia and everything. So yeah, Tim Pool is a moron for reading this and not cross-referencing information. And then
the person who wrote the video, but I guess it would be auspicious for us to assume that he does actually fact-check his sources.
Take a second to sit in silence. Is there chatter inside your head, or is it relatively quiet in there? There's a conversation making its way around TikTok about this inner voice, or lack thereof. Some people have a chatty internal monologue that narrates their life, while others have a quiet, serene inner landscape. The folks with the internal monologue simply cannot imagine not having one, and vice versa. I will tell you this. There is not a waking moment of my life. There is not high-intensity language blasting through my brain. And if you're wondering why it is that I talk so fast, it's because the narration in my mind is probably at 5 to 10 times verbal communication.
How did he word that? High-intensity voices blasting in his brain? Is that what he said? What the fuck?
Speed.
Is he on crack?
So, I can
is he
simplify
just...
this very simply. If you've ever heard me do that rapid-fire pitch at the end of Timcast IRL...
Oh, look who's here. It's Alan.
Alien.
Alan Reyes or whatever. I mean, last time I chatted with him, he sent me... you don't see it?
I see.
Oh, shit. The page updated. Alien Reyes. How's it going, bud?
Yeah, well, the last time I chatted with him, he sent me the DM. Yeah, because apparently this person, Raisin was telling him that I was bullying people or bullying her and gaslighting her. So I don't know. Alan seemed to
tell you to play Minecraft.
No,
he didn't. Okay,
I don't think he
Alan, you're changed, man.
I don't know, Alan. It's like seems like before with like Kino and everything, kind of just Shab, what's your opinion? He seems to have a habit of listening to certain people, give them hearsay, and then not cross-referencing.
Everybody deserves the benefit of the doubt, John.
Okay.
Sometimes you are just the least partial to that party. Sometimes people deserve the benefit of the doubt more than you, John Morgan.
I mean, I posted your stream for all to see. Okay. Turned into a psychopath. I will fully give you that. Yeah.
I'll drink to that, Alan. It's good to see you, bud. Don't be afraid to show your face. I mean, you may have insinuated some people should play Minecraft more aggressively.
Or insinuated that like people have to be dumb to hang out with Shabisky. Or no, that's
kind of rude.
It's I'm dumb and people hang out with
I'm
me.
super dumb.
Well, according to Tim Pool, I'm a dumbass because I don't have an inner voice. So I hang out with you, Shab.
You just do it to feel smarter about yourself.
Exactly.
It's not because people like me.
Where I talk as quickly as possible. And I say, become a member at TikTok.com, sign up, join our, blah, blah, blah.
Cheers, Alan.
That is slower than I think things. The inner monologue that I have is speaking faster than my mouth can actually iterate. This is easily proven by the fact that I can talk as fast as I can. Or at the very least, I can say this.
Okay,
Wait,
so we're
hold
listening
on.
to this at 1.5 speed. This guy...
Wait, he's so weird. He's so weird how he wants to make himself such an outlier. He just explained that the voices, the inner monologue he hears in his brain goes way faster than he could speak. What? Who the fuck is having that happen in their brain except for somebody who's on fucking speed or something? Like, seriously. He's just trying to, like, make it out for him to be smart or something, and it doesn't even make sense. You don't need to think. You don't need to think at an extreme fast rate in order to be smart. Like,
Shab, when I read,
I don't know.
It's a lot faster in my head than it is like when I'm reading out loud. What's that, Dirt?
I'm having a hard time following along 20 seconds at a time, but he just said something about how, people who have this internal monologue, they must feel like they are superior, like they have some edge. But he said he disagrees. I really don't. I didn't process what the fuck he just said.
He just went on to basically he says he doesn't feel that way, but then he goes on to say things that are asserting that he is that way. He is the smarter outlier of people who have this monologue in their head. He's I don't know. It's kind of weird. Is he not being like wishy-washy with this?
I don't know. Let's hear.
You know that my brain processes words at least as quickly as I
gotta take a caffeine pill.
And there are many people who are faster than I am who talk really, really fast, and it's because language processing is really, really quick. I'm not saying this to say that I'm better or worse than anyone else. It just means that language processes very quickly. I'll get into all this, but let's read some more. They say, as someone with an...
Wait. Alan says the irritation...
We've already been over this, and you look stupid.
On me,
We've already been over this, and you look stupid because you can only name like one person or two people. You can name 3 accounts, one owned by one person, and then another person. One of those, like, 2 of those accounts aren't even around anymore at that time you said that. So it's stupid.
Yes. Wait.
Stop with that. You already lost that argument.
Shab. I do. Alan hasn't been around in a while. I do think that like the regulars now are people like Bill Hicks or Young Minded, who's in the chat now. Skeptical Jesus. I think I scared all the like dumb fucks, the anti-intellectuals away. Raisin, when she was part of the community, she was pretty much the biggest dumb fuck that we had around for quite a while, where it's like we'd watch movies. She's the kind of person that's bitching about the movies being boring because it's not poopy jokes and shit like that. The kind of movies she wanted to watch were like, what is it? Little Monsters or something, that like 80s movie. And then
whatever.
She's the kind of person we got to show like all the clips of her.
Little Monsters is the classic, dude.
Oh yeah.
Whatever. Like there's been like 5 people that have left because they're annoying or whatever and stuff. And there's lots of cool people that have been around, just like Dirt here, and Skeptical Jesus, and Young Mind, and people that have been around for years and years. Drunken Crow, all these people are being talked about disrespectfully when you try to act like, when you try to just act like everybody's a dumbass in my community, and it is demeaning to me.
Welcome back, Alan. You're welcome.
Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, you're welcome to hang out with the dumbasses.
Okay, let's start talking about this dumbass now.
I fall into the first group. My inner voice mulls over problems, narrates my day, assesses situations as they're happening, pulls up funny memories, and it's been that way forever. That's me, the person who talks out loud. And then there's the other me, that little voice that exists behind my eyeballs. My inner monologue is where I work, walk, go about daily life, and I'm pretty okay with that. It's what I'm used to. In fact, I don't know what else I'd do.
Okay, so he's talking about how I speak really fast. I kind of feel I don't have an inner monologue, don't I? Like, usually speak a lot quicker than he does. When I go on my Gene Morgan tangents, and I find that I'm a lot more articulate, I have a more expansive vocabulary. I'm able to come up with like more like clever or inventive sort of analogies than he is.
I say so it's a weird thing to compare, but I would say that you talk faster than him and stuff.
And his speech is kind of like rote, so it's just the kind of analogies and shit like that I'm able to come up with on the fly, and the way I'm able to like break down and discuss things in a more meticulous manner. So he's kind of like the Dunning-Kruger effect. He really sees himself as being far more competent than he really is.
Yeah, if he could really process words as fast as he could speak them and read them, then he probably would have read the research article.
Yeah.
I feel like the idea of him acting like that's a really positive thing. I don't think it's necessarily a really positive thing. Like, sometimes you have to think things slowly and accurately to get to the right place. It's not just about...
No, Chad, you're just a dumb fuck.
Get to the right place as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Crow, you dumb fuck.
No, I'll say this, and this is my superpower. I can read what Young Mind says and make sense of it every time when out.
That's hard to do.
Dude,
that's
no, I'm telling you, like he types how he talks. You know what I'm saying?
He speaks. I think he speaks 2 languages, and so
he types how he talks. He types phonetically, and I can make sense of it every time.
He doesn't.
Well, that's the problem with English is that there's no consistency with the rules. So it's like, how the fuck do you spell any word if you don't memorize it?
It is stupid.
And when English is like the 3rd most widely spoken language, and it's just like that kind of sucks that such a broken language is one of the most commonly spoken languages. But I find that when I'm like, I was just reading those articles and stuff, and it's just like skim right through them, and it's like I'm reading so fast that I can't even keep up. Like, that's one of the issues I have with reading out loud, is that it's just usually I'm 2-3 lines ahead of like where I'm able to like articulate it, and then I get all like I'm not able to keep up with my like my voice with where I am in my head, and he's still reading this fucking article.
I think it's weird to refer to yourself in a separate...
and that's the thing. If I was him, I would just do what I did before, where I just skim through it and then I like just give a summary of what I just read. So he's full of shit.
This is what's fascinating to me. I think, therefore, I am. If someone... I gotta play this clip for you guys. Let me play this clip for you guys. No, this is the wrong one. Here we go. Here's the clip. Let's play this clip. Okay. I know. Let's roll.
People literally have a voice inside of their head. I don't have an inner monologue, and I literally cannot see anything in my mind's eye. If you told me to think of an apple right now and I close my eyes, I really would quite literally see blackness. When I read a book, the words just somehow, I just comprehend them, but there's no voice. When I'm thinking of a memory, like, I literally can't see it, I don't know how, I just remember it. And I honestly didn't know that anyone could think in a different way until, like, a year ago. Like, I literally thought the voice in your head thing was, like, just on TV. And I don't think I've ever met anyone that is in the same boat as me, so if you can relate, please comment below so I don't feel like a freak.
I think, therefore, I am. Hokito Ero-san. In fact...
Let me guess.
Do you think she's dumb fuck? She's an NPC?
I'm guessing that's where he's gonna go with that. It's like she's an attractive woman, and it's like, oh, I'm stupid. Yeah, I think that's where he's gonna go with it.
There didn't really seem to be anything worth like criticizing with what she said. I mean, she just kind of casually was like, "Hey, I have this thing."
Yeah, she described the same condition you have.
Yeah, it's like she didn't really... I wouldn't look at her and think... Like, I wouldn't think that, like, wow, this person's really smart, but I wouldn't think, wow, this person's stupid.
But
my friends, as I was watching the video, right? I was thinking in a multi-track way. This is fascinating to me. If you don't think, if you don't see, if you don't hear, if you don't visualize, if you don't... Audialize? What's the word for that? We know what visualize means, and there's a word for it. Visualize. It means think of it in your mind.
Pause. You know me, I hate to speak on shit, but Alan Reyes says, and yes, Gene, joke's on me. After Raisin, I did a full-blown internet purge. Took me 3 days to fucking do it. The bitch is insane. Well, I'm sorry you felt the need to do that. It's a shame. I mean, you're either with me or against me, Alan. And now, wow, you're in this chat. Well, at least you've purged your internet presence. There's no way she could possibly see you here.
Well, Alan, it's like I don't know. We're kind of like we're a lot like her, where if you don't completely agree with us on everything, criticize us at all, you're just I don't know. We're gonna have to can you or whatever.
Get ready to receive magazines.
Yeah. Yeah, she sent magazines to my house, and have you heard of that, Alan? She sent me a dox threat. She did a rot feast, but she actually did find my actual address. I mean, she's a piece of shit. Currently, Lev, I don't know, like, Shab didn't want to cover that video, but Lev's currently the biggest raisin simp.
Well, I'll say this, because you know me. I've got a soft spot. I play devil's advocate. I don't believe in guilt by association. Last I checked, Raisin hasn't been on his streams for a while. Now,
Well, it's probably because
maybe he's going to face criticism or something. I mean, maybe you want to put a little distance there. I don't know. Well, I mean, commend him for that at least.
Whatever.
No, I think she's still in like his chats and stuff. She's still in the Discord.
Well, I haven't been involved that deep. It's whatever.
I think one of the reasons why she's not on the streams is because like after she sent me the docs thread and we like just put it out there for everyone to see. He even said on his like stream, "God, don't talk to me about it," because a bunch of people told him that they're not going to come on his streams if she's on the stream. So I think that's why is like now he's in the situation where it's like he still wants to simp for her and shit. But he can't have, if he wants to have guests, he can't have her on the stream with most people.
No. All right,
you can see it in your brain. Some people can't visualize, but visualize the common existing word, and many people do it.
You know what? You're right. Can we say on the
I can hear songs in my head.
My bad. Let Tim Pool call this woman a
Everybody gets songs
dumbass, and then let's move on to the next.
It's a fascinating thing to me. I have to just say this with all due respect to that woman. She is an NPC. I think, therefore, I am.
Why? Why?
That you think to yourself, and if you do,
dude,
is he going to show as opposed to tell?
Well, no,
is he going to go into detail?
He thinks, therefore he is, and she doesn't think, therefore she is not.
She doesn't have internal monologue, and that means you're an NPC, but he doesn't explain why not having an internal monologue equates to being an NPC.
Yeah, why isn't it the opposite? Why isn't it the internal monologue people are the NPCs?
Assertion! He's making an assertion.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been saying since the beginning. All he's doing is asserting things. He doesn't care about walking you through and explaining the logistics of it and the proof. It's all about just like, this is true, and yeah, it's true. And let me talk about why it's true.
Because X is true.
We talk about how it's true, not why it's true, but how it's true.
2 + 2 = 5 because I'm going to say it equals 5, and because.
Anything going on there, then that's
how can I even know the truth is true?
Yeah.
Fascinating to me because that literally is the case. Now, non-player character is probably not the right way to phrase it, but this is a non-sentient being. I mean, let me do this.
Wait, non-sentient? Now she's not sentient? That's even worse. That's mean.
Sentient? Well, sentient means that you're not aware of your existence.
Yeah.
Or I don't think I think you can be aware of your existence and stuff and be able to think to some. So I know like with all living things, well, with pretty much all animals have sentience unless they're I think sea sponges don't have sentience. Like I think certain or like oysters and stuff like that don't have sentience, but outside of like a few exceptions, pretty much all members of the animal kingdom have sentience. Okay, go ahead.
Dude, Tim Pool.
Me first.
No, I got something better than you.
Yeah.
Tim Pool's gonna be like the next Hale, and he's gonna be like it's gonna be the Aphantasia Holocaust. He's like, they're not real people like us.
Humanizing.
It is. He's based
sentience. No, look.
It's like he's calling them not humans.
Just yesterday, I got a fucking baby crested gecko, and I look into that motherfucker's eyes, and there is not a single thought happening between them. But that motherfucker is sentient.
Yeah, I look at him as exactly. That's why you would feel bad if you like accidentally squished it or something like that.
No, dude, it's an NPC. That's not me.
It doesn't matter.
Only play as me.
Yeah,
so that's an NPC.
It's just a fucking robot. Who cares? I'll get another gecko. Yeah. Whatever.
Having a faculty or faculties of sensation and perception, experiencing sensation or feeling. Sensation or feeling. So I think some plants would fall under that definition, and like fungus and stuff.
Yeah.
Even cells and amoebas and so forth. So, or single-celled organisms might fall within this definition.
I've been thinking about growing carnivorous plants just as a fun little thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the one that they stick to, and then it rolls.
Yes.
Yeah.
I forget what it's called, but literally that's like the number one I want. They're so cool. It looks like a giant weed trichome.
They seem, if you have like a problem with like gnats getting in your house or something like that a bit, like that seems like a great plant to have around. Then every now and then you can just grab a bug and feed it to it. You know?
Well, I got critters and shit that I'm already feeding bugs to, so that's why I'm like, dude, I can have like a fly trap.
When ones get out, they get stuck in your plant, you know?
There you go.
They get out.
Here, having a sense of perception, consciousness. So, yeah, I'm fairly certain that they definitely, a person can have an inner monologue and fall within all three of these definitions.
Let me pull up the definition of sentient for you, so that we can break this down. Sentient means capable of sensing or
Oh,
feeling
wow. He's actually pulling up the definition.
of or responsive to the sensations of seeing, hearing, feeling, tasting, smelling. Sentient beings.
Wait,
Sentient being
pause. So because she can't conjure words in her mind, she does not have sensation of seeing, hearing, feeling, tasting, or smelling. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck? How does that, one
Yeah, don't you love the
speak?
it's like it even
I can
shows you
taste
it.
food and feel like stuff.
He goes,
like,
You see, this woman is an absolute brain dead retard.
Yeah. He says, guys, 1 + 1 = 8, and then he looks it up on Google, and it says 1 + 1 = 2, and he says, see, look, it equals 8, guys. See, I told you.
Yeah, she's just catatonic. She's a vegetable. She's just somebody that they have to prop her up in a wheelchair and stuff, and
is able to feel things or sense them. Sentient usually occurs in phrases like sentient beings, sentient creatures, making it clear that things don't have life or feelings. So, okay, perhaps I'm being a little bit too harsh. We certainly could argue that they are
really?
Okay. Oh, you're
Perhaps I'm being a little too harsh.
sentient beings, but they're not conscious entities. And that's the weird thing about all of it. They're not sentient?
So that article he pulled up, so he's reading the one from Bustle where, like, clearly whoever wrote that article should probably be fired because they didn't do a good job doing their research. It showed that they didn't even comprehend the article that they were reading. But he pulled up another article, so the thing is, does that article say that it's just people in general? Because if that article specifies that, oh, it's this % of, like, people with aphantasia, then he should be like, wait a second. Why do these articles show completely conflicting information? And then he should probably do a little bit of homework there. So the fact that if that's the case, he is a terrible fucking journalist if he's not able to, like, follow through with that basic level of fucking research.
You can't think for yourself. Either in
Tim
pictures or...
Pool a journalist is a fucking disrespect to every fucking high school yearbook fucking editor ever.
words or sounds. If you're not thinking, this one says, I literally see blackness, I can't picture an apple, I see nothing in my mind's eye, there are no words, then that's quite literally someone who is not a conscious being. Conscious meaning in your mind, you're conscious of what is happening. It's strange.
He just looked it up, and then he says that shit. He just looked it up, and it didn't say that at all.
You can process things conceptually if you if you have aphantasia. And that one woman, like, who did the TikTok video that he claimed is a complete total dumbass, she was discussing how, like, other people can do this thing I can't do. I find it to be very interesting. I want to know what other people think. She gave an example, like if I try to imagine an apple, I can't. So she doesn't have any consciousness, but right there, she's processing ideas and she's clearly thinking. It's just what the fuck is he talking about?
For me, if I try to imagine an apple, for some reason I can't imagine it perfectly. But if I was dreaming, no, like, seriously, I can't imagine it perfect. But if I was dreaming, I would imagine it perfectly and pick it up and eat it.
You can't imagine a stock photo apple on a white background with a nice shine where you can see the yellow peeking through the red.
Kind of. Like, yes, for the most part, yes. I don't know.
No, I feel
it's a little
dude.
fucked
My dreams
up.
are absolutely 110% fucking ridiculous, but I don't realize they're not happening until I wake up.
Okay, stop bragging.
Oh, John, I can't
I
wait
would
for you to
understand
eat
it, like,
mushrooms.
Yeah, I hope it works. I really want to be able to.
When you get sleepy eepy, I'm gonna put some headphones in your ear, and it's gonna give you a guided meditation on how to lucid dream, and I want you to listen to that while you fall asleep.
Now, here's the thing. I'm wondering, like, if I, I the first time I went to trip sit and stuff, but if I get a stockpile of like psilocybin candy bars and shit, and if I buy some handcuffs, do you think do you
Look?
no do you think if I
We're not
restrain
gonna have
myself
sex with
to
you,
my
John.
no, I'm saying shut up. If I'm at home by myself afterwards and I want to try multiple sessions without a sitter, do you think if I restrain myself while
No, that's a good way to kill yourself or something, maybe.
Really?
No, so let me speak, John. Let me speak, John.
The Gerald's games?
I think Gene's game. I think after you experience it a couple of times with a trip sitter, you will know whether or not, and you will likely come to the conclusion that you don't need to restrain yourself. It's not like you become possessed by some demon and you want to crawl around on all fours. Depending on your psychiatric makeup, those things could happen.
It would be just as stupid as you saying that with alcohol. Like, okay, when I drink the beer, do I have to like handcuff myself when I drink the beer? Like, it's like, no, you just sit on the couch.
Gene has never tested in such a way.
Well, if it's
So
a
I will say,
hallucinogen...
But John, for me and you, heart to heart, man to man, because of your neuroses and the fact that you deal with seizures, I'd not recommend even like microdosing alone. Unfortunately, I mean, maybe if you wanted to microdose, or if you wanted to eat some mushrooms and give me an emergency contact number, and we can sit and hang out on Discord all night, I'm there. I'm good for it.
Okay, that's good.
Or at least if you wanted, like, just
well, we probably shouldn't do it on. Oh, never mind. You said Discord. I'm thinking like if we do it live, I'd probably.
I literally every stream I ever played of Far Cry 5 on my channel, I was rolling nuts on LSD. So shut the fuck up, John. No one cares about that.
Dude, imagine we do it on YouTube and it's like people that we're doing psilocybin, and then Raisin calls the police and reports us.
Dude, no, right? Imagine, like, that's what I'm saying. You want to do these mushrooms at a shitty hotel somewhere. Like,
we're not going to do it on stream.
Well, all I was going to say is all Raisin needs to do is recognize the fucking stock art from the Motel 8 and be like, yup, got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. So, yeah, you know, we'll do that, off stream. Maybe we'll do, like, a recorded, edited documentary for the patrons of Gene's Ritual. I like that idea.
Dude, we should just tell him yes. And let him handcuff him fucking self. Just tell him yes, you have to do that.
Dude,
and I could be like,
he's just sitting there tripping. He's tripping. He's like, dude, you know, I'm so sketch. What if I could just unlock myself? I better swallow the key. Yeah,
that's also the next step. That's the... You have to throw the key as far as you can away from you.
Gene's game.
No, dude. I would just put it in the drawer next to me where it's in like within reach.
Bill Hicks, I'll do salvia with you. I'll commit to it right here, right now.
But if I get stuck, if I lose the key, I can just be like, okay, Android, call the fire department. Wait, I probably shouldn't say that right next to my phone.
All right, look, I'll tell you this, Bill Hicks, you do it first. And if you have a bad time, then I'm not doing it. Because you can't follow that up.
Oh, here's something that...
No pressure.
Wait, here's something that's interesting. Like, they do actually have some kind of, I guess, empirical test to determine whether people have it. Apparently, if they, like, shine a light in, like, somebody's eye who has aphantasia, like, their eyes dilate in a different manner. And they can... And it's, like, pretty much, like... it works like pretty much 100% of the time. So it has a 100% rate of being able to accurately depict whether or not a person actually has it.
Gene, I really want part of our mushroom third eye ritual. I want to paint with you, John.
Dude, I got like my involuntary tremors. I'm terrible at painting and drawing.
It doesn't matter. Make something abstract. Be a fucking Picasso, Gene.
Yeah. But we have to... God, Shabisky, like, we have to do the 24-hour stream to save up all the funds to get everyone here.
Sooner rather than later. Sooner rather than later.
Shab, when are we going to do the... oh, got his earbuds in. Shab, when are we going to do the 24-hour stream? to save up all the funds for the
Right now we're doing
meetup.
it. We're doing it now.
Well, no, not right now, but
No, we're doing it now.
Negan's getting all the stuff ready and everything for
We're
it.
23 more hours and 5 minutes left. Okay.
Let's continue.
Negan's getting stuff ready for what?
Mistake when you see someone who
Oh,
can't
for the
think for themselves.
24
They're not really
hours.
processing complex
Oh.
ideas.
Yo, I'm playing the video. Shut up.
Oh, sorry.
Certainly, what I said earlier is, people think that there's no inner monologue. You're not thinking, oh, that's not the case. Some people can think in abstract. Some people can think in images or sounds, but not words. And some can do all of it. So there are ways of thinking. They're not just I'm talking to myself in my head. Certainly, you can sense and feel and experience these things. So that is not guaranteed. That just because someone doesn't
This
have
is
a
the
monologue,
kind of he's the kind of guy that if he heard that that not having an inner monologue is something that like Einstein had, he would assume that's the superior thing then. Oh, well, and if he didn't have it, he'd be like, Einstein has it. I'm smart. Obviously. He's just so stupid. It's all about just I don't know
Dude, if he found out that Einstein has it, he's like, wait, I want to be part of the elite crowd. He'd probably like take an ice pick or whatever, try to give himself a little mini lobotomy.
Yes, and he would start.
Look up tutorials. Like, what part of the brain do you like call some kind of trauma to in order to disable your internal monologue?
Oh, I already looked that up every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it.
Is it
Like,
capable of
it's
processing
about
Shab's
my-
Shab's experimenting. That's how he like really went deaf from one ear.
them. That is to say, if you can't think, see, visualize, or talk to yourself, and someone asks you, you have 2 apples, you add 2 more, how many apples do you have? Certainly a person may
8.
process the
It's
information
8.
where
I
the
looked
answer
it
is
up
4.
on Google and it said
I
4,
have
so it's
I see
8.
the apples in my mind, I can stack them, I can rotate them, I can spin them. This is a wild thing. I remember when I was younger,
Shove them up my ass.
I've taken them from me or whatever. And they ask you, they'll give you a picture of an object and ask you to rotate it in your mind, or take a cube and unfold the cube on all its sides and then place them on. And this is testing your spatial awareness.
I can do
You
that.
guys want
I
me-
did that. I
Do you
did
guys-
that on command. I'm like, okay, imagine a cube. Now imagine it unfolding on all its sides. I did it, John. There's 2 squares, and then there's 3
Do you want-
4 squares.
Should I solve my Rubik's Cube on stream for him?
Your ability to visualize.
Yeah.
If you
I
can
bet he could do that very easily as well as I can.
see, what they'll do is it'll
Do
look
it,
across,
John. Fuck it.
and they'll
No
say,
balls.
fold
You're
these
not about
panels
it.
together
Where's
to make a
that
cube,
Rubik's
and then
I know you
and
got
they'll show
it
the cube and
in
say,
arm's reach.
which pattern, each tile will have a different symbol.
It's in one of
and they'll
these,
say, which symbol would appear on this tile, and then you answer it. And the goal here
here.
is, can you understand? Can you visualize? There are people who can't do that. And thus,
Dude, he was,
Maybe not.
Gene was doing
there are
Rubik's
people who are
cubes
capable
on
of
the
solving complex
strip.
problems because they can see tremendously
Yeah.
in many different ways. And there are people.
Dude,
I gotta
that was
find
lit.
it.
I'm telling you, when you and Shab were doing an IRL stream out on the street and you pulled out that Rubik's cube, I was like, Gene is about his shit, bro. Gene is about that life.
Gene's like,
I can't.
Watch how fast.
Maybe there's
Watch
somewhere
out.
else.
You guys.
watch how fast, guys. Oh,
You know,
there's
usually I can do it a lot faster.
Hey, I solved it.
You did.
The people who can do that negate the vote. The people who can seem to be fewer
What a
and far between.
dork.
Thus, we live in a world where you will end up
The
with.
problem is those little ones, they get like really stuck, and then when you try to like rotate them, it just
Yeah.
You mess it up.
right.
Yeah.
That's such a big problem in my life. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
But
Gosh,
we found it at the store,
pisses
and
me
it's like, you know
off.
what? I can just get one of these and solve it live on stream to show off.
You need more
It
WD-40
is
for
very
your
hard to
Rubik's
seize control
cube.
by force and deception.
I like
because
that
the people who
better.
can't
I
process
thought
information
you. I
outnumber those
thought
who
you
can, and those who
came
can't process information
prepared
will
with
likely
the
just spiral out.
Rubik's cube.
Oh no, yeah,
no.
he bought it at one of the
I
places.
thought you were like
I think I mentioned
so-
that. We were in the store and they were there, so I just purchased it, and it's like, yeah,
Dude,
I'm gonna
was in
solve
Did
it.
I
one
tell
of your
you-
streams. I was
Yeah.
disappointed I couldn't be there.
Did I tell you
Yeah,
like
fuck you, Dirt.
like I hadn't eaten and he was coming over and him and Bill Hicks were coming over to my house and I'm like, bring over some food. Motherfucker brings over a bunch of candy and cotton candy and shit.
You did
And
tell me that.
I'm like, what the fuck? I haven't ate anything today.
Dude,
I-
I did that to be funny.
I want. It was not funny.
Yeah, what? It's funny for me.
I wanted.
funny.
I wanted.
We
I
just went to the convenience store that was like inside the hotel.
I was fucking
Yeah, it's like-
starving.
Oh, Shabisky's hungry.
Yeah.
How about some nerds rope?
Ah,
Hey. Yeah,
oh, some
well, not
cotton
hurts, bro.
candy.
I got some no, I
get
got a
him
bunch
some
of
water.
munchy food. I got a bunch of like Pringles and shit like that. Got all the munchy food I could.
Die over a
Shut
long
up.
period of time. Thus, you understand why there are people like
Shab
Shab.
was
Not that I think the guy's
"What?
smart.
No
not that he's capable of thinking.
cheeseburger.
Yeah, I
fuck
was
that.
expecting cheese. Yes.
We could just order when we got to your place. It'd be awkward to get shit like that and then like be in the Uber with it.
No, dude, just pick me something up on the way.
Why
bro.
would
I'm
it be?
taking dabs.
Wait, why would it be awkward to have food in a bag when the Uber driver drives you?
Here's your food, Shabisky.
Like, where did you expect us to go? We're at like somewhere in the hotel and shit. I mean, are we supposed to stop by someplace?
One of the 10,000 places that you could have went to get food around you.
Oh, okay.
Just one of those. That's all. Yeah, he's acting like, what? You could get food from places? What? That's a thing? Yeah, like on every fucking
I know you
street.
can get food from places, but it's just, I don't know. It's like we're bringing over a bunch of other shit. Plus, we can just order when we get there.
So you go and get me cotton candy instead.
Well, that was at the hotel.
You keep neglecting to mention the Pringles, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, the amazing meal of Pringles he bought me. Thank you.
What about the
John.
pretzels that have like the pretzels that have the peanut
and
butter
the
in
meal
them?
of pretzels? Wow, it's a buffet at this point. Thank you, John. Never mind. What was I complaining about?
Dude, plus if we like got like food to eat that was like I don't know, like it probably would get cold by the time we got there.
My stomach doesn't give a shit. Okay.
Oh God. Oh, poor Shab.
My stomach doesn't go, wait, is it warm enough for me? I don't know if I want to dissolve this.
Okay, well, I want pizza that's fresh and stuff. And I wanted pizza, so I'm not going to show up with a pizza box.
Shut the fuck up. Next time I tell you to get food, you say, okay, you bring me fucking food, bitch.
Okay, we went down to 8 viewers. Let's continue. They're getting bored.
But there are many
of Shab bitching about food.
Because I can process information, and these people can't.
They love
I will just
me.
manipulate and seize power. It's a weird world to live in, I gotta be honest. Now, I will add, going back to the argument, I don't think it's fair to say that all people in monologue are NPCs.
You know what you need to start doing during these
can
streams?
visualize information.
What?
Whatever thing you see how many viewers are on, get rid of that. Stop looking at it.
Okay, let's continue.
It's problematic.
Plus, block equals, blah, blah, blah.
I actually
Yes.
don't
Like,
do that either.
you can visualize
I don't-
images. You can think in words.
John? Hold up, pause. This is good criticism. Keep going, Shab.
Okay, no, we keep.
I'm right.
deviating
Do what
from
I
the
say.
stream.
All right, play.
Sounds. What I think this is may have a lot to do with brain development as a child. Were you exposed to things that built the neural pathways? And there are degrees of consciousness. I was reading a scientific study that said it is not that animals are simply not conscious; it's that there are varying degrees of consciousness. And it makes me fascinated by what would be beyond human. We view ourselves as the epitome, the apex of conscious thought. We're reasoning beings. We can build and control and manipulate our environments and do wonders. We can go to outer space. What's next? We certainly not the end all be all of consciousness. That would be absurd. There is certainly something greater and beyond us, which is a contributing factor to my belief in God. But we're limited by
Yeah, you dumb fuck.
what we think what we know and what we can perceive. What I think is that, as I said, there are varying degrees of capability of processing thought. This one I showed you in this video, 0.
Okay, now he's just like circumstantial like speech, just going in circles. And the last time we covered him, that's the thing. What he said, there was no cohesion whatsoever, and it was just word salad. Every sentence did not connect to the next, and it's just I don't know how people, at least Ben Shapiro and stuff, when he speaks, it's just he does have some level of sophistication and can actually articulate his thoughts. Him, he's like, oh yeah, like I'm such a Chad and an alpha because I got my internal monologue and shit. It clearly doesn't help you, because when you're trying to articulate your thoughts, it's very tangential or circumstantial, where he's just going in a loop or none of the sentences connect, and it's just like a big blurb of nothing. It's word salad.
I feel like he's done this before on another video we watched where he like I like your comparison. Sorry, with Ben Shapiro, because like Ben Shapiro I think picks a side and goes with it. It seems like this guy bounces back and forth between the like saying one thing and saying another, and saying one thing and saying another. It seems like he's trying to push the idea that he's superior because of this inner monologue, and he thinks he's some sort of outlier and smarter than everyone else because of it. But then he's also saying he doesn't think that. And am I wrong that he's just going back and forth?
Yeah, his speech is very disjointed. It seems like he's not really able to organize his thoughts, or really, I don't know, like he's not able to properly present what point he's trying to make. It seems like he doesn't know how to put his thoughts together to actually get to the fucking point. And the last time, we don't cover him often, but the last time we covered him, where I I forget who he was with and everything, but it was like multiple people. But when he was talking, it just there was no cohesion with all it was just word salad to the apex.
Incapable of processing thought. That's a scary reality that these people vote.
Yeah, processing thought. You're clearly doing a good job with it now.
Oh,
they can't process thought.
unspecified human tips $3.11. Thank you, unspecified human. Yeah.
We need a competition. We need more people. We need more tips and everything. Whoever tips the most
gets
the
most respect. You get the most respect.
Most respect.
The most can have 1/100th of my eternal soul. Terms and conditions apply.
I'll give you a dick pic if you
Whoa! Calm down.
This
This
those on YouTube, John. You can only sell those in Minecraft.
I'm just joking. It's satire. It's satirical. We're not actually going to do it.
When someone's managing an interview and they're like, they can't recall things, they can't process information. They can't solve complex problems. For me, it's always weird to see these stories. And I remember the first time I heard about internal monologue thing, I think it was a long time ago, 10 years ago or something. Or, no, it was longer than 10 years, like 15 years ago, maybe 16 years ago. For me, it was weird. When I first heard this concept, let me ask you this.
So how many times has he said, I got an internal monologue and I'm able to use it and stuff to achieve consciousness and be cognizant. Unlike other people, they're 70%. Oh yeah, with my internal monologue, it's like you got consciousness and so forth. It's just he's gone nowhere.
It's funny because this internal monologue doesn't seem to help him much with being able to fucking think.
Yes.
Seriously, it's just fucking stupid because I think someone like me who sits around and takes 1 million fucking dabs a day, and he would probably call me a straight up dumbass loser and shit. I think I'm probably just objectively more smarter than him. Smarter than him.
Smarter.
Yes. And I'm probably a way better critical thinker and all that kind of stuff than him, I would think, for the most part. But
yeah, and again, he's talking about people with internal monologues. I don't know if I'm giving myself too much credit, but it seems like if I don't deprive myself, even when I deprive myself of sleep, even when I go 2 days without sleep, and it's just the research shows that people function worse when they don't get sleep or when they're sleep deprived as opposed to being drunk. So even when I go 2 nights without sleep, it seems like I'm able to articulate my thoughts much more clearly and much more quickly than he can. And it seems like I'm able to express my ideas in a more sophisticated manner and come up with much more, I guess, creative sort of analogies and so forth. Him, it's just, I don't know, maybe he is sleep deprived or something, but he doesn't seem to do a good job, I don't know, just...
Look, dude, if you are fucking Tim Pool, you spot an article like this, and you're like, dude, I can't wait to wipe my ass with this and take it and cash a check. Because he doesn't really need to put much thought into what he does. He'll say whatever the fuck he wants, and the people will click on it, and they'll get the views, and he'll make the money, and then he'll rinse, wash, and repeat.
Well, to be fair, a lot of the people that listen to him, they're also the, I don't know, the average 60-something-year-old audience that, or they're part of that audience that watches Fox News. So they're probably at the point where, to them, it's like, I don't like those immigrants and stuff, and my grandkids, I want them to be happy. So maybe to them, he seems like, I don't know, he is on rapid fire when it comes to the speech.
You think to yourself, we're going to take
they don't remember what it was like to, I don't know, finish a sentence in less than 30 seconds.
There are many people who are like, wait, you don't think words to yourself throughout the day? Yeah, for me, there is no moment, as I mentioned earlier. When I'm getting my bike, it is just information flow to the millionth degree. The words that I hear in my mind are communicated faster than my mouth can speak them, which is why I'm able to...
Okay, how many times have you said that? This is probably the 5th, 6th time. It's to me, it's really fast, faster than most people. It's it's just such rapid fire that it's just faster than how I'm able to articulate it.
He's an outlier, and he's greater than people. Remember that.
I was able to demonstrate when I was reading the article that I wasn't able to keep up, but I was able to comprehend the article and summarize it. If he isn't full of shit, he was reading that article, and it's just, it seems like he should probably demonstrate show don't tell. Seems like he could quickly just skim through it and then give like a brief summary of it instead of making everybody wait for him to like read through it verbally.
You can't. And why, like, as a kid, I'm thinking all these things. I can't get the words out fast enough, so I eventually end up talking really, really fast. So it goes one step beyond this.
Yeah.
What if I were to ask you, when you're thinking words, how many sentences are you thinking? How many tracks do you have? It was surprising for me to learn that some people can only think one thing at a time. That was surprising for me.
Surprising for me to like when I learned that some people don't have an internal monologue, and yeah, and I think really fast and so forth. And I have internal monologue, and the like. It's surprising that maybe he's developing dementia.
But hold on, he just said it surprised him that people only think of one thing at a time.
Yeah.
Do you know?
Let's see what he means by that.
This is a huge influence in my understanding of reality. In that, as I was younger,
Look,
and most people
when
like
I'm
think
on
this is a lack of wisdom.
LSD,
They believe
Oh my
that
god, he's saying
a lot
the same
of things
thing.
at one time.
Dude, he has early onset dementia. You know when you have an older relative and they have Alzheimer's or dementia, and it's just because they keep forgetting what they're saying, they'll repeat the same thing over and over again. Yeah, and like we're gonna travel to like Tennessee, and it's just that's what he's doing here.
Dude, his bottom teeth. Hold up! Don't play it. Hold up. His bottom teeth look like the like.
Holy shit!
It's like the music the visualizer for music with bars going up and down.
I wish you could zoom in on that. Shab, hold up. Keep this pause. Shab, zoom in on that on OBS. Come on. For the
Okay, wait. I gotta take a
Hold
piss.
up.
I'll be back.
Good.
Hold up.
Fuck off,
Yeah, let me
John.
show
Let's
it
look at
real
Tim
close.
Pool's teeth.
Okay. Yeah.
I got some crowding at the front on my bottom teeth. Like I don't got a perfect fucking smile, and it sucks because I don't like dogging on people's personal and physical.
He's
appearance and shit. But
Yeah.
he's as some
Yeah.
would put it,
At one time, the teeth right here got broken a little bit, so it looks a little weird. But yeah, it's mostly just straight. Like his looks like some sort of monster's kind of bottom teeth that are gonna chomp you up and kill you.
I like your analogy of the volume meter.
Yeah, no, not volume meter, but it's a visualizer for music,
Yeah, I know
right?
what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's funny, huh? Somebody needs to animate it going like. It'll be great.
Dude, imagine it's like Astro's beats, but the teeth move to the beats.
Yes. That needs to be Astro's next beat. He drops it with that as his visualizer. It'll be great. Tim Pool beat.
Damn, dude.
That's I think Skep recently actually dropped a Tim Pool song thingy, didn't he?
He did. I saw that.
He should have used that as his visualizer. That dumb fuck. He's so stupid for not thinking of it. See?
Dude, Skep's not here, so we'll steal his song. And,
And
we'll
and he's
call it
not
Transformative,
here.
and he can't sue us.
And he's not here, so we can call him anything we want, and it doesn't matter. So fuck him, little
that
stupid
poo-poo,
bitch,
dickhead, PP,
dumbass
butt face,
motherfucker, tiny ass
Yeah,
dick
dude.
ass hoe.
small ass, PP ass, wee
Yeah,
wee.
I saw his hairy ass, non-PP ass, barely there, PP,
Dude,
looking
he
like
rolled
a.
up, bare chested and hairy, dude.
That was an epic moment in history for us.
It was good. Caught on camera for posterity.
So are we still focused on his teeth and everything?
No, we're
No,
past
we moved
that.
on. We're talking
Yeah,
about skeptical
we
Jesus.
did good with it though. It was awesome.
Yeah, no, it was great. You should
It
have
was
been here
great.
now.
Visualize it.
We got 2 of the same laughing, crying emojis back. to
Yeah,
back. It
yeah,
was-
they
it
love
was
us. They love us.
Hmm.
We're the
Everyone
greatest.
experiences the same thing. They think everyone thinks the same thing they do. They think everyone perceives the same thing they do. Never experience the world the same way. There are many people who are adults who still feel this way, and it's why they think that if you're voting for Trump, you're a liar. There's literally nothing Trump has ever
Yeah,
done because I
1.5
know
is
everything,
Fermi,
and you
yeah,
know what
yeah, it's good.
I
2
know.
was
Therefore,
too
you're
much.
lying because if I thought you.
Oh, 2 is too much. But that's another thing. People will be like, "Oh God, I can't keep up with it on double." Now I guess I'm smelling my own farts and everything, but it's just I'll listen to it on
That's
double
because you
speed
don't
and I'm
have
able to
that visual
comprehend it.
aspect of your brain, John.
Yeah.
It's all auditory to mental. It's all
Ba-
straight.
Yeah, straight right. You know what? Maybe I don't want to.
Oh, we got a $3.50 from Jean's bathroom.
Yay.
Bathroom. Jean's bathroom. And I think I had a message. You got to read it, Jane. I don't know how to read.
Yeah, Shep sucks.
You gotta be the intelligent one.
Yeah, Gene, I'm not intelligent. Okay? Remember that? Or I mean,
Go to
it's
the
just
recent events.
Never mind.
Thank you for peeing in me, Gene.
Yay! Dude, go pee again, Gene, and we might get more tips. Force it out. You could do this.
Somebody, it's the golden shower, but is there like a name for like the piss fetish where people like getting peed on?
I feel like I've heard it before.
The P.
But I can't think of it on the top of my head.
Maybe
Somebody
they
in
need
the
a
chat.
kink session on like Skype and stuff. Maybe they get off if I just like pee in the camera lens for them.
Dude, you should have an OnlyFans, just you pissing Kool-Aid, John.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's like...
You got Dirt doing it. Oh, we got another unspecified tip of 351. They're trying to outdo the last tip, I think. They're like, fuck you.
They're bidding for that Minecraft picture you promised.
Then they put a message. You got to read the message.
Yeah, I'll make a model of myself and everything in Minecraft, and there you go. It will piss out the little like cubes.
Did you read the message for the tip?
Shab has small PP. He insulted your size while you were gone.
No, I would never make fun of your tiny PP, Gene.
We were talking about Skabeepe's tiny PP.
Yeah, we were talking.
I see a kitty in the background.
Yeah, a cat just jumped from one mountain volcano to the other. That was crazy.
Yeah. Dude, shit's going wild now.
It's crazy out there. Where Dirt's at.
But yeah, unspecified human. If you fill the goal, I'll make you a mod.
Gene sells mods.
Dude, Shab sells mods. Well,
I don't, but unspecified human seems like he's trustworthy.
You say used to. I've never seen Shab.
I've done it.
Based on donation.
I've done it at. Well, here's the thing.
Oh, I got my mod.
There's been maybe a time or two where
believe that.
Hold on. There's been maybe a time or two where that's happened, but at the same time, behind it, I was like maybe like liking them and stuff, and any ways before that.
Yeah, I think you were goofing
off.
Do
it anyway, and you're a grifter.
Yeah, I was maybe aiming towards making them a mod anyways, or I liked them anyways prior to that, and it's like, okay, fine, I'll give you a chance and make you a mod for fucking $200 or whatever.
Wait, it's Europhilia. That Young-Minded like updated us and everything. So there you go. Europhilia is when they like getting pissed on.
They project. At a certain point, I realized different experiences means different mental development and different capabilities. And then when I learned...
Oh, but maybe there, like some fetishes and stuff, there's kind of like a subdivision or whatever of like the fetish. So maybe there's a subdivision of, I don't know, people who have the Europhilia that like, it's like red Europhilia. They like it when it's Kool-Aid instead of lemonade.
Do you want to keep the viewers, or do you want to...
Draw the line,
Gene.
Reading these books about...
Dude, you already brought up the fucking Kool-Aid.
I know, and now I gotta put my foot down.
And I don't like this.
Maybe there's some people that they like it, like they have another like sub-kink where it's somebody has a kidney stone and it's like a little cannon. That's what they like. They like the build-up, and it's like...
It's like, so it's more like a shot.
See, look at how imaginative I am, and I don't got the aphantasia or the internal monologue.
I'm starting to like Tim Pool better than Gene now. Like,
see, Bill Hicks thinks it's funny.
Inner monologue and the lack thereof. I went, whoa. And then through conversation, I realized...
Hicks is like, what the fuck?
It actually goes well beyond inner monologue.
See, I'm not good with the improv, Bill Hicks.
Not as good as me and Dirt.
Where did I come up with this stuff?
In my brain, while I'm talking...
See, Tim Pool's a bad influence. Now I'm like kissing my own ass and everything.
Yeah, but
a visual track,
NPC, John.
an audio
That's
track,
just what you're
a linguistic track,
yeah,
and they're all.
I do it
all
autonomously and everything.
Pool says, and you're internalizing it because you're an NPC.
Yeah.
Going off at the same time.
So he's controlling me. He knows what he's doing. See, he's the player in the video game, and I'm the NPC. He's Mario. I'm the Goomba.
NPC.
Oh, I'm talking right now. I was just visioning.
I said NPC.
No.
People playing a game of soccer for some reason. I don't know why.
What did I say?
You said ABC.
No, I didn't.
While
don't gaslight me.
while I'm on Timcast reading a news story, I can go in autopilot and read things while I'm thinking about doing my laundry and planning the rest of my day. It's probably why I'm so good at pressing record and just talking for a long period of time.
I think I'm you know what? Maybe I need to like quit my job and start doing YouTube full time because if he's what's considered really good at this and he's got like 1 million subscribers, maybe I should just like do solo stream.
Unspecified human came through with an $80 tip and filled the rest of the goal.
Ooh, okay. I'm gonna follow through with the promise.
Thank you,
Speak up in chat,
Unspecified.
Unspecified, so we can coordinate you with a blue wrench. Welcome aboard, my friend. You know, it's
Thank
not
you.
every day. Gene
Yes.
is bought and paid for. You paid the price.
Thank you, Unspecified, for supporting the channel, cool guy.
Dude, I gotta find some other stuff to like I don't know, entice people to tip.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, your
You
butthole.
Dude, I was thinking about this, Shab. You should have it. It can't be crazy to, and you can, you prevent overfeeding. Like, dude, you should be able to donate to give, like, $50 to give Jack a handful of catnip, or like $10 to give him a treat.
Ooh, Jack on
Get
catnip.
Jack high too, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I think that could be a draw.
$50 to give John Morgan a hand job. I mean,
You know
what?
Yeah.
I mean,
Maybe like something that's like an alternative to owning cats because I don't know, they're kind of a lot of work. Maybe like on my back like porch and everything, I'll just get a bunch of catnip and I'll just have a catnip garden and then
I'll give you a better idea. Do you have?
or I'll fill my entire yard with just
There
nothing
you
but
go.
catnip.
Catnip.
Yeah.
then like,
And then
like,
it will
I like
attract
that
all the
idea.
cats. Ooh, and I don't have to deal with rats.
Gene.
Maybe that's a good way to deal with rodent infestation.
then like
I have
Gene.
not seen a mouse in my house in like fucking 10 years, bro.
I'm gonna do it. That's how you deal. I'm gonna go online on Amazon. I'm gonna find some catnip seeds, and I'm planting the catnip, and then I'll have all my little kitty friends.
You're gonna
Instead
do
of,
that,
like-
and then
Well, you know what? Every year, like in spring, summer, I've shown the photos of this dove couple because they're monogamous. They mate for life, and they have a nest and stuff. They always come and visit me, and I got my bird bath. So I don't know. Maybe they'll scare them away. But maybe instead of waking up and seeing my little like the dove couple that visits me every spring, maybe
Yeah,
I'll
once a year,
have like
cats will be there year round. to
Yeah,
keep the
20
mice away,
cats.
So, I mean, head
Yeah.
to dude.
that's a bonus. See, look, internal monologue, no internal monologue and stuff. He wouldn't come up with that.
Who needs it?
But I don't have any like I don't know. I don't have any sentience. I don't have any consciousness or anything.
I've gotten asked before, like, so
Fine,
you
Molly,
do all the
no
production
need
for
to
your morning show? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, so
apologize.
how long does
You're
it
new
take?
to
And I was
the
like,
thing. Welcome to the PPP show. As well as Remy Roller. I've seen you around in Shab's chats before. Thanks for coming to check out the podcast, supporting the Shab fam. We appreciate it.
Ooh, have you seen that stuff on seahorses? I forgot. Or fish eat something and they really get high. Yeah.
It's dolphins. Dolphins chew on pufferfish, and they secrete a toxin that gets them high, and they pass it back and forth like a joint.
Puffer fish piss.
guys,
Puffer fish piss. Say that like 20 times fast. That's a little like
Pufferfish
tongue
piss,
twister.
pufferfish piss, pufferfish piss.
we should make a
Go ahead,
song
Shad.
about that. Pufferfish, pufferfish.
Yeah, that's the chorus.
you know, I love
So
this time though.
Getting high on the pufferfish piss. Getting high on the puffer. Okay, go ahead, Chad.
everyone that's here, that's coming from my channel, make sure to hit the subscribe button. We're at 778. Let's get to 780. That'd be crazy.
Wait. What if somebody like next stream or whatever will entice people to reach the goal by if they get to like $50 or whatever, we'll snort some pufferfish piss.
Yes.
Problem is, I don't know where I'm
Dude,
gonna get some.
It's
Maybe
rare
they-
shit. You're gonna have to go harvest a puffer piss.
I know
piss.
pufferfish. Apparently, yeah. Apparently, it's a very dangerous dish. They have to like you need a license and stuff. I know in Japan and South Korea to cook it, and apparently, if you don't cook it just right, it kills you on the spot.
What? Okay.
But
Yeah, you
maybe.
gotta cut out the toxin gland without cutting the toxin.
Yeah. But maybe you can like go online and not get a pufferfish, but maybe they do sell little like bottles of pufferfish piss. Okay, go ahead, Shab.
Can I make an idea?
No.
Yeah.
A proposition idea? Okay,
Yeah.
so just an idea to throw out there. and see.
Yeah,
if you
go ahead.
See if you agree with it, Gene. If we get $100 more, you'll.
Chad will punch himself in the face in Minecraft.
No, you need to not say that stuff, Gene. Somebody
I said
else...
in Minecraft.
Oh, Remy just subscribed. Thank you, Remy Jobby.
Remy is the shit, dude.
Yeah.
Ooh, did we get another Streamlabs?
No, another subscriber. He subscribed and got us to 779. So $100. Just an idea, and I'll see if you agree. $100, and John will order a tarantula and eat it on the next podcast.
If I can find one, I mean,
you already did it. You did it before. You could order
that
another
wasn't a tarantula. That was just like a average size spider.
No, motherfucker, that was a tarantula.
You ate two. You ate like 2 tarantulas with big assholes.
Me and Shabisky know our animals.
And it was like a grape.
What do you think?
Your grape as a joke. Yeah. I guess a tarantula is technically a spider, but not a true spider. It's a tarantula, John.
Yeah,
okay.
you ate it.
Will you agree to that? $100 for a tarantula?
It's only like that big. Okay, I'll do it.
Well, no, the ass was like that big. I feel like the thing you ate was bigger than that. You had it, but
I'll eat it with some honey mustard and some.
Or it could be a scorpion. Or somebody said scorpion. It could be a scorpion too. John has done that. Okay. He's not scared to do scorpion. Whatever the person who tips. If somebody tips $100 and says which
I was throwing this out there.
Huh.
And I would, I welcome you to embark on this task with me, because this 24-hour telethon, PPP telethon, to figure out what's going on, that is going to get you and possibly me, if there's any extra expenditures, to Baltimore. So I am willing to put my tongue and my gut on the line and eat bugs for money during the 24-hour stream.
Will you throw up? I would throw up. I couldn't do it.
I might. I sure.
See, here's the thing, Gene.
I have an idea.
I'm formally challenging you, Shabisky, to embark on this task with me.
I have an idea. Okay, so give every single one of your cats catnip. So they all
Gene,
get high at once.
One thing at a time,
every
Gene.
once in a while. It's a shit.
What?
So
where they're all high on cat. Oh my god, I want to see that. And we got to put it full screen, and you just got to show all your cats having some fun.
I mean, yeah, they'll just probably take turns jumping around from the volcanoes.
Yeah. So hold on. With Dirt's idea about us all eating bugs, somebody tipped another $1.19. It was unspecified. I don't think it says a message. I don't think it does.
Unspecified. See, Crow thought they were Scotty. I don't know, Crow. Maybe we got to take this mod away and
stop fucking with Crow every time you get a chance with it.
That down.
Yeah, goddamn. Let him leave drunken Crow alone. He's the greatest. But anyways, and stop interrupting me when I'm okay. So Dirt said, "Hey, what if we all eat bugs?" Okay, here's the thing, Dirt. We're not all fucking NPCs like John, okay? I can't eat a
and
fucking...
That's why John is an NPC. John is a quest giver, and I've taken this quest from John the NPC.
We'll throw up. We're human.
And sharing this quest with you. And if you refuse, then you're just not man enough for the quest.
I'll throw up because I'm not an NPC like John. I'm a human, okay?
And that's
I'm like...
fucking great fucking content that people will pay for, Shabisky. You piece of shit.
I'm not...
A human? Are you from Russia?
What?
Are they from Russia?
Russian rubles. Are you a Russian man?
I guess.
Unspecified human. I mean, it's whatever. It's fine if you are. Like, you're not. No. Why do you?
Because I have them. Apparently, 10% of my audience is from Russia.
Oh, they said no. They're not from Russia.
Yeah.
So no.
And then 4% are from Ukraine, but 10% are from Russia. So I got more Russian viewers than Ukrainian viewers. It's kind of odd. I do know a lot of Russians aren't really for the war, so a lot of them are against it. So they're probably watching due to that.
And they're like, oh, okay. So what do you use to write your scripts?
Enough,
and I was like, I don't write any scripts.
My boss man is cool, and I may have in a conversation alluded to Raisin, where I may have worked, once upon a time, and in the event of her spaz out, I gave my employer a formal warning and said, hey, someone may try to contact you and tell you I'm a bad guy, just in case, which it never happened. That's great. She never put in the effort, because it would have been very easy based on the facts I gave her to find where I work. But anyways, you know, he knows what I do for a podcast and whatnot, and I was talking about him today because he was talking about this this Russia thing that happened this morning, and we were talking about the Haiti thing as well. But we're discussing about the demographics of how we do have a certain amount of viewership from other nations, which I thought was pretty interesting. You know, they want to see 3 white Americans throw their fucking hash in on international politics. Fine. Thanks. Yeah. That's what we're here for. I'm here to learn, most of all. That's what this podcast is all about.
I'm Professor Gene Morgan.
Information, entertainment, and we're here to dissolve your mind.
Yes.
Desensitize you to the evils of the West.
Whoa.
Okay, let's get through this.
They're like, what? How do you just talk? And I'm like, I don't know. I just do. Stream of consciousness, I suppose what people call it. But here's the other thing.
I like how he said.
We get it.
I like how he says he just hits record and he just talks, and it's like, yeah, but you just say the same thing over and over and over again. You think you're some fucking genius because you're able to say the same fucking thoughts over and over and over again? Wow, you're so smart.
Circumstantial speech. He's caught in a loop.
He's not stupid enough to understand how stupid his commentary is.
It's like when Mario is trying to
understand how stupid.
It's like in I can't even talk. It's like in Mario when he's trying to like make the leap to like a platform, but you can't make the leap. You keep losing your lives and stuff, and you're like stuck in a loop. Keeps trying. He's not able to get past that obstacle or whatever. He's not. Yeah, it's not NPC brain. It's just he's in a rut, in a challenge. He's trying to get the Mario in his head.
If only it was an NPC like the rest of us, the 98% or whatever the fuck it is. I don't remember.
It'd be a lot easier, man. You just reload the game and we're all there. You're the only one who can die, bro. Figure it out, dude.
I could be reading these paragraphs. In fact, I'll tell you this. Every single time I have read a paragraph, this is how this show works. When I see this story and it says, let's jump down so I can actually read something. And it says, according to research, only 30 to 50% of people have inner monologues, which means up to 70% of people don't have a talkative brain. The thing to keep in mind, no pun intended, is that it can vary from person to person, says Ogle. And an inner voice can become more or less intense throughout your life, depending on your mental state. If you're super stressed, for instance, it'll ramp up. While I was reading that, I am planning already what I'm going to be saying next.
Okay, that is not that unique. I do know that apparently most people read faster in their head than they do out loud. Okay, what?
We're just as fucking dumb as Tim Pool, or maybe this article is just really stupid. In the very next paragraph, it says that according to another study, with large individual differences, some never experienced inner speech, while others did so in 75% of samples. So one fucking study says 70% of people don't have a talkative brain, while the other study says 75% of people do.
And this is why you don't get all your information from one article. You gotta cross-reference information, and that's why I have my Pocket account where you can save articles. And usually, when I do research for streams, I'll save 5, 6, 7 articles and read through them, because sometimes they get their information wrong, like this. So the fact that there's so much conflicting information in this article and he doesn't see that and be like, you know what, maybe I should find some other stuff to read and everything. I shouldn't be getting all my information from this one source. He is a fucking idiot.
You'll see this a lot with news sources that are just like trying to push a bias, is that they'll focus on the study that pushes, their narrative, while ignoring the substantial amount of studies that go against their narrative, because it's all. But we
read studies, and they don't even go along with his narrative.
Well, no. The one study that this is.
No, it doesn't, because all the studies, like when we read it over, we're talking about specifically groups of people that have aphantasia. So they weren't sampling people overall. All the people in the study that they were sampling were people with aphantasia. So that's where he's an idiot. He's talking about people in general, like 75% of the population. But it's not 75% of the population. It's 75% of people with aphantasia. Okay, go ahead.
Drunken Crow, I command you in the name of Lucifer to turn on your camera now.
Dirt, I thought you were going to do like, we want you.
Wait, Shab.
I thought that's where you were going with it. You know, like the war guy? Like, we want you.
We want Drunken Crow to turn on his camera.
The previous stream, Crow didn't lag out at all.
Uncle Sam. Yeah.
Yeah, they had their camera on the entire time, and they didn't lag out at all. So if they do, I don't know. Shab seems to be the consistent variable there. So
are you hacking Drunken Crow? Are you scared he's going to take the limelight from you, Shabisky?
I got to look at the audit logs.
Better not lag out Drunken Crow.
I think Shab is kicking him or something.
I'm racist against him because he's a blackbird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm going to say next.
I don't like black birds.
And I'm thinking about plans for later in the day. It's wild.
Only
it's not really
black
wild to me
cats.
until I realize that many people can't do that.
Oh God, he's processing two different like pieces of information at once. It's almost like the science says that that isn't really possible, and people are full of shit when they say
I don't know why
multitask.
he says that, and the way that he argues that that's like smarter is silly. To me, it reminds me of the like whole like turtle versus the hare or whatever kind of thing, where the turtle ends up winning because it just focuses on the task at hand and everything, and it gets there, and the rabbit's fucking around or whatever the heck, and then it ends up losing the race.
Now,
right? Like, no, serious. What?
Well, I can
just fucking off.
Wait. I can do that where I read something. Am I like I'm thinking about something else in my head? But the problem is when you do that, you're not comprehending what you're reading because you're not really focusing on it. You're reading it passively, but it's just your mind is.
You're also juggling. You're bouncing back and forth between those things. You're not doing those two at the same time. You're going, oh, what about this other thing in my life? Oh, yeah, okay, back to the book. You know, and it's like just because you're bouncing between those two things doesn't mean you're thinking of two things at the same time. That's a silly idea to even think that you could think of two things at the same time like that.
Unless you're a split brain patient.
You're taking up LSD. Your mind can wander into some strange places all at once.
But Shab, apparently split brain patients, it depends on what the task is, because there's a lot of like setbacks and impairments, so you definitely don't want to. But it is interesting how, because their brain is split, they actually can, with certain types of tasks, they can engage in like auditorial tasks or whatever in one side of their brain, while also focusing on certain visual tasks, and they can actually do like these two things at once. But that's a very rare circumstance. But
I don't know what that means to be split brain.
Well, they're like some people. What they'll do is forget what it's called. You got your corpus callosum, and there's a part of the brain that connects. You got the left and right hemisphere of the brain, and essentially I forget what the part of the brain is that connects them, but there are patients or whatever where they have that like cut or disconnected, and they're like a split brain patient. Now that causes a lot of problems with them being able to dress themselves, follow through with activities of daily living, but there are some like really kind of freaky things that they're actually able to do when that happens. Maybe I can find a bunch of stuff about split brain patients the following stream, but
so he's comparing himself to somebody who's had like a partial lobotomy kind of thing or something. It sounds like
well, he probably doesn't even know about that. But when it comes to this kind of stuff, it's like what I said with like eidetic memory or photographic memory. The research shows that except for very rare cases, and it's like that one person you talked about who's a savant, where it's a lot of people don't know that, so they lie. And they're like, yeah, I got a photographic memory. And it's just, I've come across like probably like a dozen people that have made that claim to me before. And it's just, fuck off. You don't have a photographic memory. And
they're the
it's
kind of
also,
people that don't care about the truth. They just care about bragging and looking smart in front of people.
Yeah, but then it's like they're kids in Gen Ed, and I remember like I was in all AP when I was in school, and it was funny because all the kids I came across that would make those kind of claims that, yeah, I skim through books, I don't take notes, and I pretty much remember everything verbatim. They were all the Gen Ed kids. It's just like, wow, it's kind of funny how none of these kids that are in AP are making those claims, and it's all the kids in general education that are making those fucking claims. But also, it is like with the being able to multitask thing, where it's like, yeah, I can read a book and comprehend it perfectly while watching a movie and being able to comprehend it perfectly. It's just, no, the research shows that that is not possible. So people are full of shit when they claim that they're good at multitasking. All of the research shows that it drastically it drastically decreases your productivity. And what you're really doing is your consciousness is constantly oscillating back and forth between both tasks. And that's the problem with like the internet, is that when people use the internet, they open up different tabs, and it's hard to kind of resist the urge to do that. So that's why I install Cold Turkey. That's why I have like apps that only allow me to open up 2 tabs at once when I'm studying, because it's just that with your computer, you got all these distractions going on, and it's definitely not good for your productivity when you're constantly going back and forth between, I'm going to go to YouTube and then shift to like reading this, and it drastically impairs like your productivity and the quality of your work. But go ahead, guys.
Gene's attention span is insane. He's never even downloaded TikTok, dude.
Yeah, fuck TikTok. I don't encourage that. TikTok is poison. Our youth is fucking screwed. Now I sound like a boomer and everything, but it's just apparently like young kids. Well, apparently Netflix and stuff, the analytics shows that they're having an issue. Like younger audiences aren't able to get through any of the episodes. And God, stop raising your hand when I keep trying to make a point. Let me finish, pieces of shit. But apparently, like younger generations, what the new thing is it's just watching clips and constantly bouncing to the next video. It's like their attention span is fucked. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's like I can't go anywhere in public without like these kids on TikTok. Like the parents don't give a fuck, dude. Like it's probably easier for them to just let them play the same 10 seconds of sound at full volume in fucking public, like literally 20 times in a row while they read the comments or do whatever the fuck they're doing. It's fucking brutal.
Dude, I haven't I don't go out in public enough.
Dude.
Yeah, Chef probably doesn't leave it
everywhere I go.
I'm gonna fuck up their shit every time I get a chance. I'm like, fuck you, kid.
It's almost like anytime I see a kid in a public outing, they have an iPad and they're okay. So I work at a fucking entertainment center, and part of what I do is entertain you with a tale of whimsy. And literally, like a fucking month ago, I had a kid in there, like literally. It's a full family, mom, dad, 3 kids. One of them's pretty young. That kid has a fucking tablet in his hand with full fucking volume, scrolling through TikTok while I'm going through my whole fucking spiel. And in my heart of hearts, I can't look at this human and be like, hey, be a parent. Tell your kid to put that shit away and let me do my job. I just fucking talked over it. Because they weren't telling him shit. Who am I to parent your fucking kid for you? If you want to let this little fucking curtain climber's brain rot, that's on you.
Yeah, the kid. So the kid was still. I'm sorry. The kid was still like playing loud stuff while you were trying to take their order and stuff, and they were just acting like
through TikTok while I'm going through my script, trying to just give them some.
Yeah, dude. My upbringing was so much the opposite of that, where it's like, oh, just let him do what he wants and stuff. It's like I was the kid like I don't know
with running shit in that house. You're right. That kid is running shit.
Yeah, like
a goddamn thing.
Like as a kid, I remember that I would just fetch things for my parents all the time if they needed or whatever. It was like I was their little bitch or something. Like,
I was about to say that.
Anthony, go get me a drink. I'm like, okay, I'll go get you a drink. Okay.
Get me another beer, Anthony.
Whatever. Yeah, like that, like, oh my god, no, like I did not have an upbringing anywhere near that, and that's probably like that's what ends up having fucking douchebags,
entitlement,
douchebags that have horrible empathy skills, the kind of people
skills. Empathy.
They have horrible empathy. Actually. Whatever.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And they're just assholes. They're the kind of assholes that you go to school with, and they just treat other people like shit. They don't know how to just be nice to people and be chill. They're douchebags because they're raised by rich parents that just like there was this one kid at school that I knew that was a total douchebag to me. I sat next to him and he was hella rude to me and shit, and I didn't want to fight with him. I wasn't some fighter or something. I just like whatever, ignored him. And next thing you know, my sister-in-law, she has my niece, and they're having like a play date with his mom and her daughter and stuff, and she asked me to come with them, and he's there, and I'm watching as his mom like picks up his feet and puts it up on the table and goes, "Would you like something, honey? Oh, you like that? Okay." She goes to the kitchen, gets some stuff, and he's just sitting there, and I'm like, they're in this huge mansion, and he's watching,
mansion?
In this really big house. It was 5,000 square foot, 4,000, I don't know, and he's just being treated like he's a king or something, and it's like, dude, I was fetching my mom drinks and stuff, and you're sitting there and your mom's treating you like, no wonder you're a fucking douchebag. Like, seriously. It's those kind of people that end up being douches.
Yeah, apparently in the United States, empathy amongst youth has been declining by like 15% per decade. So that is the statistic. And narcissism has been increasing at the same rate as obesity. So like a good book to read is The Narcissism Epidemic. It's written by two psychologists, sociologists from the University of Chicago. But yeah, narcissism is on the rise, and it's like, I think we're the land without neighbors, and people raise their kids to be, it's a bunch of Karens and Kevins. I think Gen X is the Karen and Kevin generation, and they were raising the millennials and the Zoomers, and they teach their kids to be entitled little brats. You don't have to respect customer service. You don't have to, if somebody gives you trouble, you're better than them. Just punk them out and punch be rude. Don't try
beat the shit out of them or something because you're an alpha or whatever the fuck it is. You know, it's one of those motherfuckers. Tough, people like that grow up to be dog shit. Whoa, what's happening? Oh, is Dirt frozen?
Not so. Here, I'll tell you what's going on in my brain as I'm reading this.
Unplugged his PC.
Oh, okay.
I'm planning what I'm going to say next.
I thought Dirt was having a stroke or something.
What I'm going to say.
As
I'm reading this, it's quite literally the easiest thing for me to do. I'm reading words.
Whoa, Chad.
I was kidding.
I can say them quickly. I'm also preparing what's going to be said after the paragraph is done being read. So while I'm reading, I am actually writing the script essentially for what is to be said next.
Shut up! Stop it!
You're going to be stating.
Yeah.
Shut up.
And the science again says that what he's doing is not fucking possible. So it's just a fact, an explicit truth that what he's saying is bullshit.
And even if what he was saying is true, maybe your dumbass needs to focus on one thing at a time. Because obviously when you're multitasking, trying to think of multiple things at once, you're not able to actually process these things accurately. You come to stupid fucking conclusions. So what does that tell us?
I like it when people say that, where they have like eidetic memory, things like that, where he's able to like do these two things at once, and he's able to do it very proficiently. Like when it comes to the average person, they can only do one thing proficiently at one time. He's able to like split his attention and get like two tasks done at once, and it's just, if that's the case, you would be like somebody who is like some kind of I don't know, like notable genius, you'd be up there with somebody like Einstein or Stephen Hawking, and I love it how, like I said, it's the Dunning-Kruger effect. When I was in AP classes, none of the other students, my classmates, none of them made claims like that. It was always kids that were like in Gen Ed that were claiming that they could do 2 tasks at once, and they pretty much skim through a book in 5 hours and memorize everything. But then if you start talking to them about books, they can't memorize anything. They can't have a discussion about it. And then it's just, you talk to them like pretty much the next year after they took like biology or something. And it's just, okay, maybe, I'm an asshole, maybe I'm bragging, but it's just, I'm able to actually retain what I learned from the classes the year before. And then they just forget everything, but yet they're claiming that they have like photographic memories and shit.
I feel like people I feel like the fact that he says this, it tells me, I don't know, in my opinion or whatever, it tells me that he doesn't respect really the process of thinking enough. Where because when I've had my best times of process. Of like I have an epiphany or something like that. Like say I used to be religious, and at some points I had some sort of epiphanies mentally, like when thinking of all this stuff.
Wait,
and
Shab, Shab. He is a super genius. He can process both things at once.
He'll have 2 epiphanies at once. He'll have 2 epiphanies. He believes in
God, Shab, and you're an atheist, so clearly you're going down the wrong path.
Yeah, my point is, he doesn't respect the process of, if you're, when I had these huge epiphanies in my life, I wasn't, trying to jug around thinking of 10 things at once. I was focusing on this one thing.
Hyper-focusing.
And that's kind of, I don't know it's kind of a good thing to what's more likely to get you to the truth? Focusing 50-50 on that and something else, or 100% on that one subject? What's more likely to get to the truth on that subject?
But Shab, you're 100% on that, when you're focusing on that task. With him, when it's divided, it is your 100% on task A and task B.
He's so smart.
It's not 50%, yeah.
But then he could put 200% on one.
That isn't possible.
Yeah.
And so I'm envisioning, in my mind, what do I see? I see me skateboarding on the mini ramp in the basement, and I'm thinking of various tricks I can do and how to do them. When I want to do a trick on a skateboard, I visualize doing it. In my mind, I see myself in slow motion, doing all the moves and motions required. That's happening in my brain. I can see it as I'm reading the paragraph and as I am hearing what I will be saying next. So I don't know how many tracks there are. 4 maybe?
Wait. It sounds like he's fucking an idiot. We all can read books and visualize stuff while we're reading the book. I don't even know.
I can't.
Well, I mean, okay, John's restarted or whatever. But the rest of us, we can read books and we can visualize, like Harry Potter going, or whatever the fuck's happening in the book.
To be fair,
you know?
I find fiction to be very boring because I'm not able to do that. And I mean, I kind of just exclusively read nonfiction. And I think that's why I really like movies. I'm a big, I'm obsessed with film because you can actually, it's right there. The visuals are provided for you. But it's also, sometimes, some fiction I like is Isaac Asimov, where it's sci-fi, so it's mostly conceptual. But, fantasy is where it's very visual. They spend a lot of time describing the environments, and it's just, I can't really get into fantasy at all. But, here's an article about how, why multitasking doesn't work. And a good book to read would be The Shallows. And that's a book that goes into all this detail about how, kids that are, using the internet excessively and how to use the internet, and that's a book where I decided, I'm going to install apps on my computer to limit the amount of tabs I can have and so on and so forth. But what's that, Chad?
Why would anybody even think that they can multitask in the first place? It's like it says, some days you feel like a master multitasker. As you drink your morning coffee, catch up on the email, and tune in a conference call. It's who in their right mind thinks they can read an email and listen to a conference call and be able to distinguish the two and process both of the both things at the same time? it's just silly to even think that ever in your brain that you're capable of doing that. You know you're not capable of doing that. It's like acting like you can skateboard and you can ride a bike at the same time. You know.
Yeah. So here, like dual tasking slows down the gait and reduces the attention span in patients with TIVA, I guess traumatic brain injuries, which can negatively impact their community reintegration at last, early after their hospital discharge, hence the need for exercise compulsion with your community. So it's just, and the thing is, like, there are countless studies that show that multitasking doesn't work. It drastically impairs people's judgment. So he is full of shit when he's claiming that, yeah, he's able to, like, do 2 tasks at once. And this isn't even debatable. He just, if somebody he should have, like, a psychologist sit down with him. And I mean, somebody should challenge him on this. And they should give him, like, psych exams and evaluations and try to have him do 2 tasks at once, the kind of tasks that he's describing. And it's just, hey, read this while watching this, and listening to this other thing, or listen to this audiobook while reading this informative text. Listen to Lord of the Rings while reading some science journal, and I bet he's just gonna fail it. And he is just a dumbass. And if he did his research, he would know that he's saying something that just isn't even, like, possible. The science shows that it is not something that pretty much anybody can do. Yeah.
There's a person in the chat that said, Shabisky, you're the only one who can't multitask. You're just projecting. And then they said, everyone has a different form of intelligence. Wouldn't it be funny to test them out and have them like read a sentence while you hear somebody speak and tell you something at the same exact time, and then tell us what happened, and, you know, in both of those things, you know, I'm sure he would just he would be amazing. He'd fly through that with, you know, looking like a genius.
Well, I don't know, dude. I spend a lot of time listening to YouTube videos while I play video games, so I'm actually a pretty efficient multitasker.
Yeah,
and
see,
they're
like,
saying
when you're
just
focusing,
and we just showed the science has confirmed that it is not something humans are even like able to do. Like, it's just not part of how our brains are wired. And they've shown time and time again that it's just people oscillating between 2 tasks. Even people who have really high IQs are not able to do that. So it's just something that it's kind of like with working memory. Working memory is 7 plus or 2 chunks of information. That's the amount of information you can process at once. And even people who are like super geniuses like Stephen Hawking have that basic limitation. That's just a fundamental part of your neurophysics and neurochemistry. So it's just the basic empiricism of the brain. So that's another thing when people are like, yeah, I can go through all this stuff and process like 40 chunks of information. It's like, no, you can't. Shut the fuck up. That's why telephone numbers are 7 digits. Because that's just how the brain works. And like I've said, it's with multitasking. And this is how you know people are idiots. When they claim that they can multitask, they claim that they have eidetic memory, they claim that they read a book in just a few hours and memorize it all verbatim. They claim to like be able to process like far more than 7 plus or minus 2 chunks of information at once. It's just people. I don't know. People are stupid, but go ahead.
John, you're right. I agree with you. Like, even geniuses, like you said, Stephen Hawking can't multitask. 1, because he's dead, and 2, he couldn't even chew or walk and chew gum at the same time.
What a dork!
Bad joke.
Come on.
How I write music, for instance, is I play a movie in my mind.
I think we
So
go
if
on
you
to
think
next
about-
thing, Gene.
He's like, I can play a movie in my mind.
The song we released, Eyes of Advice.
Like, every time I'm like, maybe we should move on, he says something else that's just really absurd and stupid. It's like, I gotta hear what he says next.
And, the demon comes out, and Ian's grasping towards the demon and all that stuff.
Maybe
That's how I wrote
he
the
is
song.
a genius, and he's playing, like, 4D chess with us, and it's like, wait a second, when people watch my stuff, that's how I get them to not click away. I say something really stupid where they're like, oh my god, I gotta listen to this. What's that?
I don't think he understands that his same experiences are, like, very normal and stuff, where he visualizes some stuff in between some other stuff that he's doing and stuff like that. Like, our minds are very powerful. I know Gene's got this aphantasia or whatever, but most of us just, it's not that complicated to have these kind of crazy visuals as you're like maybe you're, but you're not doing it at the same time. You're bouncing back and forth between these different ideas and stuff like that. And when sometimes your brain might be like really in a creative mood or whatever, thinking of stuff, and you might think of some really crazy stuff in between, like writing something or something. He thinks, for one, that's multitasking. It's not. But two, he thinks he's something special because of that. And it's not. He's not something very special because of it.
It's like the Dunning-Kruger effect.
He just has a brain like the rest of us. Yeah.
He's showing that he thinks he's far more competent than he really is. And he's too incompetent to recognize his own incompetence. And he's got 1.25 million subscribers and averages like hundreds of thousands of views per video. So it just shows like the appeal to popularity, like fallacy. This is a good example. It's just people, and imagine like just how stupid his audience is that watch him and tune in regularly, and they're not able to see just how much of a moron he is.
Will of the people, same thing. In my mind, I imagine a story and a scenario, and I see it happen and play out. While it's happening, I think about how to describe it. Then I think of a melody. In my mind,
No, he already did that, Skep.
That is how I end up.
I already did. Wait,
yeah.
What's that?
You looked up the definition of sentience. You already did that, Skep. And not only did we do it, he did it. And it was the stupidest part of his whole video, because he said, it's like I said earlier, he said 2 + 2 = 8, and then he typed it in on Google and said 2 + 2 = 4, and he said, look guys, 2 + 2 = fucking 8. I told you guys. And it's just the dumbest fucking thing in the world. It's like, are you not able to read what's directly in front of you? It's not that complicated. Are you a fucking child or something?
His reading comprehension is so bad that he can't even comprehend a single sentence.
He literally looked that up in his own video, Skep, and it said that he's wrong right in front of him, and he goes, "Look, guys, I'm right," and it goes on with his video.
He's almost as dumb as Raisin, where it's like she can't comprehend the definition of genre.
Okay, we don't need to bring up dumb bitches every 5 seconds.
When I first learned this, to me it was normal. There are people who say, you mean you don't think in words to yourself? And I thought, there are people who only think in words to themselves?
Oh my god! How many times has he said that? Like, I found out, like, oh my god, I thought this was normal, and it's like, there's people who can't do this, and it's just like, yeah.
I go back and forth between thinking of just words.
Some people are really good at lifting. Some people are really good at jumping. Some people are really good at thinking.
And
if you're really good at thinking, it's going to be a lot of visuals. But I suppose.
And we're playing at 1.5 speed. It's just, am I wrong? But a lot of the dialogue I'm providing, I'm talking just as fast as he is on 1.5 speed.
Gene, this podcast has been going on 2 hours.
And that's a good thing that we got that much content out of.
It's not good if at some point.
Okay, next video.
So today we're going to be revisiting if you're an atheist or what happens.
So this is why most atheists are the biggest hypocrites. Let's take a look at the evidence. What's that?
Slow it down. Can you slow it down a little bit for me?
It's only 1.5.
It's just 1.25.
God, chat is slow.
Okay, and start it from the beginning. From the top,
It's
Gene.
5 seconds.
1.25. And from the top.
So today we're going to be revisiting if you're an atheist or what happens when you question an atheist or question evolution. And my favorite part about the whole thing is atheists will always say, question everything, be skeptical, unless it's evolution or atheism in general. And this was a video on question. This was a video, in fact, that got...
So here's the thing. Evolution. The theory was established in the 19th century. And there has been countless studies throughout over a fucking century on evolution. There's so many books and everything that have been published over it. So with these people, if you talk to them and it's just, have you done any research and looked into it? These are the kind of people where it's just, do you think they're able to read beyond an 8th grade level? Because over half of Americans read or write at or below an 8th grade level, and then a third of Americans read at or below a 5th grade level. And then it's something like, I don't know, like 93% of books that are purchased, people don't get past the first 4 chapters, and then most articles that people click on, they don't get past like the first like 4 paragraphs or something. So I bet these are the kind of people that aren't even able to like read an article on evolution. To them, reading an article is a challenge. And like if you talk to them and ask them, it's just, okay, what research have you done? They haven't done any research. And when I talk to people in real life that are like dismissing evolution, they're doing this kind of shit. They're like, well, it is just a theory. And it's like, if you did a little bit of research, you would understand that there's a difference between the basic colloquial dictionary definition of what a theory is and what the scientific definition of a theory is. These are the kind of people, if you ask them what is science, they wouldn't be able to tell you. Anybody who is going to claim to understand science, they'd be like, okay, it's hypothesis, study, theory. And they know that theory's last step where, like in research, it is a conclusive sort of, I guess, outline of the study where things are actually thoroughly confirmed. And the whole point of science, well, the whole point of like science is it's just a more well-organized variation of the epistemological model, which is analysis, assessment, argumentation. Theory would be argumentation. And the whole point in epistemology is you can never know anything for certain. And that's science. Everything is theory because nothing is absolutely certain. We don't know if, like, you can ever go beyond anything, and they're too stupid to know that. And if they just did a little bit of homework, they would come across that right away. So it shows that they haven't spent any time looking into it. It is the Dunning-Kruger effect, where it's just they're too incompetent to recognize their own incompetence. The more you know about how much you don't know. And they clearly... go ahead, Chad.
Everybody is trying to compete to be smarter than the other. Everybody in this world is constantly trying to be the one up in the other one and being smarter than the other one, no matter how fucking dumb they are. Everybody's in this, like, am I wrong, Dirt? People are constantly competing on who's more intelligent and trying to one up the other one. Like, oh, you're dumb, you're slow, huh?
It's driven by ego. You know, you want to gratify oneself where possible. And you you got that shit figured out.
But I don't like.
Wait, Chad.
Personally,
Chad,
I don't
do
care if
know?
someone's dumber than me. I care that they're good people. Like that's what I respect.
They're
mostly.
morally and ethically sound.
Yeah,
but
that's
Chad,
what I care about. And most
who
people
do you know,
put intelligence over that.
Or who do we know that has to challenge the other person and engage in that one-upsmanship?
Spec. I know.
Yeah, well, he's one of them.
It's one of them.
They are one of them.
Ironically. And it wasn't because of what I said, it was what I asked. Now, I wanted to point out that this video was actually uploaded to TikTok in 2022, so it's been a couple years now. And that's one of the reasons I haven't really gone back.
See the video, you weird-looking hair, bitch! Shut up! Okay?
Dude, this is a 2-year-old TikTok, and she's calling me?
Hold on, okay,
The
play it.
response. And not the typical response that I got on here that I was expecting. Now, everything I'm about ready to say in this video is based off the evidence and data from this particular video, which was uploaded to YouTube in 2023, I believe. So it was on YouTube for about a year, and I've been getting constant notifications on people constantly.
You keep talking what she's saying.
Well, look, listen, my audio is kind of fucked up in this shitty headphone I got, but like the audio, like game over effects are like, dude, what? Like, I was like, where's that coming from? Sorry. Run it back.
I uploaded this video to YouTube and got quite the response. And not the typical response that I got on here that I was expecting. Now, everything I'm about ready to say in this video is based off the evidence and data from this particular video, which was uploaded to YouTube in 2023, I believe. So it was on YouTube for about a year, and I've been getting constant notifications on people constantly commenting on this video. And I'm going to say this before I say what I really want to say, and that is that not all atheists are complete hypocrites. Not all. But generally speaking,
Stop.
most
This
atheists are.
is like a Donald Trump moment.
No,
Most
dude,
of them
I'm
are.
telling you, look right now. You see the watermark. You see the stamp right now. This is an example of the TikTok brain rot. You literally cannot pay attention unless a sound effect is drilling into your brain literally every fucking constant second. There's no reprieve. It's just an assault to the fucking senses. I can't hang with this, John. My brain doesn't work like this, John.
Mm-hmm.
You're a child. Shut up.
We're trying to comment on it and mock it.
You guys are the biggest hypocrites, and I'm going to tell you why. The reason why atheists, in my opinion, are the biggest hypocrites is because what do we always hear from atheists? We hear it time and time again. Don't judge anybody for what they believe. Respect each other's beliefs and religion. You should respect.
I honestly say that sometimes.
I don't know.
That shit to other people, impressing other people. Yeah.
I don't say that.
No, honestly, at this point in my life, who the fuck am I to try to change who the fuck you are? I'm doing me, and as long as you don't give a fuck, I don't give a fuck what you're doing. If you try to press your shit onto me, we may have words about it. I don't give a fuck.
I don't know if I don't like somebody.
I'm not my way to fuck with anybody, and they're whoever the fuck makes them comfortable. Good for you. Do your thing. I'm doing me, and as long as you just keep that out of it. We'll drink a beer. I'm sure you'll drink a beer with me, you dirty fucking sinner. But whatever.
But if somebody's respecting me, I won't mock their religion or whatever, as long as they don't bring it up or whatever. But if I don't like somebody, I don't mind shitting on their religion or whatever, especially if I know that they take their religion very seriously. It's like if they're starting shit being a dick somehow, I don't mind talking down to them like they're a moron and mocking their religion as much as I can. It's a good way to really fuck with douchebags. What's that?
A lot of times I agree with Skabibi. And here, I agree with what he said. He said, no, some beliefs are dumb. Believe what you want, but I don't have to respect it. And I think that's the thing that sets religion apart from like a bunch of other ideas where it would be stupid as fuck, and it would be like, what? You're stupid? What? Ha ha ha! That's funny. Like that guy believes that. For some reason, like there's this emotional shield around this bullshit where it's like, oh, we're not supposed to talk about that. It's like, no, it's fucking stupid. It is fucking stupid. I'm sorry. Like, it might hurt your feelings along the way, but I care more about the truth than I care about your feelings. And and so I'm right there with Skabibi on it. Like,
it is.
I get respecting people, and obviously I'm not going to be just constantly hounding people and annoying people. Like, as soon as they tell me they're religious, what? We need a debate now. But I still, like, it's stupid, and I'll tell them that I think it's stupid and it's illogical, and they're not basing their beliefs on actual logical things. They're just being silly and using their emotions to guide them in life and what they believe, and it's silly. They're grown-ups who are thinking like children. I'm not afraid to tell someone to their face that's the thing, you know? These fucking Mormon fuckers can come to my door and I'll tell them like I believe like what they think is stupid. And I'm sorry, that's just a reality. They need to hear it, I think.
Well, wait. I think
stop, John. Let Dirt speak. Dirt's gonna give a real ass story from the heart. I am at the young, ripe age of 25 years old. I've lost more friends who have died before their time than I really wish to count right now. Several to suicide, and I've attended all their funerals, and or a few of them at least. Fuck. Well, long story short, because I live in the South, I live in the Bible Belt, I live in the mountains of nowhere, and you know there's a Christian funeral. You go to the fucking funeral home, and you know there's a pastor. He gives his speech, and every time it's been the same fucking speech about the demons of Legion. You know the story of Legion in the Bible? You know that one? Gene knows it, where there's a fucking hermit who lives in the ruins of some ancient temple who, you know, self-harms and praises demons, and then Jesus comes out there and he casts those demons, who are legion, numerous, so many demons, into pigs, and he drives those pigs off the cliff and they die and kill themselves.
Okay.
And every suicide funeral I've attended has told that story. And after one of said funerals, I sat down with the family friend, and then I said, because they're a religious person, they were having religious talk, and I'm like, so what do you think about the passage they read today? And they started talking about, it's holy word, it is blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, well, I've heard that same fucking story every time, so you're telling me my friend had demons in him, so Jesus made him kill himself?
Figurative.
Commit Minecraft? Sorry.
Yeah, but...
Whatever, dude. So, I'm not afraid to call somebody out on their bullshit, but at the same time, like, whatever, dude. If that's what the fuck you want to believe, if that's what makes you comfortable, you're literally... I'm convinced that 90-something% of people who have bound their life to fate and fear of hell have committed themselves to that, and there's no use in me wasting my breath trying to talk them out of it. So I'm not going to waste my energy fucking with that shit, dude.
Yeah, but getting back to the hypocrisy, she's talking about them being hypocrites, and I think a really good example of this with like Christians and everything being hypocrites is Scientology, where they'll talk about that and they'll be like, wow, that's so stupid. They believe in aliens. That's such an absurd thing to believe. But then they believe in magical sky gods. So
yeah,
they're too stupid to see the hypocrisy there.
Or the irony, yeah. And I don't know if Cyrus is serious. I think they are serious. I think they're one of our first, like, what's the word? I don't know. That one video game guy likes to use that term. But anyways, he retracto. You're a detractor, Cyrus. Okay, so he said, or it said, whatever the fuck. Where do you guys believe morals come from?
Law and
logic and reasoning.
And logic.
Law,
empathy, logic, and reasoning. That's pretty much about. And
here's the
Look
thing.
up. There's a thing called philosophy, where the philosophy doesn't need to be associated with magical sky deities. There's Rene Descartes and the philosophy of rationalism. There's Petrarch, the philosophy of humanism. There's people out there like, I don't know if you've heard of them, Martin Luther King. They got a lot of interesting things to say about morals and ethics. And there you go. So it's just, it's just if you analyze and assess certain things, the epistemological model, you can probably come to the conclusion, you can form an argument that, you know what, this is more ethical than other things. There's Confucianism, which is one of the most popular ideologies in the East. And you know what Confucius came up with? You know what he coined?
The dime.
The golden rule. Treat others the way you want to be treated.
Yes.
And then there's science. So when the science says, hey, this kind of stuff, treating people this way, causes adverse effects to these people, and the like emotional harm you do causes physical harm. It's like, because the science says this, I can determine that because it's proven through empiricism that this has an adverse effect on people. You can use logic to be like, maybe I shouldn't do that. It's unethical to do things that physically harm others. So it's like you can use science, you can use epistemology, you can use ontology, Confucianism, rationalism, humanism. There are a lot of choices that don't involve worshiping magical sky gods. Go ahead.
Also, morality is subjective, Cyrus, okay? There is no sort of way for you to prove objectively that me Minecrafting John until he's gone is honestly,
those bars, dude. I'm a Minecraft John till he's gone.
Yeah, there's no.
But the thing is,
hold on. There's no way for you to go about determining whether that is objectively wrong or right for me to do that. You could you could subjectively say it's better because there's less use of fuel and electricity and stuff like that. Therefore, all sorts of stuff. You could make arguments for it being better. You could make arguments for it being horrible. But
argumentation.
But when it comes down to it, morality is something that is completely subjective. Whether it's okay for me to just destroy a town or save a person or save a town is completely subjective. There's no way for you to prove objectively that is good or bad.
But it's also
I'm sorry that might hurt your feelings. That's reality.
And also, like in epistemology, like you said, subjective opinion, objective truth, you have logic and reasoning. So do you know what the difference between logic and reasoning is?
Tell us, Gene.
So logic is kind of like the code. It's the formula. So if you take classes in predicate logic, parameter logic, it's in math, the equations are the logic. The reasoning is solving the equations. So the logic is the outline, and then the reasoning is the application. And then when it comes to morals and ethics, what ethics are to logic is what morals are to reasoning. So that's the thing. You gotta, and then epistemology, it's analysis, assessment, and argumentation to determine, and then there's the logical side and the reasoning side to analysis, assessment, argumentation. You got the templates and the outlines, which is the logic, and then you have the reasoning, which is actually following through with it and practicing it. So then there you go. You can use analysis, assessment, argumentation to create an outline, create a code, a formula of like, hey, I'm going to use this to analyze, assess, and argue for why the golden rule, treat others the way you want to be treated, is something that, you know what, I'm going to make it one of my ethics. And I'm going to argue using what I've learned through the analysis and assessment that other people should have this as their code, or based on the reasoning of my analysis and assessment. And then the reasoning is that when you're interacting with others, it's like, okay, I'm now going to apply. It's my morals. I'm going to apply this golden rule and treat others the way I want to be treated. So there you go. That's my approach to having morals and ethics. You actually do this thing known as thinking. Unlike people who abide by the Bible, where they just believe a bunch of things written on a piece of paper and they don't question it at all. And I'm going to make the argument that is fucking stupid, where you just blindly conform to things written like in some compilation of fairy tales that was written thousands of years ago. Maybe you can use analysis and assessment to be like, you know what, when it says you can beat your slave, you just can't kill your slave when you beat them. I'm going to be like, you know what? That's unethical. If I was a slave, I wouldn't like being a slave. And you know what? When it comes to Christianity, you know what predates Christianity? By 400 years. What predates Jesus by 400 years?
Hold on.
Yeah.
The sun. Praising the sun is God.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Confucius and the
I thought I won that one.
And the great Athenian philosophers, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and then you also have Democritus. So they all predate I guess the Second Testament and everything, and Christianity by 400 years. And the way of the Bible is just, hey, here's this code that you need to follow in a draconian manner. You don't question it at all. The Bible is the rule of God and stuff, because people are idiot. Why is the Bible the just law of ethics? Just because, nothing after the because. And you know what's kind of odd? The epistemological method that I described in detail, that was established by a group of philosophers 400 years before the Bible. And it's much more well organized, and it's not as like disjointed as all the different fairy tales from the Bible, the Second Testament. And same thing, Confucius, the analytics of Confucius, that was established 400 years. Confucius believed that, here are the ethics. If I was somebody in ancient times, let's say 100 years after the Bible was written, I would rather use the analytics of Confucius, which is the ideology that, you know what, everybody is entitled to an education. It shouldn't just be the 1% lords and stuff like that. Confucius advocated for public school and providing literacy to all in a time period where that was heresy. He had to go into hiding because they put out the Lords of the Monarchs put out a hit on, or they declared him an enemy and they wanted him assassinated. So he actually had to go and hide out in the mountains and stuff for the rest of his life. And then Socrates was assassinated because he kept teaching all these young kids to ask questions and not just believe things and to recognize their own ignorance. So you know what? It's just unlike Jesus, where there's really not that much proof that there's a lot of reasoning behind Jesus not existing, but we pretty much know that Confucius and the Athenian philosophers did exist. So if I want to look at stories of a martyr that sacrificed themselves for other people, I think Confucius and the Athenian philosophers like Socrates, I think they're much better, preferable idols over Jesus or Muhammad. I mean, that's the thing. I'd rather abide by Plato's laws and all of Socrates.
The ultimate sacrifice, Gene.
Yeah, I would rather abide by the epistemological model established by the great Athenian philosophers or the analytics of Confucius over the fucking Bible. And that's 400 years prior to fucking Jesus and the Bible. But go ahead.
I hate to do it, John. You know I would. Where's Crow at? Hop back in, dude. It's 2 a.m. Danny's got to wake up for work in 3 hours. If I come to bed any later, she'll strangle me. And I got to work tomorrow, too. So it's now or never. I got to dip. It's been a trip. I'll see you on the next
And we'll try to do Leprechaun or whatever tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Leprechaun tomorrow. Pinky promise, John? Pinky promise?
I pinky promise.
Yeah, where's your pinky, John? Baby?
Show us your wiener. Your little pinky.
All right.
Wiener. All right, later, drunken dirt. We'll miss you.
Live long and prosper.
Yeah, prosper and live.
Not the force be with you.
Yeah. I hope you get forced down.
I'll be a proper prostitute.
Whoa. Oh my god. What a piece of crap.
And you shouldn't know, I don't know, threaten them or, say they should be deleted. I mean, that would be wrong, right? And I gotta add that after looking at over 14,000 comments from you guys, the atheists yourselves that you left, I was really shocked how so many of you self-proclaimed genius atheists couldn't even follow directions. And I'm saying that because you can see it in the comments, so I'm going to show you here in a little bit.
So she's trying to apply this or heavily associate this with atheists. Usually on the internet, that's just how it works. If you're a content creator, if you discuss anything divisive, you're going to get a bunch of people of the opposing side just leaving you troll comments, talking shit, insulting you. It's pretty much with everything. So if somebody makes a video like, hey, all people of this religion are retarded, then you're probably going to get a bunch of people from that religion in the comments like, wow, fuck you, stuff like that. So, and it's just any ideology. If you make a video of hey, anyone who isn't a vegan is a terrible human being and should unalive themselves, you're probably going to get a bunch of people talking shit about how much of an asshole you are. If you make a video talking about how all vegans are morons or all vegans suck, then you're probably going to get a bunch of people responding telling you you're an asshole.
So Cyrus, Cyrus is trying to say that language is faith, and I had them. They said language is faith. I said explain. They said describing material objects and being around you is a faith based on your own personal experience. This stems from Romans 2:1. Faith is believing in something without evidence. That's what that word means. It doesn't mean using words and we all agreeing to the meaning and using that as well. That's a different thing. Those are two different things. It's not apples and oranges. It's race car and orange. Very different things.
Yeah, and the point is, people, and there's plenty of science that backs this up, that there is a correlation between being more well-educated and being less religious. It's a fact. The research demonstrates it. But I guess somebody like you, let's just use confirmation bias, which is let's basically discount information we don't like. So science is only right when it tells us what we want to hear. Isn't that convenient? And without ever doing your homework and really thoroughly looking into what the research, how they conducted the research, and how they acquired the information, and determining through actual analysis and assessment how valid you think the research is, it's being absent-minded and just blind faith where I don't like what it has to say, appeal to emotion. So I am just going to basically discount information that doesn't tell me what I want to hear. Go ahead.
Look up the word faith for Cyrus real quick. Can you do that? Do what they're not capable of doing. Looking up a definition. Doing what any fifth grader should be able to do. Faith.
By my faith, truth. That's an interjection. Belief. The was it the ascent of the mind to the truth was declared by another, resting solely and implicitly on the authority and veracity, reliance on testimony. Yeah.
That's a very complicated definition.
Yeah, the ascent of mind to the statement of proposition of another, of the ground of the manifest truth of what he utters. So there you go. It's just conforming to what somebody else
I know it's complicated for I know it is a complicated definition, but Silos, when it says it's just based on reliance of testimony, that means it's not based on facts and evidence. That's what it means. It's like, hey, Cyrus, did you know that I could do 10 backflips while taking a dab and reciting the Pledge of Allegiance and singing R. Kelly's "There Ain't Nothing Wrong with a Little Bump and Grind"? I could do all that. I don't need to show you, but you should believe it, okay? Because of my testimony, buddy. All right? How about you, for once in your life, do some research? I don't know. Aren't I a psychopath for saying such a thing?
Yeah, Sheb. Apply some analysis and assessment to form a proper, cogent argument of what you believe to be a more logical and reasonable ideology or conclusion.
See you going through Twitter?
Well, I want to show. Yeah, here it is. So this is where there are all these this religious post of the Bible is the word of God. There you go. And I guess this is part of the Christian cringe. So let me find some of it because it is pretty funny. So reading the Bible daily, enjoy your fairy tales, literally the word of God. And here you go. Begging the question, the most common logical fallacy there is, where it's circular reasoning. X is true because X is true. Why? Because just because. That's not being logical. That's being a dumbass. It's when your thesis acts as your conclusion. You got your thesis body conclusion. That's not just with rhetoric and argumentation. That is with writing an essay. So if you're in like middle school and they're teaching you how to write a 5-paragraph essay, which is you got your introductory paragraph with your thesis statement, you have your body, which is like should be addressing all of the different points in your thesis statement, and the 5-paragraph essay is the most basic of this, where you don't have any more points in your thesis statement instead of just 3 points, and then each paragraph in the body of the essay is just there to address each of those 3 points. And this is for kids in middle school. So, and then you have the conclusion, which kind of wraps it all up. And it's like people who engage in this kind of rhetoric, it's pretty much a 1-sentence essay. So it kind of shows like a third of people read and write at or below a 5th grade level, and it's probably like middle school once they start getting into writing essays instead of, I guess, BCR's brief constructive responses. So it kind of shows that you're like below like a 6th grade, like 7th grade level of kind of, I guess, literacy, and it's just rhetoric is more of like spoken essays. And when you disagree with people, so many people, and the science, the research shows that 4 out of 5 Americans fail at tests that measure critical thinking. And that's a good example of how when you talk to people, their critical thinking is just, hey, X is true because X is true. They're making a assertion. Why? Like, I'm going to assert that 2 + 2 = 5. Why does 2 + 2 = 5? Because it does. Because, nothing after the because. And the Socratic method of discourse is you ask the person questions. So it's like, why do you think that? So when people play semantics and they don't look up definitions, and it's just like the definition of potato is picking your nose on a leap year, obviously. Because I'm just going to make that statement, and I'm not going to back it up. Where I'm getting this from, why I think that. And the Socratic method is to ask people, hey, why do you think that? Well, why don't you do this? Where is your source? Like people with evolution, where they do, like, they try to discount it and stuff. And it's just like, have you done your research? And then there's this pause. They have a difficult time. They'll try to question dodge. And you got to ask them again. Where did you get this information from? Have you ever like read a book on the topic and so forth? Have you ever done this? And then it reveals their ignorance. Intelligent people recognize their own ignorance. Go ahead.
Because people care about seeming right more than they care about being right.
No, they care about appealing to their emotions and just believing what they want to be true.
Everyone wants to be right.
Yeah,
they don't care. Not everybody cares about the truth necessarily. They just want people.
Yeah, there's that as well.
It's like spec where like they literally
or raisin.
It's all about just if people think you're right and so you're smart. It's not about whether you truthfully are correct. They don't really. I think people like that don't really care about that. That's why they sit there and try to talk shit about me calling a megalodon a shark when a megalodon is a shark. Be like, oh, it's a megalodon, idiot.
Yeah, you dumb fuck.
It's like, yeah, a megalodon is a shark. But, of course, I'm not as much of a douchebag and all that kind of stuff, and I'm really not educated deeply about megalodon, so I didn't have that comeback immediately. So that shows that I'm dumb, right? Because that's how these back and forths and how testing intelligence works, right? Between most people, right, Gene? Because it's this competition instead of
I think that there's the one-upsmanship. I think a lot of people, it's just if you disagree with them, they'll throw tantrums because they just can't handle being wrong. And then even though, and that's the thing, that this is a good example. Like, we've dealt with a lot of people where you're a piece of shit, you think you know everything, you have to be right. But then if you point to examples where you've disagreed with them, it's just, you can tell. Like, were you in the right in scenario A, scenario B, scenario C? And they know they can't honestly tell an audience that they were right there because they know that they look really stupid. And in the heat of the moment where it's just about being right, they backpedal. And each time they backpedal, The following argument they pull out of their ass tends to be more absurd, and because it's happening in the moment, they're getting all emotional. They're not going to really pay attention to that in the moment, but then afterwards, when you force them to reflect on it, and they have to answer the question in front of an audience, it's just like this awkward silence. Then they get upset and cry and leave. You're just a piece of shit, and then they want to project, where they're throwing tantrums, but yet I'm the one that has to be right. They don't have to be right when they rage out. But then when you ask them, where's an example? If I'm the kind of person that can, I have to be right and shit like that, where's an example where you felt that it was clear as day that I was wrong, and then you felt that I just wouldn't admit that I was wrong? And then when I've dealt with people like that before in the, who have come and gone in the community, there's that awkward silence where they're not able to give just a single anecdote. And it's just, we're going to assert that you are this negative trait because you don't give baby what baby wants and you don't let this person be right. So therefore, you're the bad guy. And then it's let's turn our brain off. Even though I can't justify it through any argumentation, it's just, it's confirmation bias. I want this to be true, therefore it is true. And it's just, and again, I've showed those articles that show that people that do that, they get angry and upset in debates. They tend to think they know much more than they really do. But I guess the science is wrong there. If you talk to people who throw fits when you have disputes with them, it's probably, hey, when the science says that what they're doing is indicative of being a retard, well, science is only right when it tells me what I want to be, when it tells me what I want to be true. Knowledge is and that's part of epistemology. Knowledge is a justified true belief. How do you justify a belief from being true? Through analysis, assessment, and argumentation. And what's the difference between a belief and a truth?
Cyrus is making a comparison between just anything you believe and...
No, knowledge is not a belief. It's a justified true belief. It's a truth and it's a belief. So a good example is if you're presented with a mathematical equation, you might not know how to solve. It could be some complex trigonomic or algebraic equation, but truth is what the answer is. Now, you can predict, maybe you don't know, maybe you might, you're using the logic and reasoning to try to solve the equation and stuff. So you might not know 100%, you might not, you might have let me get through with this, Shab. You might have a belief that, hey, I think it's 3, I think it's 5. But once you go through all the different steps and you fact check and so forth, you put it in a calculator, now you know what the truth is. So the truth is that it's 5. The belief beforehand was that it was 4 or whatever. But now, because you've justified it, you have the belief that it's 5, but it's also the truth that it's 5. And because you've worked it out, it is now knowledge. It is a justified true belief, and you can justify it through solving the equation for somebody else, going through the steps and demonstrating it to somebody else, and then putting it in a calculator to validate it. Go ahead, Shab.
Okay, so here I'm gonna explain the flaw with your logic, Cyrus. Okay, at least my I'm gonna try to explain it my way or whatever. Okay, so by your logic, if somebody, you could say that it's just your faith that if I put my leg behind this car and the car goes backwards, my leg will break, and so forth, right? You could just say it's faith, like, right, everything is faith. You could, but by that logic, you could just be like, oh, reality itself is just a faith. Like, us being here in general, just existing, is just faith. Like,
wait, Chad.
But
I'm
when
looking at
hold on,
I'm looking at the stream, and you can't even make out the text.
Well, yeah, you're reading some. Okay, I'll make it bigger. Just shut the fuck up. Okay, I'll make it bigger.
Go ahead.
But anyways, like by that logic, you could say all of reality is just faith, that we're even here in the first place. That this isn't just a what's the word I'm looking for, Gene?
What? A baseless belief?
No, that this isn't just like something on a computer or something. I'm trying to think of the right word for it. Like, our reality isn't even real. Like, it's just...
Yeah, we're part of a computer program.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Like, so, by your logic, we could go all the way back to, like, oh, reality just in itself, believing that reality in itself even exists, is a faith. But that's silly. You're not making a distinction between, like, what's testable and what isn't. Like, an apple,
untestifiable hypothesis.
An apple falling from a tree and hitting you in the head and hurting you is testable. A berry that you pick and it's poisonous and you die and someone dies, it's testable. You can test that and see it. We can't. There's what sort of what tool do we use to measure God, and how much is it? There's no way of us measuring that. How tall is God? How powerful is he? Where is he? What is he? What does he look like? There is no way of testing these things because it's faith. Whether or not that berry is poisonous is not faith. I can give it to John and watch him croak, and then I can be like, haha, okay, here, drunken crow, you take it down, he'll croak. And we can test that. And it can be tested and proven over and over again. We can't test and prove over and over again God.
Yeah, so here, it's one logical fallacy is an appeal to possibility. Now, out of all, and this is part of, like, epistemology, so out of all the possibilities in any scenario, and a lot of idiots think, and 4 in 5 Americans, again, fail to test and measure critical thinking, a logical fallacy that goes, that usually comes along with this is affirming the consequent, where it's X could be the reason for Y, therefore it is. But here's the thing. A could be the reason for Y. B could be the reason for Y. Affirming the consequence, also known as, like, the fallacy of a single cause. So out of all the possibilities, which one is the most plausible? You determine that through analysis and assessment and argumentation. So the thing is, you can say that, hey, there's a colony of magical leprechauns on Mars, and the reason we are not able to see it, or the reason why we're not able to observe it through any, like, drones that we've sent to Mars or through any sort of, like, telescopes or, like, satellite imagery is because they use their magical leprechaun abilities to, like, conceal themselves. So it's like, why do you even think you might have blind faith that that's the case, but why do you even think that these leprechauns, like, exist? Just because. And it's just like, well, what about the endless amount of, like, baseless beliefs, untestifiable hypotheses that you can come up with? So it's just, you can make random, like assumptions about anything. There's an infinite supply of untestifiable hypotheses. You can't verify whether Zeus and like the Greek gods are real. You can't, like, really justify knowledge, justify true belief. You can't really test whether, you can't go through the scientific method. You can't analyze and assess the Egyptian gods, the Christian God. It's just something that is faith, it's a blind belief. So you know what? Out of all the possibilities, which one is the most plausible? Well, evolution can actually be tested. Now, when people say, oh, it's just a theory, okay, in science, everything is theory because you can't ever know anything 100%. But the point is that these scientific theories are more plausible than these baseless assumptions that are these untestifiable hypotheses. And this is where people make that argument that, well, the religions could be true. You can't absolutely disprove it. You can't absolutely disprove that there's a magical leprechaun colony on Mars. You can't
say that
like
about anything, and it's just silly
Yeah.
at that point. Like
it's
it
like
just shows,
you can't.
shows the holes in that logic. It shows how silly it is to follow that kind of logic. You don't care about the truth when you say that kind of thing, and you know that logic could be used for anything, for Santa Claus or any fucking made up bullshit. At that point, you don't care about the truth, and at some point you need to do that. You need to actually care about the truth.
And it's the same thing with like the Bible. It's so disjointed. It's just very rife with contradictions. And when it comes to it's very clear that it is a compilation of a wide array of different writings from various different people, scattered throughout the span of decades and centuries. And I think it's more plausible that that's the case, that it's written by man. And people can appeal to the possibility, it's an untestifiable hypothesis, that that's God's grand plan to make it that disjointed and shit like that. But you can say that about any random scripture. You can claim that whoever the almighty omnipotent deity is, that it's their grand plan to make things very scattered and very disjointed and stilted. And it's just, at that point, it's confirmation bias. It's believing what you want to believe. And because there's an infinite supply of possibilities, untestifiable hypotheses that you can make, then you can just appeal to the possibility that any of these things are true or false. And it's confirmation bias. Knowledge is justified true belief. I'm not going to look into these scientific studies and research it. I'm not going to try to learn the math and these different laws of physics, thermodynamics, and stuff, because that takes too much time, too much energy. So when I don't want to believe climate change is true because I'm an idiot, and there's mountains and mountains and mountains of empirical evidence to support it, well, I'm just going to be lazy, and it's possible that the science is wrong, even though it's not plausible. So I'm going to engage in confirmation bias and just blindly believe what I want to believe. That is just being stupid. And when it comes to things like that, like when people dismiss climate change and so forth, it's just, if you look into it, knowledge justifies true belief. If you actually do your research, do your homework, study it, you can go to school, take classes. There's sites like edX, Coursera, where you can take free online classes on these subjects, purchase some books on Amazon, and you know what? Go through it. And if you do your homework and you actually are able to understand all the formulas, the equations, the hard science, the empiricism, then you can actually claim that you have knowledge, enough knowledge to say that, you know what, this stuff isn't legit, because you were able to apply the proper analysis and assessment to form a justified belief that you believe is true. You're able to justify why you think this belief is true, but people don't do that. It's just, there is no justification. That's what faith is. You can't really justify that it's true because it's just a belief and a belief alone. You haven't gone through the step to apply any sort of justification through logic to determine that it's true. It could be, it's appeal to possibility. It could be true or false, and I'm going to appeal to the possibility that it's false. So it's just faith. I'm taking a leap of faith and just blindly believing that it happens to be this particular truth because that's what I want. confirmation bias. Go ahead, Shab.
What was I gonna say?
Yeah. Yeah.
What was I gonna? I had a skeptical Skabibi moment. Oh, well, I was just gonna say that to me, at this point in my life and stuff, I don't know. One of the main things I think of when I think of adults believing this religious stuff and people being like Cyrus and stuff. I don't know if he's an adult or what, but it's like to me, it's like it's adults with the critical thinking skills of a child. They I almost want to say they're just like children or whatever like that, but I'd say in lots of other ways they aren't. They've grown up as adults in other ways, but when it comes to their critical thinking skills, that's where they lack, and they're still like children. You know? Would you agree, Gene?
Mm-hmm. Wait, Skeppy, why are you deleting messages?
Because they're fucking trolls. That one serious dude was going off about. Well, I know you guys are watching some of it, but I've watched most of it. But
what are they saying?
Well, let's see. Skeptical Jesus, I practice magic, so maybe still unsure if the devil exists. Doing stupid shit like that, and like
who cares? Yeah. Let's go on. Drunken Crow doesn't like none of it. He wants us to go on with this. What's next,
And
Gene?
here's some of the researchers report religious people appear to be predisposed to rely more heavily on intuition, faith, just believing what you want to believe, confirmation bias, when it comes to decision-making over reasoning.
What? What's faith?
What's this? Interestingly, the difference is far more evident among distinguished scientists, found that 92% of the members of the National Academy of Sciences reject a belief in God or a higher power. Yup. So,
dumbasses.
Atheists and agnostics score higher on higher on it than anyone else, closely followed by Jews and Mormons. So this is pretty much they know more about religion because they do their fucking homework and they analyze and assess things. So that's the thing. They actually do their homework and look into it to justify why their belief of science being a crock of shit is true. And it's kind of funny that when atheists are quizzed on various different religions, they know more about religions in general and the actual scripture and the Lord than any other religious group or affiliation. Religious minorities in the United States are far more likely to have attended college or a vocational school than members of the Christian minority. So this is where, in America, there's a correlation between church attendance and illiteracy, church attendance and obesity. Areas where there's church attendance, there tends to be higher rates of crime. So it's just, it's almost like American Christians aren't that bright. So where atheists have higher IQs, their intelligence makes them more likely to dismiss religion as irrational and unscientific. So all the research shows that there's a correlation between being an atheist and not being a dumb fuck, and then being a creationist and being a dumb fuck. 83 studies produces very strong evidence for a negative relationship between intelligence and religiosity. 83 scientific studies, but you know what? What do those scientists know?
Sounds a lot like faith.
Yeah, church attendance versus gun violence. So there's a negative correlation between intelligence and rational thought and religion, but there's a positive correlation with church attendance and gun violence. Think religion makes society less violent? Think again. Where faith in God is strong or religious participation is high, tend to have the highest violent crime rates, while those societies in which faith and church attendance are the weakest, the most secular societies tend to have the lowest. And here's discussing how STEM fields, such as like engineering, other types of like architecture, things like all your different sciences, like chemistry. It shows that what do you know? People who are religious are less likely to actually follow through with these particular subjects in school. And here you go again. So this is me debunking them. And this is an article from Psychology Today, where Psychology Today, it's all peer-reviewed sources. So why are educated people more likely to be atheists? So there's a correlation between more education and being an atheist. So this is the knowledge survey. Where's the one? Yeah, so the more education a person receives, the more likely they are to become an atheist. Non-belief also increases with intelligence and income. But what do you think? Is all the science wrong? People in the chat who are believers, they rely on faith? I mean, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think all the science is bunk? All the 83 different studies? What's that?
It's all part of a conspiracy.
Conspiracy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Back to the videos, Jane. We won.
It was very simple. I asked two childlike questions. Like, I didn't even go hardcore into hard questions. We went very simple. And the first question was, if you're an atheist, why don't you believe in God? So if you are an atheist, you should answer that. The second question was, if you don't believe in the Bible because you say it's written by man, why do you believe in evolution?
Because evolution knowledge is a justified, true belief.
Yes.
Unlike the Bible,
has
where
a mountain
it's
of evidence. Has a mountain of evidence. The Bible has a little tiny
claims.
Yeah, and a tiny speck of evidence that proves, like, oh, there was a guy named Jesus maybe that existed at that time, or something like that. And it's like any person who's religious, who they're trying to prove that God is real, and they come with you with like, oh, there was a guy named Jesus that lived there. It's been proven. It's like, do you like just because there was anybody couldn't? Okay, what did he say?
There's this thing known as evolution. I don't know if you've heard of it. So we didn't just poof into existence. There are these things called chemicals. And then over a long period of time, we're talking the Earth, isn't it 4.5 million years old? So these chemicals start to form interactions until they start to form these things known as bacteria. And then the bacteria starts to do this thing known as competing, and it starts to evolve. It starts off very simple, and then it gradually becomes more complicated over the span of hundreds of millions of years.
Yeah, here's the thing.
That's the thing. Like, the Earth's been around for 4.5 million years. It was something like 100,000 years ago or something, I believe, where life started to begin. So that means that it took like 3-point-something million years for us to get to the point where life even came into existence at all. Or no, it's 4.5 billion years. And then that's the thing. It took 3-point-something billion years to get to the point where those chemical reactions taking place on our planet finally got to the point where we had some complex molecules. Sorry, I'm getting tired now. And life started to begin, and it gradually became more complicated. So we went from, and then it accelerates over time. There you go. What is it, Shep?
Okay, so here's one thing I want to say to Remy. I like Remy. He's been around my streams lately and stuff. He's a chill guy. And maybe he hasn't, like, listened to a lot of people talking about stuff like we have. But here's one thing I've heard before that I feel like you'll maybe will help open your eyes towards what we're saying and everything. And that is, that microevolution is something that exists, and you can see easily. Go look it up. You can see microevolution is something that you can watch happen within like weeks and months or whatever, right, John? Like within weeks and months, you can see microevolution happen. It's not crazy to think that over a small amount of time there'd be small changes like you see in microevolution. It's proven, and you can watch it and it happen. It happens all the time. It's not crazy to think that a small amount of change could happen in a small amount of time, and maybe a big amount of change could happen in a big amount of time. A large amount of change could happen in a large amount of time. Like you get what I'm saying? If microevolution exists, and you can easily see that, there's nothing that you can sit here and argue against, and you'll even sound at all like anybody living in the same reality as us, because you can just watch it happen. It's not hard to think that over a long amount of time, a big amount of change would happen.
Now, here's a better example. There's this thing known as domestication and selective breeding. So we took wolves, and within the span of just a few thousand years, we've created pugs out of wolves, Great Danes, where it's like evolution on steroids.
Did you say wolves?
What's that?
Did you say woofs?
Wolves.
There you go, wolves.
That's what I said. But so I mean, that's the thing. Look at how significant of a change that is in such a short amount of time. If it's actually guided through if humans come along and we actually manipulate the breeding process.
No, it's not even that either. It's vestigial organs and just vestigial anything on the human body. I have one wisdom tooth. Wisdom teeth. Our mouths have been getting smaller for the past 1,000 years ago, maybe. Everyone grew wisdom teeth because their mouths were wider. For I can't remember what it was, but yeah, nowadays it's 1 in 4 people have a wisdom tooth, or all their wisdom teeth.
And he says, valid, haha, yeah, you guys are good. Yeah, but... Oh, Shab walked away. Now, let's continue this video, make some progress.
And I was also surprised how many people totally didn't catch that end satire went right over their heads. So the last question was, if you were an atheist who didn't believe in the Bible because you said it was written by man, which there are quite a few of you out there, and I've got the comments, you were supposed to answer that question. So instead of having people follow directions and answer the questions that apply to them, we had 3 or 4 things happen. And the first thing that happened here within the comments was, instead of answering the question, people just straight went to personal attacks and insults and saying...
So she seems to be generalizing atheists. This is something that I like I said previously, you see this in any sort of community or any group of people. If you make a video targeting them, it's the internet. That's just how people are on the internet in general. This isn't something that's unique to atheists, so she should probably just be like, hey, I made this video and people are attacking me and stuff. Chill out, it's just my opinion. She's trying to sit here and act like this is something unique with just atheists.
I should be KO'd or deleted. That was the first thing that happened. And we're going to go through some of these comments right now. And I think that spoke volumes.
And what is it? We did an episode on trolls, and there was a list of random things, but it's the disinhibition effect with the internet. And that's something that there's some science there. People just they don't have any connection or association with the other person. They're complete and total strangers. And then it's the fact that you're behind a keyboard and there isn't really any consequence. So that online dissedition effect where people are just trolls and rude and disrespectful to people. Again, you see this with pretty much any fucking community on the internet. Go to Reddit, go to 4chan.
Yeah, it's
What's
like
that?
it's like me using my trolls as an example of all the people who like don't agree with smoking weed or something. It's like, hey, look at all these racist people saying the N-word in my chat and stuff. Those are totally like the people that hate weed or don't want weed to be legalized or something, or disagree with me about religion or something like that. Because I do talk about religion sometimes on my stream, but it's just silly. Like a lot of these fuckers are like the fuckers that will come randomly in the chat that are losers, and they're just trying to get an uprise. They're just trying to say something to fuck with you. They're trolls. They're
Shab, don't
losers.
swear. You can't swear.
Yeah, but it's also it would be like, hey, somebody makes a video, you mention weed, talking about how weed is for betas and you shouldn't smoke and shit like that. You're probably gonna get a bunch of people that come in that have like opposing views, and they're just like, yeah, fuck you, you piece of shit, and they're just gonna insult you because they're behind a keyboard and there isn't much consequence. It's just everywhere you look. All communities. And you see people like Republicans and Democrats do this. Somebody shares a bunch of conservative views, and then people of the like opposing views of the opposite party come in, and then you'll see like conservatives that come out, and I'm sure Democrats do it too if they receive it. And it's like, yeah, look at how people of the political football, look at all these like stupid fucking liberals coming in talking shit. This is what they are. They're completely uncivil. And it's like, yeah, watch a bunch of videos from people of the opposing party, and you'll see the exact same thing in reverse.
Yeah, they don't understand the internet at all. Like,
because hey, maybe if they actually did some analysis and assessment instead of making the baseless assumption that their party doesn't do the same thing, maybe they should go to other videos that are like videos presented by liberals and go in the chat and see if there are any conservatives there talking shit.
Those are the kind of people that think black and white, where if you tell them that you don't agree with their ideas, they go, wait, you're a liberal? Or Democrat or whatever? Or they'll be like, wait, you're a Republican? Or whatever. And it's like, no, just because I don't agree with that idea that you said or something doesn't all of a sudden make me on the other side. This isn't football.
Wait, you play PlayStation? You don't play Xbox?
Yeah, this isn't like the political football shit is fucking annoying. Shut the fuck up. For once in your life, for once in your goddamn stupid fucking life, be an individual with your own fucking beliefs. For once, get the idea of being an individual with your own fucking beliefs instead of sitting there and thinking that everybody that he needs to be part of a Borg. Fuck that shit. It's so annoying.
Now, look at this. You got Biden, you got Trump. We claim to care, yet we engage in the same practice as the Republicans. We're open about how distasteful we are and the fucked up practices we engage in. So this is something you see with a lot of, like in the Democratic Party, a lot of them just... They will give the same kind of, they'll pander to corporations, they'll
they'll act like they aren't that way, right?
Yeah.
And then it's a new thing with the Republicans for them to be, Donald Trump made it real big where it's just like, oh, yeah, I don't pay my taxes, I fucking do shit or whatever. And it's like that's, yeah, you're a criminal or whatever, or you're just I don't know. It's just so stupid.
Say to me, you should delete this video with those comments because it's embarrassing for you. And I would say, no, actually, it's embarrassing for you guys because it shows how hypocritical you are. And that if someone asks a question you don't like, you just simply insult them and you say horrible things, which I'm used to by now. I get it all the time from the left. But you really do need.
You should be used to it by now, looking like that. I'm sorry, and it's not even like she's. I'm not even saying she's unattractive. I'm saying her hair is unattractive. That is fucking stupid.
That's an opinion.
That is a stupid looking hair thingy she got going on. I don't know what it is, but it's a mess and it's all over the place.
That is an opinion.
Yeah, and I'm right.
Yeah.
Well, she said she gets a lot of stuff, or a lot of flack from the left. Like, if someone was right leaning and just saw a picture of her, they'd be like, "Yeah, she's probably one of those liberal libtards."
Yeah, but it's also I think it's kind of funny that we use that example of political football, and she brings that up. So she was talking about, hey, atheists doing this because clearly Christians and religious people don't attack people who make videos mocking or criticizing their faith. Now she's doing the same exact thing we talked about. Oh my God, all these left-leaning people attacking me. It's just...
See how atheists really operate. What they say is one thing compared to what they actually do. So here is probably my number one comment.
Wait, so Christians don't do that, where they just interpret the Bible however they want? And, yeah.
Put her down like Old Yeller.
And come up with different interpretations, hundreds, if not thousands of different interpretations of the same book.
Yeah, and it's figurative when it's antiquated and unethical by today's standards, but it's literal when it's something I agree with.
I agree with Kevin, Shan, whatever. I agree with them. I like them. I might have to go and follow them or whatever the fuck I have to do.
What did they say?
It's the second comment down. Please don't let your kids do drugs, or else you will get a thing like this. I love it. I love it.
So we're gonna look at probably a good handful here, and there's over 14,000 comments, so you can read them yourself if you're interested. And
I got 14,000 comments on my video. Fuck you. I got millions on my fucking pissing on my cat video. Fuck you. You're nothing special, bitch. Okay? If anything, I'm special.
Well, she's entitled. She's white. She's entitled, and she has access to the internet. So.
Oh fuck, she's white. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I take it back.
It's so important, and don't bunk classes to watch videos like this. Parents, please don't let your kids do drugs, or else you will get a thing like this.
Yeah.
As a Muslim, I could smell stupidness from 5 shorts up.
Wait,
now, I'm not trying to pick on anybody, but...
Oh, yeah. I thought she was saying she was Muslim for a second. I was about to say, what?
And see, there you go. Like, she's a Christian, and you got somebody of an opposing faith who is an atheist. So it's not just the atheists that are going to be like, fuck you or whatever. It's going to be like people of other religions, where the religion that they were brought up in is the right religion. The religion that you're practicing, like, clearly is the poopy butthead religion.
Wait a second. I like how the fact that she's, like, this whole video is of her shitting on atheists, and then all of a sudden this random Muslim guy is like, yeah, this is fucking stupid too.
Yeah, that is funny. He's not even an atheist, and this is her why atheists are the biggest hypocrites. It's like, that Muslim's like, yeah, she's a dumb bitch too.
Well, Chad.
What?
Didn't I show some citation from a scientific article that showed that people of other non-Christian faiths in America tend to have a higher education and greater rate of literacy compared to American Christians? And look at this Muslim calling... Yeah, and look at this Muslim. I'm guessing they're a Muslim American. Might not be, but calling her out for being a dumb fuck.
Couldn't even spell basic words like this example here. He put a pub. It should be above. A-B-O-V-E.
Oh, he misspelled. Yeah, fuck him.
Yeah, he probably really thought that that's how the word is spelled. It's not that they're using. It's not that they're using their cell phone and it's just mistyped.
Where?
Oh God, Shab.
I don't see it.
Said like U-P-O-V-E.
Where? Oh,
Oh God, Shab.
Oh. Yeah.
Example here. He put
that's some young-minded kind of typing.
O-V-E. I hate to be a jerk, and then we had this one. If you're an atheist, why don't you believe in God? Exactly the blank and point made. And I got a lot of these too, like trying to dance around what I was asking and make that seem stupid. And it was just a basic question. You know, why? What made you that way? What made you not believe in God? That's all it was. And somebody put, she's a reason.
That makes no sense.
On shampoo. This is
what?
If you're an atheist, why don't you believe in God? If I'm not watching TV. Why isn't my TV on?
Well,
Okay.
that's what they were saying. Her
Yeah,
argument.
they put it in quotes.
Yeah,
so she
I don't
said
know.
that. Okay.
Okay.
Why
I
you
don't
need
know
to
that.
Who's gonna tell her?
Well, they put it in quotations.
That's what their analysis of, of her video is.
Bless her heart. Wow, just wow. I feel dumber just looking at her. Failed the girlfriend test next. And I want to talk about this really quick because
Well,
I've
I mean, when you put the atheist and religious stuff aside, I do feel dumber looking at her. I mean, like, that's just a thing.
Chad, that's an ad hominem.
No, it's a she sucks.
And I noticed they're all for men. I received so many insults about my looks and my intelligence from all these men, and I just want to say it was kind of weird for me because in real life,
Am I the only one that thinks? Okay, am I the only one that thinks? Okay, right now it's blocking off the puff, so she actually seems to have a normal haircut, kind of right here. She literally has this whole puff of a whole head worth of hair above what you're seeing there. If you go to other frames,
that's like a beehive.
Yeah, like right here.
What was the, it was Jersey Shore. What was it? Snooki or Snooky?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of
like,
what,
like,
her
it's
hairdo
522 right now. Go, just show her another example with where it shows it knock it off. And then go back to 522. Go back to 4 or something or whatever where, yeah, there you go. Or wait, you're almost there.
Mm-hmm.
Right there. Like, yeah, there, like, there, yeah, okay. She's got this whole, like, she's got 2 hairdos going on at once or something. Yeah, it's, I don't know. It's poop and pee, 522. Go back there. Okay.
I have men hold the doors open for me when I go to the store. They're always friendly and they talk to me. I've never really had a bad experience with a man before. I've never been insulted by one until I posted the short online, which is just kind of weird.
Yeah, that's how the internet works. That's how the internet works.
Welcome to the internet. Welcome to the world of being a content creator on the internet.
Yeah, I've had death threats. I've had all sorts of crazy stuff. I've had people saying the most negative, like, nasty stuff about me on the internet. And guess what? In person, me running around, I haven't experienced that much because most of the time people keep that to themselves or they tell people in private. They don't just post it in the comment section because they can do it anonymously. You see, just about.
It's no consequence.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, it's like I have to tell her that rain drops from the sky. It comes from up there. Ooh, will we? Yeah, crazy haired lady. It comes from up there. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you're finally.
Chad, maybe you're talking about what it's like to, I don't know, be some kind of name on the internet and dealing with haters.
If you post content on the internet and TikTok and stuff, if it blows up, you're gonna get a bunch of people being like, "Oh, they're ugly. Oh, I hate them. They're stupid," or whatever. You know.
What do you think about my buffet of haters?
Well. It's all thankful.
Yes.
You know, you can thank me for that. You're welcome.
It's like I've dealt with. I've never had women be mean to me off the internet, and then I'm on the internet and I'm getting dox threats.
Oh, you have a tiny baby.
That you could just say whatever you want to people.
I'm harassing people and bullying them.
Like nowadays.
John, are you complaining that no one IRL has doxed you?
Yeah.
Like she is, like, oh, whatever.
Like crazy hair lady.
Multiple times in the comment section about how they're so smart, and anybody who believes in religion is simply a dummy. And
I know there's studies that show that the majority of Americans think that, or just the majority of people in general, it's illusionary optimism where it's most people, the average person thinks they're above average. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect. The average person doesn't want to think they're average, so they just assume that they're above average.
And
Go ahead.
I love how she's so smart and she cares so much about the truth that her way of getting to the truth is in this extremely immature and silly and stupid fashion of reading comments on your video. I'm sorry, but that's not really a good method. You're not really gonna come to the like, oh yeah, I'm right because of all the stupid people in the comments. It's like, no, you're not able to make a decent argument. There is no argument being made here. It's the same kind of silly shit that anybody could do and cherry pick. It's silly. It shows a lack of fucking brain cells. It's just no argument to be made. Just, hey, look, here's people that are what's the word again that
retarded?
No, that Gideo game guy says
Tim Pool. NPCs.
No, people
I don't know, automatons.
Descenders, detractors. Yeah, the detractors. Yeah, she just shows. Essentially, she just shows comments from detractors, and that shows that all detractors are stupid because those detractors in the comments are stupid. Okay, that's
John,
how intelligent work.
Before you started again,
Essentially.
She's already reading hate comments, so I'm gonna make this comment. Her face is not proportional when you get down to her chin. There's like that little dip on that right side.
You meant she had like a stroke face, but never mind.
Oh, okay. What?
No, it's on the chin.
Which should be titled
Yeah, I know.
It was the
Improve
angle,
my
I
blank
guess,
level
maybe.
is barely over affinity. And my favorite, once again insulting anybody who doesn't agree with what they believe in. Says this poor education level seems typical for most U.S. Christians. And GZ, apparently a big fan of my channel because he's always on it, says especially.
We just showed like the study or whatever. So
I like
we just
how-
showed the citation of that.
I like how it says especially, and she's specifically reading it, and she says especially when she's reading especially in front of her. I mean, don't get me
it
wrong.
could be a flub.
Don't get me wrong. Sometimes I say especially, and then maybe I'll even correct myself too, but it's straight in front of her and she's reading it. So I just find that kind
Well, I mean, to be fair, I do think...
I don't know, whatever.
Sometimes even if you're reading something, it just kind of comes out wrong.
Yeah,
And it's
whatever.
kind of ironic about the post, this poor education level scene. And then she fucking can't read.
Especially.
I have a question for you. When were you indoctrinated?
I guess what are you trying to say, Crow? I mean, well, me, I do have a speech disorder, so
Dude.
I guess that's my excuse.
Did you grow up to the age of 25 and 30 and then decide
Hold on, let her read it.
you wanted to be a blank and blank and believe in an evil God that has killed all of society multiple times and a God that allows 14,000 kids to die every single day while you weirdos scream pro-life? Or did some moron indoctrinate you when you were very young and you never were able to break free? I'll wait. So once again, I guess respecting everybody's beliefs and religions went out the window because, you say one thing and do the other. And there's thousands of comments just like that. This is what happens when you're
Wait. That was a good question, though. That was a good question because you know what? That's the problem with religion. It's not about logic and reasoning. It's about taking a little kid when they're 5 years old and going, hey, this is what
Indoctrination.
You need to believe this, little kid that's just learning what the world is around you. They're just growing up and starting to learn what things are around them, and you go, hey, this is reality. Let me tell you what reality is. That is fucked up. And to be honest, when people raise their kid and they tell them that this religious bullshit, I think personally, I think it's bad. I think it's bad for the kid. I think it's probably even bad to tell your kid that Santa is real. That's my opinion on it. Because
I don't care about that.
No. Hold on. I think it's best to raise your kid in reality. And when you raise your kid, when you start your kid out in reality...
Chef's not about having fun.
I'm not about confusing my kid. I don't think when my kid is coming up...
I think it's fun.
I don't think it's fun to fuck with a kid's mind. Okay? I told
my younger cousin that, at a basketball game, the referees, that they're from like they're inmates and stuff, and that's part of their punishment is that they're forced to referee games. And I told them that in the woods, like there's a woman named Lisa Turner.
Whatever, you did some trolling.
Woods,
whatever. Okay, but my point is, like, as a kid, you look up to your parents for guidance and stuff, and I think it's what's more healthy for a kid. I don't know. When I think about whether it's healthier to tell your kid a bunch of lies or tell them reality, like, as they're growing up, what's better? I think that probably, crazy idea that telling them just reality and instead of telling them this fantasy as they're growing up, for them to figure it out slowly that it's not real. I think it's probably healthier for their minds.
My grandfather, he told, like, my sister and all my cousins, me, he had tattoos. We asked him where he got his tattoos. He claimed that when he was in the military, and he did serve in the military, that he rescued an Indian princess. And that, like, they accepted him in the tribe, and that's how he got his tattoos.
Yeah.
And he also told me, like, I asked him how, like, hey, this one uncle died that they were talking about, and he told me that he walked by this restaurant and said no one has ever eaten 2 belly busters. So he went in, and everyone in town came in, and they're cheering him down, and he got, like, halfway through the second belly buster, and his stomach burst, and they had to sew his mouth shut.
Yeah. What kind of weirdo tells people these messed up, weird, random...
What?
stories?
It's a good memory. It's funny. Okay, well, he did get into a bad accident, and he, like, got into a car accident and went through a windshield. And he received damage to his frontal lobe, and that's the part of the brain logic and reasoning.
He's fucked up like you. I get it.
He would do some silly and stupid shit.
Well,
Yeah.
I kind of sort of agree with Shabs, but at the same time, like, the Tooth Fairy and Santa, growing up, most kids pretty much find out by themselves. They use their logic and reasoning to be like, yo, Santa and Easter Bunny and Tooth Fairy don't exist by themselves. But, like, taking...
And you could maybe
Imagination.
argue that helps them create critical thinking skills going through that process. I thought about that, but I don't know. Like,
Chad, you can also like be one of those kids. So, you know, when, like, you're, like, in your teens and it's like you start to have the epiphany that religion's, like, just bunk, and then you get to troll like religious people, like, wow, you believe in a magic man in the sky. When you're the kid that finds out that Santa isn't real, it's like, wow, Santa isn't real. You believe in Santa Claus? There's no such thing as Santa.
Yeah, I think it was like
fun.
4th grade or some shit. Like,
yeah,
you get like to one kid that still believed in Santa, and we're all just like, no, he doesn't.
No, but you get to, like, younger kids ruin it for them because you're, like, a stupid kid, and it's like you don't understand that you believed in Santa when you were 5. And then, like, the other 5-year-old kid on the bus, it's like, no, there's no Santa. Ha ha ha, you believe that? And, like, kids aren't able to, like, understand at that age that when they were a 5-year-old, they... yeah.
But then you got adults being like, there's a magical sky daddy. And then everyone still fucking believes it.
Oh my god, we just, like, exposed the truth to a young-minded. He had the epiphany, like, what? Santa's not real?
And there's thousands.
Shep, if Santa's not real, then who eats the cookies and drinks the milk that you leave out for Santa? Who puts the presents there?
My fat ass grandma.
Of comments just like that. This is what happens when your IQ begins to the decimal point. Now, there are 344 people that like that, and this is what happens when the geniuses in my comments section don't answer the questions, you know, the childlike questions I ask. Instead, they go straight to personal attacks. She got to see me after class on her IQ test. And then you had these comments, and this was so weird to me. I got so many of these copy-paste, I guess they're insults. It says she graduated from the McDonald's menu. Yeah, I'm not 9 people like it.
Dude, I'm cool with that. She looks like a McDonald's girl to me. Alright.
said edit. Somehow, excuse me, this comment I thought of in 2 seconds has more likes than my videos have ever had, and those take days to make, LOL. Remember, kids, imagination does not equal education. This YouTube short has permanently lowered my standard.
I don't know. Imagination's fun.
I like that imagination does not equal education, and that's true.
Well,
That's
Shad,
true. No matter how
have you
much
heard of
sit
like
there-
a memory palace? It's like if you're trying to remember things, they talk about like trying to like picture something really absurd in your mind. If you want to learn something, you can write a story about like whatever the topic is. Like write a story, give the elements personification, where you apply human elements to like, I guess, non-sentient things. You write a story about a cell and all its organelles and parts, or you write a story about the periodic table. What?
Do you want me to spell personification?
No, but
okay.
It could also be like you're trying to learn a mathematical equation. You can write a story about somebody who had to use it to save the planet or whatever, and then you're gonna have it ingrained in your head. So, yeah. So there you go. It's like you got what is it? Semantic memory, which is like facts or whatever, like that basic declarative memory, and then memorizing phone numbers. But then there's what is it, like episodic memory. And it's much easier to recall things. You gotta really, you gotta use your imagination. And there's evidence that using imagination, it does help you. Like retain,
so you're saying
retain
I'm right?
information. Yeah. I bet you, Shab, that if you're trying to memorize, like, I don't know, some fact, some equation, and then you see some naked guy covered in oil, and the cops are trying to like tackle him or whatever, and it's like, what the fuck? Now that equation's going to be like just solidified in your memory, because it's like you're always going to associate it.
That reminds me of the greased up deaf guy from Family Guy.
Yeah.
And intelligence. And this one was out of left field. Recycled religious scene girl you'd find at a thrift.
Yeah, if you're trying to, one trick is that if you're trying to memorize something in school, like a date of history class, a date that something happened, as you're trying to memorize it, I don't know, like trip down a nude and just, I don't know, run around in circles, and it will be like, oh yeah, when I did that thing where, but you don't want to do it every time because then it doesn't become novel. But do something really silly and unique or whatever. Shove a banana up your ass when you're trying to memorize a group of chemicals or something. What?
So I think it's cute how she bragged about how many comments are on this video. What'd she say? Like, I don't know. She said some big ass number.
14,000.
I think it's really cute how she goes through here and she cherry picks all of these comments. When how many comments do you think were left by actually like intellectual people who were just making a decent argument and not even trying to be like one up her or talk trash? They were making a decent argument, and she doesn't show that on this video. How many of those do you think exist, Jane?
Oh, I think she's
100?
just talking about. Well, there might be,
200,
but
300.
I think her whole point is she's getting all these like malicious sort of messages. So and I don't think she's claimed that none of them
she's
are
generalizing atheists in this video.
Oh yeah, fair point. Where
she's cherry picking the bad ones. She's ignoring the good ones. You know, out of 14,000 or whatever that number was, she said at the beginning, there's some decent arguments of people like me or you.
Here's the thing, Chad. In real life off the internet, she's never come across a guy that was mean to her. And
dude, I'd be
like
mean
that's
to her.
That's with you, like your average dude. So your average non-atheist dude, because atheists are only like 3-4% of the population. Like there's a 100% ratio of being respectful. So even if like 60% were respectful comments, I mean that's a pretty decent or a pretty significant like deviation when it comes to that ratio of like now it's like 4 in 6 people are treating her like shit or whatever, compared to 0% of people treating her like shit. So there must be something, I don't know. These atheist people, what's going on here?
Yeah, online she gets shit on, but she goes to Walmart. Everyone wants to fuck her, and she
Yeah.
whole fucking gangbang.
Everybody's like, "Oh my god, look at this hot chick who's out of shape and like has weird hair. Oh my god, I want to fuck her so bad. Oh my god."
You're not doing a good job at anything. Yo, Darwin didn't invent evolution, bruh. Once again, totally, like, missing the satire, I think. She is the reason why teachers hate students asking questions. And my favorite comment right here.
To be fair, a lot of teachers are dumb fucks, and they don't really want to teach kids evolution. A lot of teachers are also creationists, so...
Yeah, and Darwin did not create evolution. That's just like saying
Dude.
Newton created gravity.
I love
They
how
discovered it.
love how one of the comments that come up are like, "A good question. Which god?" And it's like, these are stupid people because they asked me which god because I assert it's my god.
I'm going to create a religion called genealogyism, and then I'm the god.
I just want to talk about this one for just a second. Which God, Krishna or Buddha? Let me just say one thing. Pretending to be stupid doesn't make you look smart. I mean,
Wait, was Buddha a god? Because I don't think that's how he was depicted. I think, wasn't it, he was a prince, and then he kind of left his like life as a prince, and he lived as a peasant, and then after experiencing what it was like on his journeys as a peasant for 10 years, he returned to royalty, and he was enlightened, and I don't really think it was like with Jesus where they depicted him as having like some kind of magical powers, walking on water, turning like water to wine. Someone else that
I think
no,
like
he's not.
Confucius.
Yeah,
I think he's like Confucius. He wasn't like a prophet or a god or anything.
yeah.
I think he was just someone that was like, oh, I'm gonna do this to find peace or whatever.
And I know Confucianism is considered a religion, and it's the most popular religion throughout like China and stuff, and much of like the Far East. And then I also know that like Taoism and stuff, that's something that is a religion that doesn't deal with creationism at all. So there are religions out there, I mean, that don't have any association with creationism.
after all, you guys have told me thousands
There you
of
go, I
times
flubbed creationism.
I was about to say, what the
how
fuck is
smart you guys are,
creation?
How you're geniuses, and everybody else is just a moron. Don't speak the English language. A singular noun like God that is not preceded by a or the is a proper name. So which one of those gods that you just rattled off is called God as a proper name? I mean, even if you're horrible at grammar,
Oh god,
you
she's
would
fucking.
understand the
Oh,
context of our
which
conversation
god
in
with the
English and kind
lower
of, like,
fucking
gotcha moment. You literally
lowercase g and not a uppercase G?
Uh,
She's fucking nitpicking on that.
welcome to the internet!
Wait, is that what she just? Is that what she just tried to correct in that comment? Was that God is supposed to be capitalized, a G?
Yeah, because if it was the capital G, it would have been God. But if it was lowercase g, it could be any of the other gods.
Dude.
The fucking...
Dude, like,
God.
it's funny that people like this, they think that they're smart and they need to tell other people off. It's like, what the fuck? Like I'll criticize people about coming to my stream and be like, you're stupid, and they put, why are you stupid? And it's like, I don't know, I remember in the 5th grade learning the difference between why are you and why are you apostrophe re, and I don't think that's like, I don't know, if someone's trying to, I don't know, I guess if someone's trying to talk shit, I'll try to diss on them with that and stuff, but
to be fair,
sometimes
I
when
will
people make a little flub, it's like this God thing, I wouldn't aim at that. That's silly to pick on. The God being capitalized.
When it comes to your and their, those are very, very, very common, like, pronouns and everything. So use them a lot, and I'll do that as well, where every once in a while it's just I'm typing and not paying attention. So I do think it's kind of like annoying where it's like the one out of like 100th time that you type it out, you just through basic oversight use the like wrong variation, and somebody's like, "Wow, you must not know it because I can look at your writing. You're using the proper variation like 99% of the time."
Instead of this woman being able to identify arguments and then come with a proper rebuttal to it. Instead, it's like, oh, let me cherry pick for people calling me the N-word, or people not using God right, not using a capital G in God, or whatever. It's like, this is the best she can do, because she can't be, like, even the slightest bit of an intellectual and focus on the intelligent part of this conversation. Like a child with a Kirby, I'm too busy dyeing my hair. Like, I wouldn't even pick on her for having Kirby and having dyed hair if she would make a decent argument. But I can't help but look at this person and be like, you're too busy dyeing your hair and getting Kirby shirts to actually be able to make a decent argument. You know, I was busy focusing on the argument and the subject and coming to decent like logical, whatever. And while I was busy doing that, you're busy. Oh, I'm gonna dye my hair super red today. Oh my god, this week I'm gonna be purple.
Maybe she went to a hairstylist to get her hair dyed, Shab.
Well, then she was busy paying someone to. Oh, I want it purple. Like, she was busy doing that instead of busy focusing on being an intellectual for fucking 1 minute of her life while she sits there and acts like a fucking intellectual and tries to make these arguments online. Crazy fucking idea.
Now, she's criticizing the person for, I guess, not capitalizing God, but they say, which God? So it would be like, she's wrong. Because it would be capitalized if you're referring to the God, like the Christian gods. She says which, like he's saying which God. So it's not that kind of, it's not being used as a proper noun. So it's a proper noun if you're talking about like the Christian God, because that's what they specifically are referred to. When you're just talking about God, like gods in general, where it's just, I don't know, a general noun. So she's the dumbass because God wouldn't be capitalized in that context.
And Shabisky, are you referring to Kirby with the capital K or the lowercase k? Because if it's the lowercase k, then it's not the actual Kirby.
Whatever stupid ass Kirby is on a stupid ass shirt.
Well, that's
the point is, if you're talking about like God or Allah, it would be capitalized. So if you're talking about the Christian God, like God made the earth and blah blah blah, and it was good, then God's like a specific, I guess, person or not person, but individual.
Kirby is a title of a specific being, and that gets titled.
But when you're talking about gods, like different types of gods and so forth, it's like that is a different context, a different definition. So she's the dumbass where it's like, oh, it's not capitalized.
She's correcting people, but she's wrong.
Yeah. Before we get on to the next thing that happened in the comment section of that video, I want to discuss this really quick. I just want to point this out because this is the whole reason I did this video. The many contradictions of atheists. An atheist will say the God of the Bible is evil, but then they'll say morality is subjective. Religion spews lies and it's wrong, but then they'll say morality is subjective.
No. Morality is subjective. But that's my morality. Those are my moral values, and I determine based on my moral values that the God of the Bible is bad. But it's still subjective because that's just the reality we're living in. There's no way for you to show me how I know you Kirby shirt and stuff. I know you're busy with all this other stuff, but it's like, how do you objectively show that it's like I was saying earlier, if I took out John Morgan, he's done. You could say that's wrong, But how do you go about determining that's really objectively or not wrong? You can't. You can't prove that it's wrong. Even if John was going to find a cure to cancer 5 years from now, that doesn't prove objectively that it's wrong. That's still subjective. You could say subjectively that it's better for us to not cure that because humans are such a bad thing on the earth and blah blah blah, and we can make an argument for that. It's subjective.
Yeah.
There is no way for you to objectively show that. And you don't understand that because you're too busy with your hair and getting all poofy in your cap. Okay?
But here, it's just when she's talking, like, criticizing the, I guess, what she's considering a contradiction, it's their morality is subjective, and a lot of atheists, it's their subjective opinion that God is evil. But then you also have, like, they usually say God is evil to criticize the fact that a lot of modern Christians, what the common, general, modern sort of popular opinion is in terms of what is evil does not align with the Bible. So people who defend the Bible and claim that they use it as a template for their morals and ethics, well, the Bible condones slavery. And it seems like most people, especially most Christians in the modern age, will agree that slavery is bad and unethical. But yet, that's in the Bible. So if most Christians in a survey say, yeah, they think slavery is evil, well then, the God in the Bible is evil because he condones slavery. But it's figurative. It means whatever your heart wants it to mean. It's this page is figurative, that page is literal, this paragraph is figurative, the next paragraph is literal. Because, yeah, that's the Bible is the Bible and the Quran and stuff, they're the only like written scriptures that have that format.
Atheists make no claims, but then they'll say God does not exist. Evolution is a fact, but then they'll say there are no absolutes. Evolution is true, but then they'll say truth is relative. We don't claim to know how the universe came to be, but then they'll say the universe came from
This is like meeting a Christian and then I'm telling you like grape is good. And you'd be like, see, look, Christians say grape is good. Look, guys. That
shows that I went over that epistemological model, so in epistemology, and again, it's like you can't prove anything for certain. It's possibility versus plausibility. So when they're talking about, hey, evolution is true, well, it is probably the most plausible explanation. So knowledge is a justified true belief, so you can come up with a lot of justification that belief is true. As opposed to, and truth is relative, but the point is that you can never know absolutely what is true. You can always appeal to the possibility with like an untestifiable hypothesis that we're all just like, it's a universal shared delusion, but in the end, you can't actually justify that through any sort of like research. So it is more likely, it's more plausible that this possibility is true out of all the other possibilities. So she doesn't understand that like dynamic of possibility versus plausibility.
Atheism is a lack of belief in God or God, which is my favorite one out of all of them. First, doesn't require a creator. God is not real.
Yeah, they don't believe in God. They don't think God is real. That's their belief.
That's what atheist means. It's not a belief in, or it's not, yeah, it's not a belief in God. It's a lack of belief in God.
Thanks. And my favorite, the whole reason I did that original video just to show you the hypocrisy of atheists. Bigotry and discrimination is wrong. Yet they mock and ridicule Christians. And you can go to that video and see it. And the second thing that happened in that.
Wait, what was that? So, this is like, she is a perfect example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. She's shown so many examples of just thinking she's far more competent than she really is, while demonstrating her own incompetence, where like she was correcting the capitalization of God.
Wait, John, this is the second time, at least that I've noticed, that she showed that picture of that blonde girl. Is that blonde girl from another video? That
I don't know.
Pro-atheist, or is she just like, I find this chick to be like more attractive than I am, and I have to shit on her?
I don't know.
See, the second thing that happened in that video's comment section, which
And I mean, bigotry and discrimination is wrong. And this is where it's just, it shows her stupidity, where like she's not very mindful of how the internet works, and she's not able to use logic and reasoning. Like, even if you're not used to the internet, why people on the internet tend to be that way. But when it comes to like bigotry being wrong, it's just a lot of language is kind of, when it comes to small talk and cordial language, it can be kind of vague and arbitrary. So it's just, you're showing these very small like fragments of like phrases. So maybe you should kind of like listen to like, I don't know, a lecture or like a presentation from an atheist, or like read a book written by an atheist where they go into much, much more extensive and meticulous detail about those particular like minor fragments. And in the end, it's just everyone, if you use the term loosely enough, everyone's a bigot, because everyone's going to be judgmental to some extent. But of course, they're talking about bigotry, like racism, sexism, completely dehumanizing people, because, I mean, maybe they're doing that to an extent when they're acting like she's stupid. But it's kind of like where, when you're, I guess, discriminating against religious people by criticizing their faith, that's kind of like a different use. It's equivocation with language. It's a different use of that term.
No, Gene. Making fun of black people for being black is the same as making fun of a Christian for believing their stupid bullshit, Gene. It's on the same exact level. Equal.
No, I do agree with you, John. To an extent, everyone does it, but atheism is a lack of belief in God. We don't believe in an imaginary thing. Every Christian, every religious person is an atheist to some point as well, because they don't believe in the other gods.
Oh, they believe in a God.
Yeah.
The whole point of atheism is you don't believe in any gods or whatever. You lack a belief that any gods or deities exist. But here, it's like bigotry and discrimination is wrong. It's kind of like a straw man, because, again, you're talking about a very large group of people. And when it comes to your typical dictionary terms, that's why with science, there's a difference between textbook definitions and dictionary definitions. A common saying in science is prose is not the best way to discuss science. So here, it's just, like most words have more than one definition. If you look up the definition of bigotry and discrimination, it's like, it could be like discrimination where it's like, hey, I don't like people who are, like, have a different, like, taste than I do. I don't like people who can't control their alcohol consumption. So are you discriminating toward, like, I don't like people who are aggressive drivers. So I guess based on the definition, if you use it like broadly enough or loosely enough, you're discriminating against aggressive drivers. If you don't want women to have abortions,
she's discriminating against atheists in this video by calling them hypocrites. She's discriminating.
If you think it's unethical for people to not have abortions, you're discriminating against people who think it is ethical under certain circumstances to have abortions. So it's just, usually when they're talking about bigotry and discrimination, it's like, you know what they're fucking talking about. You know that they're talking about it's willful ignorance. You know that they're talking about racism and sexism.
This white
because if you use the term too
woman wants to be a victim, Gene. Let her be a victim, okay? For once in her life, she'd like to be a victim. Just let her be it, okay? It's her dream, Gene. Wants everyone to feel bad for her.
Yet they mock and ridicule Christians.
And the thing is, I guess like 100% of people mock and ridicule other, like, I don't know, groups of people to some extent. People have different beliefs, or they mock people for something. So it's just, what's the, I guess,
and her title for her video says, "Let's take a look at the evidence." Atheists. Hashtag atheist. It's like, is that not like just like no irony there.
But to be fair, a lot of people, like Skeppy says, equivocation is such a slimy tag. There are so many people, like, sometimes I think it's just dishonesty, but there are so many people where they just can't get that when it comes to language. They just can't process it. It doesn't matter how many times you explain it to them. And you see it on the internet a lot, like with people who are on the spectrum. They tend to do that where you're discussing things and it's like, but you said this. And they don't understand generalizations or abstractions, and it's just very fucking irritating.
You can go to that video and see it. And the second thing that happened in that video's comment section, which really surprised me. Suddenly, I was being accused of pushing my religion on people. So, atheists watch that video.
So all, like, there you go. You're generalizing again. All atheists do this. Okay, so if one or two atheists or people in the chat accused you of that, it's just, again, anybody. Like, somebody's making a vegan video. And it's like, oh, they're pushing their belief, their diet on others. It's just, that's probably a very general accusation anybody gets who makes a video preaching something.
Yeah, and the problem is that someone who really understands logic and reasoning understands that different people come to the same conclusion based on different reasons. There's plenty of people that call themselves atheists or come to the conclusion of atheism for the wrong reasons. Whether it's the right answer or not doesn't mean they use the right process to get there. It doesn't mean they're logical beings. It doesn't mean they're just as smart as any other atheist. It's just silly thinking. It's Borg. Yeah. Again, like all atheists are part of a Borg. We just all think alike. It's like, no. It's like all Christians aren't part of a Borg. I know, this is really hard for you to think. I met two people who are left-handed, who are kind of douchebags, therefore all left-handed. It's just as stupid. It's just as stupid as the fucking racist that has a bad interaction with a black person and goes, oh, all blacks are bad. You know, this person is just as stupid as that, but and just as ignorant, but they don't understand that.
I guarantee you this chick has an OnlyFans account.
I guarantee you if she had an OnlyFans account, she'd make like negative $200 a month on it or something.
Discriminating against her appearance, Shab. You're such a bigot.
Let's revisit that video and see exactly.
I don't know, maybe she's onto something. Atheists being a bunch of bigots.
I checked. I only asked 2 questions.
Question for you. If you're an atheist, why do you not believe in God? And if you don't believe in God because you say the book is right.
Oh, that's her. You talked about the blonde chick? That's her hair dyed a different color.
That's before she gained the extra 50 or 100 pounds.
I don't think that's an extra 50 or 100, maybe 50. I would say something like 20.
And you can go through and you'll see a lot of other comments like this. Don't listen to people.
20? I think you're missing a 0.
And other people. So suddenly, a good portion of atheists were now saying I was pushing my belief on other people. Now, we just looked at that video. Where did I push my beliefs? I was only asking questions. So apparently you guys don't know the difference between asking a question.
Wait, what was her question?
I thought I'm the fatphobic one.
For one, but two, Yeah, she's like she has a child's mind where it's like like Borg.
She ate a burger.
Around the world. Next
Borg.
Ooh. This guy, he's dressed like what are they, like the Christian acolytes?
Literally billions of people.
Or the Catholic like acolytes and stuff in like the Middle Ages.
In some form of a god, an all-knowing, all-powerful creator of everything in existence, absolutely confounding atheists. You believe in something that you can't see, hear, or touch, of which there is no physical evidence of in the entire universe? Yeah, only for Catholics, this does not mean that God is the result of some wishful thinking or illogical fallacies. We believe that there is not only evidence for God's existence found in the accounts of sacred scripture, personal prayer, and private revelation.
It is not evidence of God.
Hold on. Evidence in sacred scripture, personal prayer, and private revelation. So like anecdotal, like so the revelations where people go, say things that go against the idea of these religious thoughts, those don't matter. Let's go throw those out. Of course, those sacred scriptures matter, and all the other sacred scriptures that don't agree with these scriptures or whatever. What's the word I'm looking for, Gene?
What is it?
I
was reading the chat. I wasn't really listening.
I'm saying there's a lot of scriptures and they don't all agree with each other.
They're contradicting.
They contradict. Yeah.
They
Of course, their sacred scriptures are the ones that are right, and the personal prayer, another very, very fucking anecdotal fucking way of proving things. Like, oh, that's great. You're really You're so smart, guy. Okay, go on.
And then it's just which particular scriptures are more plausible.
The one that they agree with.
Yeah.
The one that they were told to believe as a child.
What's their argumentation for their?
It's
why
right.
They think that truth is justified. That's an assertion.
It's right.
Or a assertion.
It's correct, Gene.
But actual proofs, philosophical arguments that logically point to the existence of a god. What are these proofs?
This feels like PragerU. Is it PragerU?
Nah, it's someone else.
Doesn't seem as high quality production as PragerU.
In the absence of verifiable scientific evidence for God, theologians and philosophers have turned to logical arguments to prove God's existence for centuries. Sometimes you don't have to see something to know it exists. While the arguments are many and
to know it exists. So what's your justification for knowing?
Varied, and not all of them are particularly helpful.
Oh.
Each of these arguments can be grouped into one of four categories of approaches: cosmological, ontological, moral, and theological. The first type, the cosmological argument, is probably the most famous and the strongest of the arguments. Looking into the universe, or cosmos, we notice a relationship between all in the created.
So this is where, like, hey, the universe is so grand, it's so large that, like, there's a lot of research that kind of shows that maybe the universe is finite versus infinite. I know Stephen Hawking, he argued for the universe being finite. But if you're going to make the argument, the multiverse theory, then that means that it's just there's infinite Christian gods. There's a Christian god who, I don't know, has an extra arm protruding from his chest. There's one god who's like a little person midget god. Then that means that there would be infinite Zeuses, infinite Anubises, Yeah, there'd be infinite Muslim gods and Allahs and.
Gene, did you know that I caught one of those on Power World? Anubis?
So the problem is with the cosmological argument, it's definitely not what they want to be true, because if they're gonna conform to this belief, then it's at that point it's just I don't think they want other gods to exist that aren't their gods.
Well, it's not even that. I mean, we got fucking universes and galaxies light years away that disprove, boom, yeah, the Earth is not 6,000 years old. like most of the sects of Christianity.
Well, you don't know what a year is to God. Maybe a year is like to
yeah.
God.
Now
is
it's fantasy
billions of
world
years.
bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Believe whatever you want to believe.
Yeah.
Is that just faith as well?
That's people will make that argument, and
Yeah.
it's fucking stupid.
Interpret it however you want, so it's meaningless.
Yeah. What a big thing I think about all this religion stuff is that people that stop at some point and just keep believing the God stuff, I think it shows their lack of caring about the truth. Because in reality, you don't have sufficient reason to believe that stuff, and it should lead you to keep questioning, and it should lead you to something different. And I mean, like, I know that, like, people that are religious hearing me say that, it just sounds like I'm just trying to be a smart ass, and I'm just trying to be, trying to, I don't know, put people down or something. But I think it's the reality of it. You get at some point there's laziness that happens, and you stop caring about the truth as much as you should. If you really cared about the truth enough, you would keep questioning it, and you would end up not believing it.
Well, and I think
at some point, or you'd be lazy.
Most people do that. And it's not just with religion. It's I'm liking out on my camera, but
it was weird for a second.
It's the like appeal to emotion. It's cognitive dissonance where people hold contradicting beliefs in their head. It's just people don't care about the truth because, and I mean, to some people, it's a greater extreme. It's just people who are emotionally immature. Like, we've dealt with some of those people where it's just, hey, I don't like the fact that I did something I'm not supposed to be doing. So I'm going to play the victim. But then when you point out the bad thing I did, let's just deflect and meander and beat around the bush, because even though I know I did that thing, I don't want to be held accountable for doing that thing.
At a young age, they should have learned, like, hey, I did something bad. I'm sorry. I feel bad. And so forth, and learn their lesson and so forth, and it didn't happen to them at a young age, I guess, or whatever. They're still old, and they still haven't learned the lesson of just like, hey, try to be a decent person in your life.
It's compartmentalism.
Crazy fucking idea. Just try to be a good person in your life. I don't know.
And that's what I think, like, with Karens and stuff, you'll see how they'll play the victim, and it's always that, where when in all those Karen videos, when they're pointing out the stuff that they did, and the cops, like, or whoever's mediating it, is like, okay, well, did you not do this? And they don't answer the question. They keep bringing up something that they want to hyper-focus on what the other person did, even though any third party, if you ask them, is going to agree that the thing that the other person did was in response to what they did. And what they did, anyone will agree, is definitely worse. But the other person not being 100% in the right makes them 100% in the right. So if you just play dumb and constantly deflect and don't answer the question, and it's like, did you not? Like there was one Karen video where she got mad and she, like, took the drink and poured it on the person in the window, and then the person, out of retaliation, she got water and just dumped it on the Karen. And she's like, oh, I'm calling the police and stuff. And then when they're talking to her, it's like, well, she poured the water on me. It's like, did you not, like, toss the drink at her? Well, she poured the water on me. And it's just, that's how their brain works. It's mental gymnastics. It's compartmentalism.
Yeah, and they have a horrible moral compass of their own. They don't think to themselves, man, I fucked up. That was fucked up of me.
And it's also parents that have little, like, affluenza kids that
like
their kid can do no wrong.
Yeah, it's like I was saying earlier, like the motherfucker that I went to school with, that I went to his house, and then you see that he's just living it up, la vida loca,
Yeah.
with his mom just serving him like he's fucking on vacation every day.
But they're the kind of people where no matter what, it doesn't matter how damning the evidence is, just their kid can do no wrong. Their kid gets caught cheating on tests.
And you know what? How much
so
you want
they're
to
gonna
bet
come
this
wait. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
How much you want to bet she's religious?
Yeah, but their kid gets caught cheating on a test. So I know my kid wouldn't do that. It's just that kind and people who like the kind of parents that say that, oh, my kid wouldn't do that, they always have the worst fucking kids. Cause it's just they teach their kid that if you just turn your brain off, you don't have to take responsibility. If you get caught doing something, you just shake your head and like play dumb. And
I think most moms think that of their kids.
Well, they'll be biased to some extent, but there are parents to the extreme.
I think that's how.
Well, there's parents that they don't. There's parents that they don't want to believe that their kid did something, but then, like once like enough evidence is shown, they're willing to be like, okay, and they'll punish their kids, they'll hold their kids accountable. But then there's parents that, even if you show them the evidence, they don't give a fuck. They'll engage in that kind of compartmentalism. So I think there's extremes. And it's like what we were talking about. Like, no, everyone's going to be, we discussed this before, everyone's going to be engaged in some level of self-justification. If somebody's accused of something, pretty much everyone is going to try to justify it at first and engage in some level of, I guess, pleading, bargaining. But then there's people where once they step away from the initial conflict, they can reflect and then later come back and apologize. And then there's people that it's to an extreme where they're never going to reflect. They're just going to be rigid and they will never accept that they were wrong. And I think it's the same thing with relatives. It's like there's people that will try to bargain. They'll try to at first engage in that kind of, I guess, self-justification by proxy. But then they're able to walk away, reflect, and realize, okay, like, I'm going to have my kid apologize now. But then there's people where they're not going to reflect. They're just going to turn their brain off, and they'll never admit that their kid is at fault whatsoever.
John, is this therapy for you?
How's this therapy for me?
You're just getting out a lot of, like, childhood trauma. Like, you've gone through this thing.
We're making examples of like people.
I know, but you're the only one making examples. Is it like that you've actually gone through? Is this like helping you? Does it help you?
Chad gave an example of like somebody he dealt with. I'm talking about people in general, and the examples I gave were like the Karens and stuff.
So I won this argument, right?
I guess.
There are patterns that develop, motion is visible, and contingencies that arise. What this argument proposes is that if there's anything that is now that wasn't before, there must be something that caused it. For an example, we can look at St. Thomas Aquinas' second proof, referred to as the proof
if there's
of cause or
something
effect.
that's now, then there must be something that caused it. Therefore, the cause must be caused by a cause, and then the cause must be caused by a cause by a cause. And it's
that's
like,
basically what it is.
Yeah, that's the problem with that logic. It's like, yeah, well, by that logic, there's a million billion causes, and you never come to a conclusion.
Well, it's the special pleading fallacy where, hey, everything needs a beginning. And then it's like, okay, well, what about God?
And it has to be someone that made the beginning.
Yeah. It can't be incidental. But it's also, but God doesn't need a beginning. God doesn't need a creator. There has to be a creator, but then there has to be an origin, but it's like, okay, but then where did God come from? Well, God doesn't need a creator, so it's just there. Again, it's cognitive dissonance, it's mental gymnastics.
We know that if something A exists, it did not create itself, but was created by something else, B. If B doesn't exist, then A cannot exist either. But this also applies to B, meaning that there must be a cause C for B and a cause D for C, and so on. To repeat this process infinitely would not make any sense, for there must be a first cause. And the only way for this to be true...
Or maybe it is infinite. You don't know. You can't, like, again, either or are possible. And I guess, like, there really is no way to, like, maybe someday we might get to the point where we have the necessary tools or whatever. We reach some kind of singularity with AI, and the AI is able to quantum compute something, but it's just, currently we don't really have the tools to, like, determine if it's either or. It could be, like, a finite kind of sequence, or it could be an infinite sequence. So this is where he's making an assertion. He's just like, hey, X is true because it's true, but he's ignoring that there's different possibilities. So out of all the possibilities, which one is the most plausible? And does he have argumentation for why he thinks this is definite,
It's just
like, without a doubt? Yeah, it's some unequivocal truth, and it's just this is their stupidity.
Yeah, he's not.
If you just say X is true, then X is true.
Because again, people that don't care about the logical process of building up and getting to that, they either are too stupid to understand, or B, they don't care about the truth enough. They don't really care about what's right or wrong. They don't care about the truth in this world. They just care about following what's going to keep them in the cool guy club, going to keep them like they're not going to be some outlier within the people that they know and whatever the heck, you know. If they just keep being a moron and going on with this belief. I don't know.
True is if there's a being that is causality itself, existing outside of time and space in pure actuality. In other words, God. You might think of it in more practical terms. Why do you exist?
Yeah.
Well, because
you really cracked the code there.
Why do they exist?
I'm sure he's got a lot of sufficient evidence and so forth. It's not like it's an untestifiable hypothesis. What's that?
Slow this down.
It's only got 1.5, Shab.
It's so fast, though.
Really, Shab?
I'm good with it.
Parents made that.
We don't
and so
think,
on and
we
so
don't
on.
care.
But when would this stop? Before every being, there is something that caused it to come into being, including the Big Bang itself. Everything in existence may have existed in a super dense mass before exploding into everything that is.
So if the Big Bang had something
here-
that made it into existence, then what did happen to make that thing into existence that made the Big Bang into existence? Wow.
Oscar the Grouch. I don't know.
So I'm completely stupid. My thing is, what I believe is that in black holes, since they suck up everything that they can, is at the end of the black holes. It's not a wormhole.
A white hole.
No, it is the Big Bang at the end of the light, or at the end of a wormhole or black hole.
I think humans came up with some quantum god AI, and then it went back after we reached the singularity, and it ignited the Big Bang. And it's just one circle. It's like the time machine that only goes forward in Futurama, where it's just this endless loop. It's just we get, so there you go. It's some infinite loop. We get to the quantum singularity. It goes back, creates the Big Bang, and happens again and again and again. But are there multiple quantum god AIs that create the Big Bang, and then the same exact pattern happens again, and then there you go. Maybe there's multiple quantum AI gods, but only quantum AI gods. No other types of gods.
And how did that matter come to exist in the first place? Why is there something rather than nothing?
And then the thing is, when it comes to the Big Bang, which is really, really, really fucking complicated. Like, they have proofs and stuff that they've used supercomputers actually find some kind of like empirical evidence. But the thing is, if you want to understand this stuff, you need to go to school for a while. So this is where, are they actually following through with the proper amount of analysis and assessment to form a good argument for why they think this stuff is like illegitimate?
No, they did go to school, but they went to school with one book.
Yeah.
They went to school on the short bus.
Yeah, and it's just more of the Dunning-Kruger effect. The more you know about how much you don't know. And yeah, they clearly know 100% that
they don't know.
that these scientists are wrong and don't know what they're talking about. Plus, I don't think they've really come to the conclusion that there isn't anything before the Big Bang. And in science, everything's theory. Again. So this is where a lot of people are stupid, where it's like, science isn't always right. And a good example is like atoms. They used to think that, hey, or they didn't think, they were able to determine that, hey, once we calculate things and get down to some level, we have atom. But then it could be that things can get more, you can divide the atom down into smaller particles, but they don't know yet. It has to be studied more. Then they find out that it's made up of like protons, neutrons, it has a nucleus, and electrons. Then they found out that protons and neutrons are made up of different combinations of quarks, up, down, top, bottom, term, strange quarks, and so forth. And people will look at that like, yeah, see, they're wrong. They said this, and they never claimed that is the, like, without a doubt, the, like, just constituent particle of matter. And it's still the case where when it comes to quantum mechanics and stuff, they aren't going to act like they know 100% that you can't divide quarks down. Maybe you can divide things down infinitely. So it's the same thing with the Big Bang. It's like, oh, they said that it like this at the beginning, and then now they're finding out that there might be like things that happened prior to the Big Bang. And the issue is that they never claimed that it's absolutely the case that is as far back as you can go. The claim is, based on our research, we have concluded that this is as far back as we can see. So far, that's how much we're able to calculate. But if we test it more, we might be able to find that there's more things preceding it. And once they find that out, they're not going to claim that is guaranteed to be the beginning. It's just, as far as we know, this is as far back as we can go. And then they'll probably find that you can go back further. And then they're not going to claim, because everything's theory, that is the, like, definite beginning. They never claim that the atom is, like, the definite, like, smallest form of matter. It's at that time, that is that is as small as they can go when it comes to dividing things down.
There must be a first cause, and the only explanation for this would be being that
there must be a first cause. It's like, again, there could be a first cause. It could be some infinite loop. You can't really prove. What's that, Chad?
So, there's one person that I knew that made an argument against science. They was religious, Gene, and their argument was about why science was stupid was the fact that, like, scientists will declare something extinct, but I'm trying to reiterate their argument, right? But basically,
and then
they find that it's not extinct, like, and that was their like argument basically to me about how, like, science isn't even real, or science, you can't even believe what scientists say, because one moment they'll say something, then the next moment they figure out, oh no, that thing does really exist, and it's like
yeah,
it's really sad.
It's like that
really
example
sad that people think.
Yeah, what you presented there.
To them, I want to give them this. Whatever to just this insight, to just understand how just flawed that and simple that kind of logic is, and how it's so lacking. It's the kind of logic that I'd expect from, like, a kid coming out of middle school or something. But I'm getting it from an adult that's way older than me, and it's just really sad. It's like people are I don't know. It's like people like that look at us, people that say they're atheists, is like brainwashed.
Chet, let me
But man,
expand
the
on
logic
that.
is so flawed there. It's so brainwashy.
When it comes to like that logic that, oh yeah, they're wrong, something's extinct. They don't claim that without a doubt it's guaranteed to be extinct. The point is, we aren't able to find any other specimens of this animal
Within a certain amount of time.
Yeah, as far as we know, it's plausible. So possibility versus plausibility. It's possible that like a bunch of dinosaurs exist in the center of the earth or something. Journey to the center of the earth. But the thing is, which one out of all the possibilities, which possibility is the most plausible? So as far as they know, they think it's more plausible that it's extinct than not being extinct. But it's still possible. And the thing is, something can be more plausible than another plausibility. So that's the thing. It's not like, hey, the other things that might be viewed as less plausible have zero plausibility. It's you can have something that maybe has like when it comes to probability, there's a probability that of 80% that this is true. But then some other plausibility, like plausible explanation, has a probability of 30% or 33.33%, and that's a 1 in 3 chance. That's still highly plausible. It's not as plausible, but it's still decently plausible. And a lot of people with statistics, they don't understand that it's like 30% doesn't equal 0%, 80% doesn't equal 100%. And they're too stupid to understand that.
Yeah,
but it is just
world that like
yeah
that kind of understanding of critical thinking should be like people knowing their ABCs. You know, everyone should know that. It's just so simple and stupid. It's not advanced. It's not intelligent. It's just it should be what everybody knows. Just like everybody knows the ABCs and 2 + 2 and stuff. But we're some outlier knowing that, and it's not even some super intelligent thing. It's pretty simple and stupid level shit. There's way more complicated things as you go. That's just like you don't see it, you can't prove its existence, you can't actually measure it in any way, shape, or form. Maybe it doesn't exist. What? Whoa, that's mind-blowing, like, logic. Whoa, who would think that way? Yeah.
Well, here, let's try to make more progress
was
here.
Never caused by anything else. We call that being God. St. Thomas uses this line of thinking for 3 of his other arguments, namely for motion, contingency, and gradation, all pointing to the illogical nature of an infinite regress, to prove that there must be an ultimate mover, cause, necessity, or standard by which everything else exists. But what if we don't want to look to the world, we want to think about God in God's self? For that, we can look to St. Anselm's ontological argument. For Anselm, it is a logical fact that if there is a God, he must be greater than anything else that can be conceived. If we could conceive of something greater, then that would be God's, not the first thing. Since we're able to state this, we know that God exists, at the very least, in our minds.
It's like, what's your definition of God? I mean...
What does that mean? What does that mean, what he just said?
It says that it must have... Like, if you're going to talk about an omnipotent being, where it has absolute power, it can pretty much do, like, whatever. It can make anything happen. It has no restrictions or limitations when it comes to its power. But there's also, like, you could argue that, hey, there are gods where they can be killed. I know some of the Greek gods were not immortal. So you could have, like, hey, maybe there's this god that is really, like, powerful, or it can create matter and so forth that expands throughout the galaxy, but it's not all-encompassing and it doesn't have unlimited power. So it's like, how powerful does an entity need to be where it's a god? And that's where you get in the realm of semantics.
But if God only exists in our minds, then the idea existing in reality would be greater than our conception of God, but there can be nothing greater than God. Therefore, God must exist in reality. In other words, the very idea of God necessitates God's existence. For some, this might sound like a mind trick or some wishful thinking. Surely thinking about unicorns doesn't make them exist. But that's not what Anselm is getting at. What this argument does is less convert atheists into theists, and more ground our understanding of God logically, helping us to understand the nature of God. If God is that than which nothing greater can be thought, then God must be omnipotent, omnipresent, all-loving, and completely sufficient in himself. God is not just some powerful wizard in the sky or some Santa Claus-like figure, for these things have limitations and potentialities. The point he is trying to make is that God is not like other creatures, finite, weak, filled with potential. God is by his very nature perfect. And so rather
Are you able to prove that or substantiate that beyond just making claims and asserting it?
Assert.
rather than prove God outright, this proof helps to guide Christian theology away from illogical conceptions of God. To believe in, say, a God that didn't care about the world would be a self-defeating conception of God, and so cannot exist. Of course, there are other logical ways of conceiving of God beyond...
I'm God because I say I am, and it's, like, without a doubt true because I opened my mouth and made a claim.
Why would a
Reduction in
God
abstract
that
concepts,
doesn't
we can also
care
look to
about
human
the
nature and
world
propose-
be a self-defeating God? Why? Why can't he create a world that he doesn't care about?
Well, it's not even the world. Okay, so if he's all powerful and all knowing, he knows he can't create a boulder he can lift, but he's all knowing, or no, fuck. He knows he can't create a boulder that he can't lift, but he's all powerful, so he can lift that boulder. So that's I'm not saying it the right way, but
You're drunk.
I'm getting there.
Yes.
So if he's all powerful, he can lift a boulder. But if he's all knowing, he knows he can make a boulder that he can't lift. But since he's all powerful, he can lift that boulder that he can't lift, or something like that. I forget the analogy.
Yeah, boulders.
What are called moral arguments. When we look at human nature across time and space, there is quite a bit of diversity, yes, but strikingly, there is a lot of similarity as well. In every culture, cold-blooded killing is immoral. In every people, rape is an abomination.
Why?
In every society, theft.
Why?
I don't think that's true because I think that there's societies of I don't know, some prison gangs where they're perfectly fine with the R word and everything. So
even if it's not a prison gang, there's got to be societies that existed where they believe that kind of stuff is okay. It's not that crazy for your brain to wrap around.
Yeah, and they viewed like women as property, and then and probably smaller hunter and gatherer tribes. But then it's also humans, I think, in earlier like when it comes to prehistory, Paleolithic times. It's kind of like animals, where they'll just go up and start humping another animal.
Yeah,
I think a lot of that
is a natural thing. Like,
well,
oddly enough, in the animal kingdom,
I do think
early
that
human beings were doing that. I'm sure, plenty.
Yeah, I think that earlier humans, it's like, hey, there's this woman that I'm aroused. They probably just walk up and start doing it.
There was no like moral whatever around it. There was just like this villain and so forth. Just like with animals and everything, they're not smart enough to construct this kind of moral compass or whatever these
it's like bonobos and chimpanzees, where especially bonobos, it's just they want to start humping, they just walk up and just start doing it. There's no communication, no consent. It's just,
and the thing is,
you want to hump this other animal, just.
And the thing is, just like we were just saying earlier, there is no objectively, it's not. There is no objective way to show that is wrong for them to be graping. There is no objective.
Here's the thing.
Like, there is no objective, like, oh, it's wrong to be murdering or graping or any of that stuff, because that's all subjective. That's how life works.
Yeah. But Shab, bonobos, they're a sex-based society. They do like clitoris and clitoris sex. They do it all, and they love it. There's never been a documented case of a bonobo killing another bonobo in the wild. So maybe that's a good example of a society where, to them, just walking up and humping another bonobo, and the thing is, they don't care. They go along with it regardless.
Can I hump?
They don't fight. Well, they don't fight over mates. They engage in they engage in gay sex.
Do you want to do gay sex?
They don't care.
With me, Gene?
So maybe that's the case. Maybe if we evolved from a different, like, a branching path, because maybe if, like, instead of, like, a similar ancestor to a chimp, where chimps are more of, like, a war-based society, and bonobos are a sex-based society, and women are kind of like the rulers. They're the, it's more of a, what is it, a matriarchy, or a... So I think that maybe in a different universe, the multiverse theory, that it's some kind of bonobo kind of relative, where they branch off and they start to evolve into an animal similar to humans, so Homo sapiens, and that's what it's all about. It's not about violence. All the societies are just people getting together and just these mass orgies instead of war. Instead of it being massive war, it's just every single city-state and stuff gets along, and that's all they do, is have mass orgies. And instead of, like, all their movies being about, like, violence and action, it's like something like the 27 highest grossing movies are action movies, and it's all about bangity bang boom boom and all the shooters in video games. Everything is just going to be sex, but all the movies are going to be pornos, and that's what it is. That's in the forefront.
Right now, I'm picturing the scene where DeStefano, the Private Pile, shoots the drill instructor, but instead of shooting the drill instructor, he just jerks him off. Why, John? Why do you put that in my head?
I don't know. Well, Skeppy, it's kind of like how we view sex as being kind of dirty and stuff, and violence is kind of like with media. You're kind of like okay with violence or whatever. So it's just like when it comes to media, violence is in the forefront with shooters and video games and action movies, and then sex is kind of like in the background. It's considered dirty and naughty, like it's like pornos and stuff. It's like kind of like behind the curtains. Maybe in the bonobo evolution, it's like they have to engage in some self-defense. So it's Pornhub, sexual films and stuff. They're in the forefront. And then it's the action movies and stuff that are kind of like the dirty stuff that's kind of in the background, behind the curtains. Maybe that's the reverse. I cracked the code.
Is outlawed. Is this because everyone's read their Bible? And
We gotta find the bonobo verse.
Highly unlikely.
Dude, I'm gonna...
Right there, bonobo verse.
Damn,
Oh my god.
Look at them.
Whoa, Crow! Jesus, that's racist. But I'm gonna make a movie called Bonoboverse.
Of time and place. Given the fact that some of these cultures existed before the commandments were even written or had no contact with the outside world, the fact that these truths are held universally shows that they were not taught, but rather exist innately in human nature. There's something within us that just knows these things are wrong.
Wait, what? What? Wait, what is he referring to?
What? Like, evils such as, the R word and so forth. And the thing is, like, he's saying there's something within us where we know this is wrong. What about murder? Because murder wasn't considered that big of a deal throughout much of human history. And throughout the Middle Ages and stuff, the concept of, like, hey, somebody disrespects you, and you just assault them and murder them, that wasn't really viewed as, like, a crime at all.
Yeah,
like that was something that was very common. So you're like, it's like, hey, it's inherently like right. And the thing is, yeah, like I said, we're not the bonobo-verse, we're the chimp-verse. So because of that, violence is considered to be the thing that's kind of like okay or whatever throughout much of human history. We'd have like the Roman Colosseum. People would have their pistol duels, and like, it wasn't until very recently where we've come to the conclusion that it's bad, maybe, and then it's just the R word and stuff, like sexual acts is what's considered to be very horrific. Yeah, go ahead.
It's such childish thinking to see that there's this pattern of people hurting other people, and those people get sad, and then people come to the conclusion that maybe it's not so great to make people sad, and then be like, oh, well, that pattern is obviously proof of God. It's like, no, that's not.
It can't just be deductive reasoning.
Yeah, it's like if I took a sharp thing and poked John and he bled and he went, John Shabisky, oh my God, that really hurt. That hurts a lot. And I go, oh, wow, I wouldn't like that done to me. That wasn't great for me. That wasn't such a good thing for me to do to John. It's like, oh, that's proof of God, Lord, sky thing. It's like, no.
But it's also...
It has nothing to do with God thing. Like, that has to do with me just having some sort of level of empathy where I can look at another human being and be like, oh, he didn't like that? I wouldn't like that. It's not that hard to understand.
There's people that justify assaulting your wife to punish them, assaulting your children, like torture and so forth. So people make tons of excuses for like the death penalty, for assaulting and murdering others. So there are so many violent societies. Look at how common war is. It's just people getting into fist fights and using violence as entertainment. So he's saying, like, hey...
And is that not proof that God is not real?
He's saying he's saying that it's inherently true, like in all these societies, because they all come to this conclusion. A lot of them don't come to this conclusion. Like I said, in a lot of... In the Middle Ages, it was considered perfectly okay to murder somebody if they just disrespected you.
And by that logic, God isn't real. You can use the logic of like, oh, all these people came to the conclusion that murdering is good and fine. Therefore, God's not real. If it's the opposite, too. Or if it's the opposite is used to prove that God is real. That's how logic and reasoning works. It doesn't work towards like, oh, it's whatever my feelings really want it to be. Whatever would really make me feel good, that's what the truth is gonna be. It's like, no, I'm sorry, that's not how the truth works out. It's deductive reasoning, all that good stuff to come to the right conclusion. It's not just like, I want it to be that. No, I'm sorry.
He's saying that violence is viewed as wrong and so forth, but then lots of people have the like ethics of, hey, if somebody is running their mouth and starting shit, it's okay to like punch them in the mouth and assault them. And there's plenty of people that play that bully logic, the fallacy of a single cause, where if somebody's being mistreated, they must be doing something to deserve it. So if this person was assaulted and got their ass kicked, well, they must be doing something to like give people a good reason. They must have pissed that person off. So there's lots of, like in Baltimore City, a lot of like the kids kind of have that attitude of it's perfectly acceptable to beat the shit out of somebody if they even mildly disrespect you. So, so it's lots of societies view it as okay. I mean, they didn't really come to the conclusion that quickly that slavery was wrong. They like lots of cultures throughout all of human history, slavery was alive and well. It was very ubiquitous, very prolific.
If there are moral truths that exist in nature universally, meaning that they were not written or prescribed by humans, then there must be an intelligent, moral being that fashions...
No, there's not. There's plenty of counterexamples to what you're saying. There's actual proof that we can observe that shows that what you're saying is inconsistent.
So for him, morality is something you vote on. If there's enough votes on something, it's like, oh yeah, that's objective morality, John. Oh, there's enough people through history that agreed with this morality, therefore it makes it the truth. Why? Because
these truths.
Yeah.
Because
something after the
because I was raised in like a rich family where all I did was go to church and get told stupid shit and never even thought of the idea of critical thinking or questioning my own beliefs. Therefore,
that's what you do. You teach kids. Yeah, you bring kids up with the Bible. You don't raise them to think critically. You raise them to just believe in God.
So here I am in my mid-20s, talking like a fucking child on this video. Talking like the world is just one big fantasy, because I'm not able to critically look at the world around me at an adult level. Like again, when I look at people like this, I see a child in an adult's body. When I hear people talk like this, it's like you're so immature. You're not able to.
They're naive.
Yeah, they have the naivety of a little kid or something. It's just silly. And then people like me are dumbass fucking losers who smoke weed or whatever. People like them. It's like, yeah, well, I can actually.
Well, you are a dumbass loser. I do agree with that. Good point.
And Shabisky,
the existence of natural law.
If he's professing, if this was Catholicism, it's more like an adult in a child's body.
Yeah.
That was a good joke. Come on.
Individuals will fall short of any
I want to kiss you.
Code. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. When we see a near universal acceptance of certain truths across language and culture, there can only be one answer. God made it that way. And
there can only be one answer.
Hold on, what was this argument
law,
there? Hold on.
But merely points to the disobedience and ignorance of some in humanity. Individuals will fall short of any moral code. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. When we see a near universal acceptance of certain truths across language and culture, there can only be one answer. God made it that way.
No, and the thing is, he's saying there can only be one answer. Maybe it's just incidental. Maybe like evolution, just incidentally, when it comes to neurophysics and neurochemistry, that's just happens to be how our brains form and how the neurons fire. So this is another fallacy of a single cause, and it's another assertion, and it's guided through confirmation bias. There are different possibilities, but it has to be this because nothing after the because. There's only one option because that's the one I want to be true. But go ahead.
Also, I think if we were to play the popularity game, most cultures were probably okay with murder, or most, like by numbers and everything, most cultures were probably okay with murder as well as dating or marrying.
Muhammad married, I think she was 12 years old, and it was very common, even up until the 19th century, to marry 12, 5, and even now in parts of the Middle East and the Islamic world, it's still acceptable to marry.
That video. I bet if we played the popularity game over the last 100 or a couple hundred years, I bet dating 13-year-olds was pretty popular. Does that make it the right thing? Is this a popularity contest? Is that how we go about determining our moral, what's morally right and what's morally wrong? Is by this popularity contest? Because that's what this dumb fuckwad is making as an argument, that it's just a popularity contest. Whether we marry 13-year-olds, it's just a popularity contest.
Gene,
and for what purpose? Why
Aisha was 9 years old when Muhammad married her. He waited 3 years in order to consummate that marriage. So,
and there must be, because all these people are coming to these universally accepted conclusions of what is morally and ethically sound. That's why throughout the overwhelming majority of human history, it was acceptable to date and have sexual relationships with people who were pretty fucking young, where we know now that it's not okay. So, this guy is a moron.
Answer that question, we must conclude with our fourth and final teleological arguments. When you think about the complex...
Nicholas Rosa mentions they're okay with murder, even if it wasn't their own generally. And one good example is that in ancient Greece, with all the different city-states, they would actually war with other city-states, and it was like war games. They would do it for sport, and they did it consensually, and they didn't do it at times they would have battles and stuff over conflict and political issues, but a lot of times they would actually just get together with their troops. It's like, hey, let's get together and we'll have our armies battle and stuff. It's like, hey, we're going to have our two schools get together and play football or basketball. It's like, let's get together for an organized kind of like war game. See, we're going to see which soldiers are more the alphas and so forth. And they would just war and kill for sport, and it was consensual. Go ahead, Chad.
Dudes like this make us white people look bad, alright? He's just making white people like me look bad, okay? Because I'm not a big, dumb, fucking crack-ass idiot like this motherfucker, okay? Alright?
Okay,
are you saying that because you kind of look like him?
Because we're both white, but he's making me look bad, okay?
What?
I'm tired of him. Fuck this guy.
How delicate life is in this universe, and yet it thrives. And then consider the astronomical number of factors that had to be in.
Fuck this guy!
I apologize to you, Crow. Criticizing you for making some bad jokes. Now, Shab's kind of...
Fuck this guy!
Bad jokes now.
Place for each to develop over a course of 14 billion years, it seems improbable, to say the least, that they happened by accident. You're telling me that we exist simply by chance? Those are some long odds. The universe is more than a...
Oh, yeah, so there's some long odds.
How do you go about determining the odds?
Well, it's plausibility and probabilities, so it's just we're talking about trillions upon trillions of, like, particular entities and variables and all these different planets and celestial objects interacting with one another. So it's like when you give a billion people coins and you have them do it for all eternity, eventually they're gonna like flip heads like I don't know, like 700 million times in a row. So it's just, and this is where like you'll hear human beings have a difficult time like really grasping, comprehending large numbers in their head. And this is a good example of that, where yeah, like incidental, it's just you know what?
What, things happen by chance?
Well, that's really not that plausible when you look at just the astronomical, like, sort of, different variations of matter and other types of, like, electromagnetic energy and so forth. So we're talking about such extremes when it comes to so many different variables interacting with one another and colliding with one another over such a long period of time. And I think they don't really understand just really how long, like, what is it? The universe is like 16 point something billion years old. I don't think they really know just how significant billions of years are.
Collection of atoms. It has order, intelligibility, beauty, and even purpose. There is no way that all of this is the result of mere randomness. Christians conclude that there must be a source of the intelligence, a being that is all-knowing and all-powerful. God. The most famous of these arguments is the watchmaker. When you look to the many gears and components that make up a watch, there is no way that the universe could have randomly produced it. It requires that there be an intelligence.
Oh, this is such a bullshit fucking argument.
When we look
It's
to the natural
like
world and see even inanimate, unintelligent things.
What did you say?
This is such a bullshit fucking argument. It's like the if a tornado went through a junkyard and after the tornado was gone, you had a Boeing 747. Like, no, that's not how fucking shit happens, you fucking idiot.
Well, here's something like magnitude.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, magnitude of difference. So 1 million seconds is 12 days. Guess how much a billion seconds is?
How
so
much
this
is
just shows
1 million seconds. It's 12 days.
Yeah, so this just shows the huge variation.
It's 12. It's 300,000 years.
Well, it's 31 years.
Okay.
And then
pretty close there.
Yeah, 1 trillion seconds.
It's 300,000 years.
Well, it's 31,688 years.
Okay.
But still, like, that's something that a lot of people, like the human brain stuff, has a very difficult time, like, really grasping Just something like that. The difference between a million and a billion. You add a few more zeros and stuff, and people just don't understand really how significant that is. So when we're talking about odds and probability, when we're talking about trillions of celestial objects and stuff at the microscopic, quantum, and macroscopic level, it's like saying that, hey, incidentally, over time, billions of years with trillions of different entities interacting, we get to the point where living things come into existence. Yeah, that can't happen. Because this, like, moron says it can't happen.
Is acting with some intelligible pattern towards a particular end, it follows that there must be an intelligent end by which everything was created and toward which everything is oriented. Beyond just an argument of design, like the watchmaker, this sort of argument implies more than just intelligibility, but purpose. The things we see do not simply reveal some order in the universe, they bear witness to why they exist in the first place. In this way, the entire universe can be explained by a single, intelligent, purposeful being that calls all things into existence and draws all things to himself. That can only be God. At least, that's
there can only be God. And I'm sure, like I pointed out there, you can just take some math courses. And just what I read there in terms of seconds and so forth. And you can go, like, into like those kind of I guess large sort of like astronomical numbers, and then just using basic math, and this is not even, I'd say, like, this is something that isn't even like to the level of trig or calculus in terms of how difficult it is to learn. So he could just like go online, just like look into this stuff and practice like these equations, and it's just you can watch videos where like Vsauce and stuff. A lot of infotainment videos go over this kind of stuff, where it's just like, hey, look at these numbers, and like you simply like multiply all these things together and look at how many various outcomes or whatever with such a small change. And that's something where this guy making these claims, like, yeah, I find that highly unlikely. It can only be this. And it's like, well, why don't you actually look into opposing views and opinions? And I'm pretty sure if you look into it, you'll probably come across sources and stuff where they discuss that kind of math trivia of just like quantum sort of like statistics and probability. But he's a dumbass. So let's not do any research at all. Let's not. And I've discussed research or like qualitative research earlier on, where if you're going to do your homework, you shouldn't just look at sources that are arguing for what you agree with or what you're trying to learn about. You should also look into sources that argue against what you're trying to like your supporting view. And then a lot of people don't do that. So like with evolution, it's selective research, where I'm just gonna like modify my Google search so it takes me directly to sources that just tell me that evolution is wrong, where it tells me what I want to hear. I'm not going to actually look at the sources that outline why something like evolution or climate change and stuff is highly plausible and is legitimate. So that's the thing. And it's if he looked into it and actually applied, like if he took a class on qualitative research and then he used that sort of outline of research to be like, okay, I'm not just going to look into people that are trying to argue for God's existence based on the cosmological argument. I'm also going to look at like sources that argue against it. Then he'd come across those sources that go over all the numbers and the trivia and stuff behind like how like significant of a change it is and this many seconds and so forth. And maybe if he did that, he'd find out, you know what? There's actually a really good case where it's actually pretty plausible that over such an extreme amount of time with all of these variables interacting with each other, that something like these small like bacteria and stuff or more complex chemicals competing, and then over time we have this large amount of change where you have these large multicellular macroscopic animals. But he again, no research, just believing what you want to believe, making a bunch of assertions through confirmation bias.
What Christians say. You might not be convinced, which is why, ultimately, in discussions like this, it's important to make two things abundantly clear. The world is filled with evidence for the existence of God.
This one dude says, Shabisky, what the fuck are you doing here? He is trashing creationists with me. We're roasting, like, I don't know, LARPing acolytes.
God and our minds are capable of
acolyte LARPers.
And even the most rational of arguments will not convert some people who have not received the gift of faith. While it is true that the First Vatican Council taught that God can be known with certainty by the natural light of human reason.
Oh my God, the Vatican, this like antiquated sort of like organization that is like based around Christianity. Yeah, they determine that this is absolute, and it's like, why are they important? Why do we care about their fucking opinion? Why do their views like?
Because this indoctrinated.
Yeah.
Fucking simp of a man who can't think for one moment in his life for himself decided that's the reality and that matters. He decided.
And why do their views supersede like academics and
because this guy
professors and scientists and stuff? I'm talking.
Oh no, I'll tell you, Gene. It's because this rich kid in front of us, his mom and daddy, it told him that it's real. And then he grew up and he's like, it's real still. And now we're continuing this tradition of passing on lame ass made up bullshit to our children.
And when I've discussed that element of psychology in the past with implicit bias, one element of implicit bias where people have a difficult time relying on like mindfulness and metacognition, recognizing these biases. What a lot of people do is that though whatever the original conclusion they come to, and you'll notice this not just with religion, where they're told that this random piece of trivia is true, that your blood is blue and not red, or like these common misconceptions, they'll be told something through hearsay. And then they really cling to that information and they give it some special priority. And it's just, if they came across information on the contrary, they would just be clinging onto that information, and they'd be giving it that kind of priority. And then they'll get mad and stuff when you disagree with them, like somehow you're the asshole, what you're saying isn't true, and it's like, well, they use that argument, is that this initial conclusion I came to, I made an assumption, well, you have to disprove this and stuff. Well, it still doesn't disprove this, and it's like, well, the logic of this has to be absolutely disproven, but these other things, why don't they need to be absolutely disproven? And it's because that's the conclusion that popped in their head initially. Yep.
Okay, I'm just making sure everybody knows I'm just raising my hand. There's nothing special about the way I'm raising my hand. But, what was I gonna say? Gosh, now I'm forgetting about what I was gonna say. Gosh, I was gonna say something really cool. I swear I was.
Oh, but here's a good example of that. Like, there might be a person where they'll jump to the conclusion that there's some dispute, they don't ask questions, they make some hasty assumption, and then they might think like hey, this person is in the wrong somehow. And then let me make my point, Shav. It's like once I start talking,
I'm
you
sorry.
Do it every time.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so they'll be like, hey, well, the problem is if they are guilty, we can't rule that out. So we're going to have to punish them because what if they happen to be guilty, though? You can't absolutely disprove it, even though there's more evidence that they're in the right. And then the problem is they give that special priority of, hey, them doing X when it's like there's more evidence of them doing A. You can't absolutely disprove X. And then they'll sit there and just try to, they don't realize that they're doing that. They don't realize that it's just, they're contradicting themselves, and the other possibility, they can't absolutely disprove that, but they don't see that. And a lot of people do that, where it's just the first conclusion that pops in their head must be the one that's true. That needs to be disproven, and I think that's what he's doing. He's just too stupid to realize that. Go ahead, Shab.
So the silly thing is, it's like if you separated him from his parents and separated him from all this, like, this just cultural stuff that he's been raised with that makes him believe in this religious stuff. What can he point to around him that's logical reasons to believe in these kind of in his belief system and everything, other than the indoctrination and everything? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just silly. Did I say that?
Yeah.
Has never
I mean,
posited
that's
that
the
reason
problem
alone is
with
enough to
this
know
kind
God.
of
Thus,
logic.
there will be many who will look to these arguments without the light of faith and be unconvinced. Instead, what they offer us as Christians is not a weapon to use against our enemies, but immensely helpful tools to give reason.
And guys, I was
what we
just
already
raising
know
my
and
hand
see
because I had a question.
What's that?
I was raising my hand because I had a question, guys. It's not that big of a deal. Everybody raises their hand when they got something to
It
say.
looks like you're doing the Nazi, like,
Wait, what's a Nazi?
salute.
No, the Nazi thing is like a square thingy. I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know the Nazi salute, the Heil, yeah.
Wait, so raising your hand is a Nazi thing?
Well, it looks like you're not. Usually, when you raise your hand, it's more vertical. What you're doing is more, I don't know, at an angle.
So the angle matters now? What are you, a fucking liberal?
Wait, so Shab, if you're in grade school and you got to raise your hand, when you were in school, is that what the kids did? They would just.
Yeah, just like this. That's how the kids in my class would do it.
Usually.
Sometimes
You
they
raise your hand.
yell Heil Hitler, and I didn't know what that was
yeah.
about, but whatever. That's besides the point. I was the best kid in the class.
There was a camp outside
They
and
show to us
everything.
and the world.
Yeah.
What we believe is not the result of wishful thinking or the whims of a cult leader.
Oh, wishful thinking.
Grounded in a logical, reasonable,
Yeah, that's definitely not what he's doing.
and nearly irrefutable view of the world.
Yeah, it's irrefutable. It's not like we came up with a million ways to refute it. So here's somebody who I think Shab could relate with quite a bit.
Stupidity causes someone to become an atheist because they cannot prove God or heaven.
Yeah.
They cannot prove God or heaven. What?
What did he
It's
say?
not. I think he meant disprove.
Wait, hold on. Don't play it. Does this
His
motherfucker?
tooth, I know.
Well, yeah, but no. Does he have an extra tooth behind his tooth?
Usually that happens when people's baby teeth don't kind of come out all the way. So it starts to grow in and shift because there's other usually it just has to do with how you lose your baby teeth and then your adult teeth start coming in, and sometimes if it doesn't really happen right, then it starts colliding with the other adult tooth and starts shifting backwards. So I think that's what's going on there.
Do you want to know something crazy about me?
What's that?
My two front teeth. This is my third set. I had two. I lost 2 sets, and this is my third.
Yeah, I don't have the. I think I have like 22, only 22 teeth. Because
you're a hillbilly.
Well, maybe. But my jaw was so small, they had to pull baby teeth and adult teeth at the same time.
Okay, so what is this guy's argument?
It's that you can't prove heaven or God is true, so that's why atheists are stupid. And
rewind it back to almost the beginning or whatever.
Stupidity causes someone to become an atheist because they cannot prove God or heaven.
Yeah, I just destroyed everyone that's an atheist. Yeah, and I'm high as shit. Yeah. I'm high as fuck, dude. Yeah.
10 reasons why atheists
He has
are
a really cool. He has a funny high look right at the end there. I like that.
Here now, he got me with start with the teeth. Like, there's this like kid in India that had to have like dozens of teeth removed because he had a tumor, and there's tumors that can cause people to like grow hair or teeth and stuff, and he had a tumor that actually caused him to grow extra teeth. I'm trying to find the
Yeah, and
Yeah.
to Kong whatever the fuck in the chat that asks, is this an anti-Christian live or something? No, we just happen to be covering videos that are talking about religion. These people are trying to make their assertions, and we're arguing against their videos or whatever. We're commentating on it like crazy guys would do.
Oh, here it is. Take a look.
I'll take a look at your anus, Jane.
I have 26 teeth. Yeah. This shit fucks me up because this is so fucking gross. It
How's
doesn't
it gross?
It doesn't haunt me, but it's just like, ugh.
Here's another one. And then it's another one that popped up. Where is it? Talk to the chat. Oh, here we go.
Or like the skulls of that's fucked.
Eesh. You want to see videos where they got to pull Yank call?
No.
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 Yeah. Okay.
If you want to watch some pornos with us, we're cool.
Well,
with
we've been
that.
discussing the Christian shit for a while, so let's just get to the 5 hours so far. So let's get to.
What's this black guy gonna say about me?
No, we've been.
I want to hear the black guy.
No,
what?
We'll
Just
do it
because
next
it's
week.
a black guy, dude? That's fucked up, Gene.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
racist. When's the black guy?
Gene, are you saying we can't have black guys on the fucking podcast?
Well, here, let's get to the next
You're a piece of
topic.
shit, Gene.
Well, hey, it's us mocking and like shitting on people's beliefs and stuff. So aren't we doing him more of a favor by not covering him and shitting on him? So it's only the white people
He might have had a
It's only the white people we're bullying.
All the white people had dumb points. He had good points. He's black. Dumbass.
Wait.
Media is reporting.
He says, dude, people have extra teeth anyways, and here we go with the racism. How are we being racist? We're goofing off.
Racist towards who? What
It was a
race?
joke because I wanted to move on from the playlist where we're covering Christians being cringy. And because I decided, like, hey, that's last video and the next video happened to be a black guy and all the other ones had white guys, it's satirical. It's not. Do you watch South Park? Are you when South Park makes race-related jokes and it's not meant to be taken seriously, it's like ironic humor? Or are you so morally and ethically sound that you don't watch South Park? I love it when people do that. They'll watch South Park, SNL skits and stuff associated with
Family
race,
Guy.
but then some random person does it and it's like, oh my god, that's so unethical. I'm so against it.
It was one-sided, yeah, flawed beyond belief. Explain it. Explain the flaw.
Let's get to
You're very smart. You can
the
explain
Moscow terrorist attack.
A shooting, some kind of shooting followed by an explosion occurred at Crocus City. That's a major concert and event hall, a huge modern complex on the outskirts of Moscow. People in camouflage, at least 3 of them. They burst into the ground floor of the Crocus City Hall during a concert and opened fire with automatic weapons. Most of the building is now engulfed in flames. This is a major...
Chad, who do you think did it?
It's really odd that, like, some of the main places for attack or like concerts where people are just trying to like get drunk and listen to some music or whatever. It's like,
well, they don't care what people are doing. They're like mass gatherings. There's a lot of people in one place.
Yeah.
They just want to kill a bunch of people. It's like
just
indiscriminately.
You would just think that would be like one of the places not very likely to get attacked because it's just a bunch of random people listening to music.
I mean, I think it's logical that they would attack those places.
I mean, like, it's not like some military thing or something like that. It's just a bunch of people listening to fucking country music or rock music or something.
They're terrorists. Their job isn't to like weaken the military. Their goal isn't weaken the military. Their goal is to like instill fear and so forth. And that's why they're attacking
get everybody
the people.
To subscribe to PPP.
What's that?
Nothing. We hit 781 subscribers, Gene.
Yay!
Did you notice that? We're 19 away from hitting 800.
Oh, they spoiled it.
Think Madison Square Garden. Think or think something much more modern. Even think SoFi Stadium or something like that.
Yeah, but
the roof is collapsed. That's what's going on in Moscow right now.
ISIS did take responsibility, and what's funny is that it was I think it was it in Lebanon? Yeah, I think it was in Lebanon where there was a bombing and they were blaming Israel, and then ISIS took responsibility for it because they're the wrong denomination of Islam. I forget what it is. They're not either Sunni or Shiites. I don't know which one ISIS is, but they were the opposite, so therefore they must die. And then here, like they're blaming. So before they were blaming Israel, like Lebanon, and now here they're blaming they're blaming Israel, and or here they're blaming Ukraine. And in both cases, ISIS took credit. So it seems like maybe ISIS is the main force they should be worried with.
Yeah. And our foreign correspondent, Tom Sufi
We're worried about.
has been doing everything he can to get as much information as possible. He's there in London as this has been breaking. So, Tom,
this guy has as long of a neck as he has a head.
Attack. What do we know?
Yeah, multiple Russian officials are calling this a terrorist attack now. It just looks at this stage like one of the worst terror attacks in the last few years in the entire of Russia. I mean, this is
Oh, wait one sec. I got to do something with my computer.
Yeah, stop downloading all that gay porn, you fucking maggot.
Yeah, you got the magazines. You don't need to fucking download.
Yeah, Raisin
don't want my
all
horse.
Those... Yeah, Raisin sent you all those magazines. Stop it, Gene. You don't need any more anal porn. Weirdo. Skabibi, send us $10 and stop being a cheap bitch. Fuck.
Wait, Skabibi said Russia has been bogged down in Ukraine, and a bunch of their enemies have been taking pot shots. Who is Russians?
I like pot.
Well, here, we're going to get to all of that.
The major complex with a concert ongoing. We know a Russian rock band was performing at the time. What we can say at this moment in time is that gunmen entered that complex within the last few hours with automatic weapons. They opened fire. You can see the concert hall now.
You know what? I think Israel and Ukraine, they went out of their way to, I think ISIS has already been wiped out. I don't even think it's like ISIS. It's not the original ISIS. And they're not actually Muslim. They're just a bunch of mercenaries that Israel and Ukraine funded, and they're the ones attacking their enemies and so forth. And this is just like some kind of veneer. It's some kind of like eyes and everything. What's that?
Can I ask everybody in the chat, are we being a bunch of jerks?
What?
Because we're making fun of religious people, Gene.
What?
We're making fun of religious people, Gene. I just want to know if we're on anybody's feelings.
We're being bigoted. And,
we're making fun of
developing situation right now. The incident is not over by any means, according to reports. I mean, there are lots of unconfirmed reports about casualty numbers. Only official sources are saying about 18 people hospitalized at this stage, but that only seems to be part of the picture. Unconfirmed reports, and I stress unconfirmed reports, suggest dozens killed or injured, and potentially people still trapped in that building. We know the Russian military or special forces are on the scene, and there are unconfirmed reports that they are now trying to storm that concert hall.
Wow, so it sounds that it is an ongoing situation, that this is not over? Am I hearing you correctly? And is there any sense on who did this?
The insane clown posse.
Hold on.
And PETA.
Hold on. A person in the chat said, question for you, Gene. I want you to answer them. The concrete guy.
That is, I don't know if you've heard of these things, but they're called jokes. There's this, usually a good method to determine whether somebody is joking, is there's this thing called hyperbole, where it is so over the top and cartoonishly absurd that it is not meant to be taken seriously.
So it was a joke, Conquee. It was a joke, Conquee.
God.
You were supposed to laugh, Conquee, because of the absurdity.
Yeah,
okay.
I just claimed that Ukraine and Israel got together and they're hiring a bunch of fake, like, mercenaries that are pretending to be ISIS as a way to attack their enemies. Do you really think, oh, Joe, he's one of those people? Well, it's not funny, though. A joke's supposed to be funny. Well, that's just, like, your opinion, man.
Well, actually, Conquee, you're making
a lot of people might think it's funny.
Shut up, John.
Oh.
You're making fun of John for being restarted, okay? He has... What is it you got?
Oh, no. A large dick.
That,
14.5 inches syndrome.
No, he has an issue where he can't, was it you can't chew it yet, Gene?
What?
You can't.
I don't know what you're fucking talking about. Stop drinking on my fucking
No,
streams.
you have aphantasia.
Crow can actually put a sentence together when he drinks.
You have aphantasia.
Yeah,
Conquee. You ever took a second in your life to look up aphantasia and look up to the disability that this restart that I have on the show here?
Shut the fuck up. What does that have to do with anything?
It has to do with everything. Okay?
Well, that's a terrible joke, Shab.
No. When he was trying to make a joke.
I apologize, Crow.
Yeah,
You're
of
no
course.
longer the king of terrible dad jokes.
Of course you don't fucking get it, Conquee. I'm trying to tell you how he's disabled and he can't make jokes that you know are jokes.
Shab, shut the fuck up. Like, but he's like, hey, a joke has to be funny. What if other people think it's funny? Humor's subjective. Don't you know that the science says that stupid people with low intelligence have a difficult time separating subjective schema from objective truth? So you're acting like there's some objective metric for what's funny, and maybe my humor is just so esoteric that
he has aphantasia
over your head. Chad, shut the fuck up.
He has aphantasia.
At this stage, that's definitely premature, Terry. I mean, I don't think we can get into who was responsible. There's no claim from any group whatsoever at this point in time.
See, I'm not taking it personally. See, do you have autism? Do you have like Asperger's where you can't pick up on sarcasm and humor?
Wait,
no, not
me?
you. Well, no, not you. Like them. It's just that was another joke, and he's like, "Oh, you're taking it personally." Dude, you're giving me material. I'm working off of it. See? We're getting people like Bill Hicks to laugh out loud. Joke's supposed to be funny. People supposed to laughing. And thanks for sitting in the front row of the comedy, the comedy
I agree, Conquee. I'm the funny one here, right, Conquee? This guy's a fucking dumb bitch.
Shep, shut up!
Yeah.
There are reports that the fire at the concert hall is getting worse. You can see the images. It's completely ablaze. We think people are still trapped inside. And there are unconfirmed reports that potentially hundreds of people, if not more, were inside at the time. That's unconfirmed information, though. There's lots of information swirling around us, as you'd expect.
We've got rumors now that there's hundreds of billions inside dying currently. Hundreds of billions we've been reporting that have died inside. Sorry, Gene.
Is the joke that they're talking about 100 people, so you're saying 100 billion?
No.
And
the joke is they did this on South Park where they reported it and they're saying an exaggerated number and then God, Gene, this is why you failed middle school.
Well, that's a reference to something. So if I don't know the reference, there you go.
A deadly attack on the northwestern fringe of Moscow in potentially the biggest concert hall or commercial complex, one of the biggest commercial...
Yes, Nicholas Rosa makes a good point. There's a lot less than 100 billion.
That was a joke, Nicholas fucking
That's
Rosa.
a joke. God, Nicholas Rosa.
I understand a joke.
Conca, Conqua is
Drunken Crow
on people in the chat.
Drunken Crow.
Yeah.
Don't you think my joke was straightforward and people should have got it, but Nicholas Rosa is off sucking dick and he doesn't get a fucking joke.
Chat. Okay.
When Islamist gunmen stormed a theater and held many people inside, that was an incredibly deadly terrorist attack, but there is no link at this stage to Islamist groups. Guys?
All right, Tom.
Yeah, but did you know that the FBI classifies PETA as a terrorist organization and the insane clown posse?
I agree with PETA, but not with ICP.
Yeah, ICP makes bad music, but I don't know about...
They got an acronym and everything.
Terrorism.
Well, I think, you see, I think ISIS just takes credit for everything. I don't think they really did it. I think it's the ICP and PETA.
Well, there's been deep dives into PETA, and they, they will,
They'll destroy research centers and laboratories.
Where there are fucking hundreds of animals. So, yeah, if you ever find a stray cat or dog, give them to PETA. And they'll never be seen again.
It's classified as a gang. So I guess that's misinformation passed around, because I do know a lot of people... That is something that I've heard, is that it's classified as a terrorist organization.
All this breaking story with you. Appreciate it. Meanwhile,
that doesn't absolve PETA.
We are continuing to follow.
Fuck PETA.
Breaking news out of Moscow, where Russian media is reporting dozens of people are dead and more than 100 are injured following a mass shooting and fire at a concert hall. According to Russian media...
this is 100 injured. Now we're to the point. It says dozens dead. I do know it's like, currently it's in the 3 digits.
Burst into Crocus City Hall and began shooting at the crowd. Russian media also says the suspects threw explosives, which caused the building to catch fire. Reports say visitors are being evacuated, but some may be trapped by that fire. Now, this incident is being called an apparent terror attack. I want to bring in Ben.
ISIS, they were out of business for a while, but hey, ISIS is back, baby. It's their second tour.
You know, this is the kind of world that Jesus created for us, Gene. With his constant terror.
Not Jesus, Allah.
A constant terror attack, so you can't even go to a Garth Brooks fucking concert without
Jesus didn't create this world.
Goddamn.
Jesus' father did.
No, I'm pretty sure Toyota needed to fucking upsell their fucking trucks.
Yeah.
Former Moscow bureau chief for CBS News. Professor, thanks very much for being with us. First of all, I'm wondering if you are hearing anything at all from your contact.
Yeah. Brian, they're supporting ISIS, or ISIS is supporting Ukraine and Israel. That's why they bombed Lebanon at like that funeral for one of their like ex like politicians, and then that's why they committed an attack on Russian soil. They're allying with those two factions now.
Attacks in Moscow.
There are new Watergate. Or not Watergate, are Blackwater.
So I haven't heard anyone. I think everybody I know in Moscow is either there
like
or
fucking 4 or 5 times now.
Yeah, it's something a lot of companies do. Once they get a lot of bad credit, they'll change their name or whatever so people like I don't know, overlook or whatever. They forget that they're not able to recognize that they're actually that previous organization. So I know Comcast, they changed the name of the company to Xfinity because of a lot of bad rep they were getting.
to try to figure out what's going on. Not all the Russian channels are even reporting about this yet. There's a sort of a Russian version of an old news channel, and they have it. But some of the major networks have stayed with their entertainment programming. But that said, Russians are all over social media right now, and the social media channels on Telegram in particular, but also on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, are all over the news. And there's lots of firsthand accounts out there, and quite a lot of disturbing video.
Well, as we await more sort of official details, I'm wondering if you can give us a sense of the context here. This is coming on the heels of Vladimir Putin's re-election. Tell us more about that.
Well, people are calling what happened over the weekend a pseudo-election or a rubber stamp election. It wasn't much of an election, but Vladimir Putin did run for an unprecedented 5th term as Russian president and win with about 87% of the vote.
There you go. See? Look how popular he is.
He's so loved.
Yeah, people are like saying he's a dictator, but I don't know. Seems like, yeah.
Seems like people love him.
People, yeah.
Votes. A lot of votes
and
towards
so
him.
he not only held a press conference right afterwards to kind of, bask in the glory. He had a big
I voted for him
just a couple of nights ago.
There's 13%. We're in that concert hall.
To celebrate.
Putin did it. Well, what was it? It was the Chechens or whatever. Like that was a territory in Russia. Like after the Soviet Union dissolved, they still had some other territories part of Russia, and they were trying to like leave the country, not through like war or starting some kind of like revolution or whatever, secession. They were trying to do it through some legal means, like with the Soviet states. But they were afraid that if they did that, a lot of the other territories that border the Central Eastern, like ex-Soviet states, would start to break off as well. So then, around that time when that started happening, there were a bunch of Chechen like terrorist attacks, and a lot of people. So it's kind of like a conspiracy where they claim that Putin actually administered like the bombings, so they'd have an excuse to go to war with the Chechens, to kind of like dominate, seize control of that region. Now the thing is, unlike other like conspiracies with like 9/11, where it's like there isn't any way to test, it's an untestifiable hypothesis. It's just where's the proof that the government was behind it? Well, the government used all their resources and stuff because they're so powerful to conceal any of the evidence. So it's like, okay, then it's a baseless assumption. The local authorities arrested a group of like Russian officials. They were federal like officials that were planning an explosive, and they caught them, and it was the exact same setup that the previous bombings and stuff had, that the like detectives and stuff found. So then they claimed, it was a training exercise. So it was kind of like Watergate, where there were the people working under the Nixon administration that were breaking into the building, and then when they were arrested, they found out that hey, these people are actually like associated. There's some pretty big names and these federal bureaus, and they're working under the Nixon administration. So it's kind of a similar like scenario of that. Like they were people who are agents working. I don't know if they were KGB or whatever, but they were working at that federal level, heavily associated with, I guess, the Putin administration, and they were caught by local authorities by happenstance. So I don't know. Do you think Putin was behind those terrorist attacks? Maybe Putin is the one that really did this. He wants to blame. ISIS is just taking credit because they always take credit for everything. He conducted this terrorist attack, so he has an excuse to, I don't know, shell the hell and out of Ukraine and conduct air raids and stuff. So there you go. I cracked the code.
The victory.
I just picture like a little TikTok of like a toddler, like falling down. He's running and he's falling down on the concrete, and he scrapes his knee, and ISIS is just like, "That was us. We pushed them."
They're everywhere. anywhere all at once.
Crimea 10 years ago. So something like this happening the same week as this election is a terrible blow to Putin's image, that he has restored law and order to Russia. Now, of course, we have no idea who's behind this attack. Already Ukrainians are saying it wasn't us, we didn't do this, but I think it's very possible that the Ukrainians could be blamed for this, and it could be used as an escalation.
You know what, like, Putin probably won't follow through with it, but he talked about how, like, you know what, he's willing to use ballistic nukes in Ukraine. Now, my thing is, what if, like, Russia has more nukes than any other country, even the United States? They have hundreds of nukes. What if Putin has some, like, kind of, like, fallout bolt? What if he has an underground, I guess, nuclear, like, he's got his palaces and stuff. What if he has an underground palace shelter? And then it's kind of like, once all the nukes and stuff launch, it's like the Enclave from Fallout. They're ready to surface with his Russian army, and they're the only group of people that have a notable military force on the planet. When all the other places are, like, dealing with the nuclear winter and it's all set back to the Dark Ages, they're going to control the planet. They're preserving all the tech and stuff, and maybe that will happen. See, if I was a dictator, that's what I would follow through with.
An excuse to escalate the war.
So, Beth, you were the bureau chief.
Putin, if you're listening, maybe follow through with my pitch, and then maybe if you are going to execute the strategy, maybe just, like, give me access to your underground palace.
That in Moscow for CBS News from 1999 to 2006. And during that time, specifically in 2002, there was an attack at a Moscow theater that you covered. And I wonder, it is very early yet. We are still very much...
Yeah, Kepi, like, their nuclear weapons, like with a lot of their, like, tanks and other equipment and so forth, they're not good with the logistics. You have that kind of corruption where they're, like, selling parts on the black market. So that's one issue where people thought they had a pretty decent military, but it turns out, like, a lot of their, like, tech, equipment, vehicles and stuff are just like, not up to date. They're not receiving the proper maintenance.
Nah, I don't want nuclear war. Just give us zombies. Come on. I guarantee you.
It's like in Fallout where you got the feral ghouls and stuff. They'll mutate and so forth.
And details on what happened in this latest attack. But from what we've heard so far, Beth, are you seeing any potential parallels, or does that bring to mind any echoes of what you covered back in 2002?
Well, certainly, Elaine. I've been thinking very much about that attack at the Moscow theater. It's called the Nord-Ost attack, which was the name of the Russian musical that was playing at the time. And in that attack, about 30 heavily armed Chechens rushed into the theater and took the entire...
There you go. We were just talking about the Chechens, the Chechnya and stuff. They brought that up, that parallel.
Our audience and anybody else in that building hostage. But in that case, they were held for 3 days. A few of the children were released, but most of the people weren't. And so on the third night, the Russians pumped a narcotic gas into the theater, knocking everybody out, including the hostage takers, who were then allegedly...
Narcotic
They did our idea.
We've been going on long.
They did our idea, Gene.
Yeah, our idea with, like,
knock everybody out to make everything
in Gaza,
safe.
Instead of airstrikes...
People said we were crazy, Jane.
Well, World War I, what they did is they'd have planes that fly over, and they would drop, like, mustard gas and chemical weapons. So they need to do that. The, like, narcotic gases, just have them all fly over, put everyone asleep, go into the tunnels.
Yeah, but did you not just
fill them with
that's
seawater,
what they did.
In and out. What?
Yeah, that's what they did for this concert, though. They
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They
put everyone asleep. Why isn't Israel doing that?
Why don't we do that
during... of shit.
When we're having a whole war against the country? Why not make use out of that kind of thing? I mean, what's better?
Yeah, non-lethal.
What's better? Blowing people's fucking stomachs open, or putting them to sleep for 30 minutes or a couple hours?
You could have, like, drones that go in instead of, like, explosive drones. It's just what they do. They fly into buildings, spray all the yeah.
It makes plenty of sense.
narcotic gases.
If you're an
put it in
army
the water
coming
supply.
through, you're trying to make peace in the area, and you're trying not to kill people along the way. Drugs seem like a good thing to use. I don't know. They're
Instead
very
of dumb
powerful.
bombs, drug bombs.
Instead of blowing people's brains out, I don't know. Just incapacitating them for an hour
and
or so.
the soldiers, when they go in, you can have like it in like their vests or whatever rigged. So if they do get shot, it just pops and the narcotic gases just flow out.
Yeah, when they make armor on the soldiers, that just explodes drugs into the air.
Dude, pump it in the water.
Putin donated $1 to us. Putin.
Thank you, Putin.
He put a message. You put a message, and I don't know what the message say.
Putin, I don't like what you're doing in Ukraine currently, but if you do start nuking the world or whatever, I gave you the idea of the Volt Palace, so just
make sure to subscribe to
give me a
Shabisky
pass
before you nuke the world.
Gina simping for fucking Putin.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be like instead of like Snowpiercer, where it's just the like billionaires and stuff did wrong and they froze the planet over, and you need tickets to like Wilson's giant mega train. Here, it's like you get tickets to his underground palace. So he's got to give me a free ticket.
And then people were rescued. So one of the things I think we see here is that the Russians have learned from that. Do not let these things go in.
Look, you got like the trucks have that. The trucks with narcotic gas or narcotic gas, instead of bulldozers, killdozers going into Israel and tanks and APCs, you just have trucks that if they blow it up, narcotic gas. But even if you don't blow it up, that's what it is. It's just you got these self-driven trucks or remote controlled trucks from a distance. They go in and they have, you know how you have vehicles and like riots that have like the water cannons? It's neurotic, like drug fume cannons. Dude, we gotta pitch this idea. You have like the tanks and stuff. They'll shoot like all the like instead of missiles, they'll shoot like the neurotic gas, like whatever, but the canisters. But what if you have like non-lethal, like the mounted machine guns? They just shoot syringes that put people to sleep. See, I got to start my own country, and that's what our military is going to be. We're going to create the most sophisticated, non-lethal military where everything's just based on drug bombs and like syringe like rifles.
Send in the police quickly and try to get as many people as you can out of there. So certainly the way this is playing out is very different. There's a fire at this Crocus City.
Dude, I'm on a watch list. I'm promoting a peaceful, non-lethal solution to war. Maybe the bunker palace is what's gonna get me on the list.
Case in Moscow, but I think
dude, whatever. I'm already on a list. I know it.
It's just one nuke. Come on,
dude. The government's algorithms and shit on the internet. They've already like picked up on all the shit I'm talking about. Who cares? Whatever. I got nothing to hide.
Incidents. Just
South
that there's
Korea,
no way
North
that you
Korea
can keep
are
a
just,
city
like,
of about 9 million
bidding
people
for
safe.
John's ideas.
Dude, it's like they got all the artillery. South Korea. They need to just launch all the drug bombs, put all the canisters and stuff in the artillery, put all of North Korea asleep, go in, dismantle their nukes, arrest Kim Jong-un, free the people, liberate the people.
And that as much as the Russians would like to show that everything in Russia is dandy, it's not. And there's a lot of opposition to Putin. There's a lot of opposition to the war in Ukraine. We don't always hear about it, but it's certainly there. And so coming when it does, the week of the election, is kind of a black eye to Vladimir Putin. But of course, my thoughts today are with the victims of this attack and other terrorist attacks in Russia. We covered not only the one in Moscow in 2002, but one that was even worse in 2004 when an entire school was taken. Many children and their parents celebrating the first day of school.
And Beth, I wanted to ask you about sort of that sense of how common or uncommon events like this are. Unfortunately, as you know, here in the United States, mass shootings have become a very sad reality and a somewhat regular occurrence. But in Russia, this kind of attack or shooting, how common of an event is that?
Oh, it's nowhere near as common as in the United States. There are far fewer guns in Russia floating around. There are some school shootings, but it's very occasional. It's usually a small scale when it does happen. So I don't remember anything like this.
Now, this is like over 100 people dead. What was the most lethal mass shooting? They didn't get to 100. I think it was something like 60-something people, 70 people. So I don't know. We got less mass shootings, but we don't have mass shootings that are as, I don't know, that reach these mass proportions of like casualty counts.
Happening in Russia since the Beslan school siege, which is the one where they took the school in 2004, and obviously that theater raid in Moscow in 2002. And one of the things that Vladimir Putin said to people as part of his re-election campaign is, look, I'm a guy who brought peace to Russia. I maintain law and order. But clearly it's impossible to keep a country safe all the time, I guess anywhere in the world now, but certainly in Russia, where there are a lot of people who are against President Putin and certainly against this war in Ukraine.
Beth, you mentioned at the top that there is
Blame
quite
Hamas.
a bit of sort of information or at least some details on social media, but that for the most part, there's not.
Okay, next vid.
This morning's top story. Russian authorities have arrested 11 people, including all 4 suspected gunmen, following the deadly attack at a concert hall near Moscow. At least 115 people were killed. Russian news reports said the 4 camouflage-clad gunmen stormed the venue and fired point blank at the hundreds of people who gathered for a rock concert. The attackers also set the concert hall on fire and caused the roof to partially collapse. The U.S. said it recently warned Russia about the threat of the Islamic State group attack targeting large gatherings in the Moscow area. Deborah Pata is following the latest developments just outside Russia's capital.
There was pandemonium and terror as armed men dressed in combat fatigues burst into Krokus City Hall on the outskirts of Moscow, opened fire and set the complex alight. The brazen attack took place as crowds gathered at the popular concert venue and shopping mall for a performance by a veteran Russian rock band. Videos posted on social media show people screaming and ducking for cover as the gunmen fired volley after volley of automatic gunfire. The shots were constant.
Okay, I know that it's like Skeppy talked about me being on a watch list, but it's like, look at how much, like, they killed like 1,000 people, Hamas, in their attack. And that was like, they didn't have any like military vehicles or anything like that. They just went in with a handful of like foot soldiers. Here it was like 11 people killed like 100-something people. Wait, when do you think, like, they talked about how it's much more difficult to get firearms in Russia compared to the U.S. When are we going to have, I don't know, like Times Square, New Year? Like, when's it going to happen? Concerts in the, like, where, I think it's going to happen eventually. There's going to be, like, 10 terrorists, and they just go in, fully automatic rifles, the AR-15s, and maybe some killdozers. They're gonna get the tractor trailer trucks, like that one attack in France where he, like, I think they killed almost a couple hundred people where it just ran over. They're gonna get a couple hundred trucks, and they're just gonna start killdozing the crowd and stuff, and then maybe 11 people with some firearms and stuff, and maybe 1 or 2 explosives. I think they're probably gonna. When do you think it's gonna happen where they're gonna take, like, a tractor trailer, fill it with explosives, and start killdozing their way through the crowd, and then, boom. Maybe 3 of those vehicles. Am I scaring you?
No, tractor trailer going through a crowd.
Well, that happened in France, in Nice. That happened, like, I think in, like, 2014 or...
Well, that wasn't very Nice.
Yeah, but... Oh, I remember, like, Nice is spelled, like, N-I-C-E. And I remember when they were covering it, there were all these people that were like, dude, what the fuck? Nice terrorist attack? And you had all these people correcting others in the chat. It's like, it's the name of the city, idiot. Ooh, they're snipers too, I think. Yee.
Yefremov said people panicked and started to run. Some fell down and were trampled on. Others were trapped in a basement and escaped by bashing down an exit door. Another video shows the assailants moving with deadly intent through the mall, firing incessantly, often at point-blank range, the extent of horror made clear by the growing line of body bags.
The images are just horrible and just hard to watch, and our thoughts obviously are going to be with the victims of this terrible, terrible shooting attack.
The building was engulfed in flames, with smoke billowing from the massive blaze. Russia's equivalent of the FBI dispatched investigators to the scene. The U.S.
Okay, so I know this is
in Moscow.
Probably sad to say. Yeah, all those people were killed, but they're Russian civilians. This just brings the point to how Russia is imploding on itself. You got the Ukraine war, you got all this. I don't know if it's political or if it's just, oh, I fucking hate this Taylor Swift bitch or whatever the fuck. But they're imploding on themselves.
Dude, I think ISIS just took credit for it. I think it was just a bunch, whoever the musician was at the concert, I think it was just a bunch of haters. They just got together. It's like, oh my god. Maybe it's like, you know how you got a bunch of like Justin Bieber haters? Like people have this vitriolic hate towards like certain pop stars. I can understand if you don't like their music, but it's like there's people that like wish death upon them. Maybe that's it. ISIS just took credit for it like they usually do, and it's just a bunch of haters.
Advising Americans to stay away from concert venues, and the State Department says the intelligence was shared with Russia. For CBS Saturday Morning, I'm Deborah Patter.
The massacre near Moscow. A short time ago, Russian state media reported that the suspected attackers are all foreign citizens. ISIS claims responsibility for the rampage on a concert venue yesterday, the death toll rising
133 now.
Once again today to at least 133 people. And in his first video message since the attack, President Vladimir Putin called it a barbaric terrorist act. CNN senior international correspondent Fred Pleitgen is monitoring developments from Berlin. Fred, good morning to you. Have authorities given any more details about the suspects in this attack?
Well, yeah, the Russian authorities certainly have, and it seems to diverge a little bit from what we've been hearing from the U.S. and also from ISIS itself. Of course, ISIS claimed responsibility for the attack that happened late last night. They offered an additional social media post earlier today. And then you had the U.S. that came out and said that they have absolutely no reason to doubt ISIS's claim of responsibility. Of course, the U.S. coming out very early. Now, the Russians have a bit of a different take on all of that. They say that they've, at this point in time, apprehended 11 individuals in total. That includes the 4 shooters who they say went into that concert venue yesterday evening outside of Moscow, the town of Krasnogorsk, and started shooting up almost everybody that came across their path. The Russians saying some of those people shot at point blank. We're seeing some of the aftermath on our screen right now. The Russians are saying, as you pointed out, that none of those individuals are Russian citizens. They do say, and this comes from Vladimir Putin, who went on Russian state TV earlier today, that apparently these individuals tried to make a getaway to Ukraine. Let's listen in.
All 4 direct perpetrators of the terrorist.
I mean, if that's true, like if they are, like, even if they're Islamic terrorists, it makes sense that they would try to flee to Ukraine because, they're currently not in good terms with Russia, so maybe they would. I don't know. Maybe that's the best option. But
all those who shot and killed people were found.
Are we gonna back up ISIS since it was an attack on Russia?
Ukraine and ISIS? They're allying with each other. The enemy of my enemy.
To hide and move towards Ukraine, where, according to preliminary data, a window was prepared for them on the Ukrainian side to cross the state border.
It's like, what was it in the Chinese like civil war that was going on like prior and after World War II? Both sides declared a ceasefire to work together against the Japanese, and then the civil war started again once World War II was over. Maybe ISIS and the Ukraine, they got like a treaty of like what is it, non-aggression or whatever, and maybe they've declared like some temporary like mutual relationship with each other where ISIS just wants to kill any people who aren't the same Islamic Muslim denomination as them, and the Ukraine hates Russia. So maybe they'll after they deal with Russia, they'll go back to hating each other, and they have to deal with ISIS doing terrorist attacks on Ukrainian soil. But for now, Let's just focus on Russia.
Of 11 people were detained.
Yeah, Shab walked away because he sucks. And he's been gone for a while, and I gotta fucking pee, and I'm waiting for him to return.
Dude, I gotta piss too.
So an interesting thing that Vladimir Putin is saying.
Yeah, fuck Shab.
Allegedly, a window was opened for them on the other side, as he put it, obviously seeming to mean some sort of opening in the border, which would be remarkable because, of course, that border currently is the front line between Ukraine and the Russians. There's a lot of fighting that's going on in that area. So the Russians apparently trying to somehow, or apparently implicating, or at least linking all of this to Ukraine. The Ukrainians at this point in time having none of it, saying they have absolutely nothing to do with all this.
All right, Fred Plykin, thank you so much, and I should say good evening to you. It's 5 o'clock there. Thanks so much. All right, let's bring in CNN National Security Analyst Steve Hall and CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller. Great to see you both, gentlemen. So, Steve, you first. ISIS, quick to claim responsibility for this attack, but we heard Putin suggest that the suspects were trying to flee into Ukraine. He obviously wants to make some sort of correlation with Ukraine, perhaps, added justification for Russia's invasion of that country.
Yeah, Fred, it's worth remembering that whatever comes out of the Kremlin serves no other purpose than to support Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin's policies. So whether it's numbers of casualties, whether it's who committed this terrorist act, whether it's whether they were going to Ukraine or not, which frankly makes zero sense whatsoever from pretty much any perspective, unless you're trying to protect Vladimir Putin from embarrassment for not listening to intelligence that was provided by the United States and probably others, there's really nothing to believe there. So yeah, it seems to make sense to me that it would be a terrorist element.
Why would Putin lie?
The United States government doesn't see any inconsistencies with it being ISIS. So my inclination is to believe any other source before you believe the Kremlin.
And John, in fact, the U.S. and other Western governments had warned Russia earlier this month about the possibility of an ISIS attack. Putin labeled the warning outright blackmail during a speech earlier this week. So help folks understand, even though Russia is an adversary of the U.S., America adheres by this so-called duty to warn.
So the duty to warn doctrine applies particularly in terrorism, where there's information that one intelligence service may come into that means people may be killed in another place. And even if that place is not a U.S. ally, even if it's a hostile foreign power, the duty to warn is to protect innocent people no matter.
Okay, next vid. Says, wait. Huh. One, 3-3, government burgers, no large, concern, crown. Oh my god, where the fuck is Shab?
Okay, I'm gonna leave you for a second. I gotta piss, and then you can leave me for a second.
Yeah. I'm afraid Crow might lag out, and I gotta yell at Shab. Shab, what were you doing?
Pooping.
Well, is that a new beer, or is that what you were drinking prior?
It was the same beer.
Okay, good. I'm like, you're already being like annoying drunk, and I'm like, oh my god, is he going to down another beverage? But here, I gotta piss. Talk to the chat. Keep them entertained.
Hi, chat. I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm glad you guys are here. Yeah, freestyle time. I agree. What's up, Drunken Crow? How you doing?
I'm doing good. John left us for PP reasons.
Yeah, Putin keeps tipping to me because he likes my opinion. My opinions, they're way better than Alan's. Okay. Because I'm smarter. That's just subjectively true. Did you dye your hair?
Which hair? Is it head hair, beard hair?
Your pubes. Did you dye your pubes?
No, I shave.
Wow, what a freak. Well, now we all know he's a freak.
Oh, Alan said head. No, I'm fucking going gray, Alan. I'm 29. I'm going gray.
Yeah, Alan wants to know if you'll give me a head.
No, I've always had black hair, black as shit.
So is that a no to the head?
Yeah, you're not getting head. We'll do that at the meetup.
So it's a yes. All right, awesome. We won this war, Alan. I'm gonna come. That's all that matters. We gotta let Gene know that I'm gonna come. He's gonna be excited. Gene! Jane! Jane! Jane!
What?
You won't believe the news.
What's that?
I'm gonna get head.
Gonna get head?
Yeah, you know what that means?
What's that?
I'm gonna come down someone's throat. It's great, isn't that? Isn't that great?
Oof.
Yeah,
Yucky.
oof. Yeah, I know, for them, but not for me. It's fucking awesome for me. I'm like, hell yeah. You my trash compactor, ho. I'm totally down. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Now, Negan said, I'm not sure what you mean. I think I have an idea. I said, yeah, I sent him a message. Shab says you have a surprise for me.
No. You gotta tell them that I have I know a secret about the show. They don't know what
secret about what?
They don't know what you're talking about. Okay? They're confused because the way you're wording it. They don't know that you're talking about a secret that they told me that you're not allowed to know.
I'm not allowed to know. I thought.
But maybe they told me not to tell you that there's a secret that you're not supposed to know too. Maybe I'm in trouble for telling you that there's a secret that I'm not supposed to tell you.
Negan, what's the secret? Chap says it will blow my mind.
Wait, is Negan here?
Well, I saw them in the chat not that long ago. Yeah. Scroll back a little bit. They said hi. They said hi, Shab, but they didn't say hi to me. Where's Shab?
Oh, they did say hi. Well, I'm better than yous.
Yeah.
I'm better than yous.
Remember, I don't know, we've mentioned it 1,000,001 times, but remember, like, Steven Seagal? The sexual harassment. Yeah, did I come in your mouth?
Did I come in your mouth?
What a lol cow. Yup. The PPP Discord is getting Gene. Ooh.
Yeah, we're gonna get you your own private stripper. Oh, Negan Griffin is here. And they shave their head bald like Pimma.
Negan is a surprise stripper.
You guys hear me?
No.
Yup.
Yeah.
So what's the surprise?
It's a surprise.
I told Gene.
But what is it?
It's not ready yet. It's
Not
not ready.
yet.
Shab shouldn't even fucking mention it to you. Yes, you are.
Well, he said it would blow my mind, so I'm wondering what the fuck is it?
I got his hopes way up there, and his hopes aren't gonna be let down either. Gene, it's crazy.
Is it going to be something very mundane?
No, I just said
No.
your hopes aren't going to be let down. You're going to be like, whoa, no way.
Oh. So,
You will be invited.
Alan's mocking me. Gene doesn't know having head, or Gene doesn't know. Yeah. Well, that's very important
Gene,
information to know.
Gene, what does it mean to get a rim job?
I don't know. Oh, butt sex?
That's when you...
Or no, it's not doggy style. It would be like...
It's... I can tell you.
No,
What is
Negan,
it?
let them guess. Let them guess. It's funnier.
I already guessed.
Let them guess more. It's funnier when he guesses more.
Gene, what's a Cleveland steamer?
I don't know. This is very important information for people to, be able to recall and everything. Yeah. All this other stuff that I try to learn and everything, like the epistemological method and probability and all this chemistry and bridge building. Yeah, I need to stop spending all my time learning that, all these programming languages.
Gene, are you drunk?
No, I'm drunk on sleep deprivation again.
Oh.
Yeah, Shab?
You're a fucking maggot.
Shab's drunk.
I didn't even say anything. I was just adjusting shit. He's like, yeah, Shab. What did I didn't say anything.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm adjusting things. I'm doing my job. My job, like Brett Keane. If he was doing this job, he would be doing the job good, like I do.
Who are you talking about?
Brett Keane, what do you mean? I just specifically said his name.
I didn't hear make out what you said.
I said Brett Keane. If he was here, he'd be doing a good job, like I do.
Why'd you bring that up?
Yeah, I'm just getting ready to say this ain't drunken peasants. Bring up
because this is not Negan. I'm not gonna make the joke. Okay.
This is PPP. We're here to learn.
I'm not gonna make the joke, Negan.
Сегодня в глазах, в ушах, это все происходящее просто в голове осталось. Это боль. Это боль.
11 past with this breaking news and some new insight into that terror attack outside of.
Chad was like talking to somebody in the chat. It's just. So what Skeppy said, he just randomly does Brett Keane.
Moscow. Joining me now, former CIA officer and MSNBC national security and intelligence analyst, Mark Polymeropoulos. What a terrible thing we have to discuss here. We're talking about a branch of the Islamic State in Afghanistan. It is called ISIS-K that claimed responsibility for this attack, Mark, but it has yet to offer any proof. Let me ask you, who is ISIS-K? What are its goals? And why would they carry out a
terrorist attack? Prove it, ISIS! We don't believe you.
Yeah, you gotta do another one.
I'm gonna prove it.
Yeah. This will make it official.
We can make perhaps a comparison now with college basketball with March Madness. They are the 1 seed in terrorist groups. This is the
Drunken Pedestrians podcast. I mean, that is kind of what it is tonight.
ISIS,
General Colonel, the head of Central Command.
What's that?
ISIS means Islamic State in Syria, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't remember exactly.
I thought that's what it stood for.
Yeah.
But
saying ISIS, I always thought it was ISIS.
Yeah, or ISIL.
Bad joke.
In congressional testimony.
Yeah, they changed the abbreviation. I don't know if they changed it and then changed it back.
Weisco said that was his biggest concern in terms of external attacks.
God, they're a bunch of grifters and stuff. They need a. God, they can't even make up their minds. They're so disoriented.
And he actually said he was worried about
disorganized
ISIS attacks in Europe. This is an offshoot of kind of the traditional ISIS we all remember from kind of the wars in Syria and Iraq. They have in essence a base in Afghanistan, several thousand fighters, and they are committed to not only attacking U.S. interests but also Russian interests as well. You know, Russia has a long history of oppression of Muslim majority republics in the Northern Caucasus. Russia has fought ISIS in Syria and Iraq, so Russia is in their crosshairs, and it certainly appears this is kind of the work of ISIS-K.
So U.S. officials told NBC News that
when you reach this guy's point. This is when you just shave your head and you accept the fact that you don't have hair anymore.
Well, I think he is shaving his head. Maybe it's just grown a little bit where he needs to shave it.
See this?
But that
middle area, and then
it's like when you need to shave. It's probably just like he does shave it, but
he's motherfucking on MSNBC. I think if anything, he'd be more prepared hair-wise for this. I mean, he's not prepared at all like Negan. Okay, Negan is totally prepared for this.
He was doing other shit, and I guess he forgot to do a little top shave.
They were gathering intelligence from ISIS.
There's certain dudes that like this. It's like Pimp Monk, where he totally pulls off the being bald thing. Not all of us can do it. Some of us look weird when we're bald and stuff like that. This is the kind of guy that looks better bald than with hair, just like Pimp Mug. And so I don't know. It's just kind of silly that the guy doesn't just go
Mike
full
from Breaking
bald.
Bad.
Yeah, there's certain people.
Crow keeps lagging out.
There's certain people that the bald thing they look cooler, they look better being bald than they do with hair. Most of us can't pull that off, but this is one of those guys. But he doesn't shave his head bald. Instead, we see his hairline. I don't get it.
Shav look like Caillou bald. Yeah, of course, a Canadian like you would reference Caillou. You damn Canadians, you brought Caillou and Justin Bieber.
No,
to the
dude,
world.
Caillou pulls it off.
Canadians, they're the real terrorist state. They're the real terrorists of the world.
Caillou pulls it off. Most of us would look like deformed freaks with our heads shaved.
Why is Caillou bald? Is he like some kid with like juvenile cancer or something?
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Canada, we wouldn't have Tom Green and Shania Twain and Pam Anderson.
Damn,
I
Shania
don't know,
Twain.
Tom Green can be annoying as fuck.
Attack in Russia. Both the U.S. Embassy and Moscow were alerted about the threat. Then just a few days ago, as you know, Vladimir Putin dismissed those warnings as being provocative statements. First of all, is it customary for U.S. intelligence agencies to warn Russia about possible terrorist threats? And what does it say about the state of Russia security services that despite these warnings, this attack was pulled off inside their homeland?
Alex, great questions, and I think a lot of Americans would be surprised. And when we do, uncover information about possible terrorist attacks,
the Biden administration, I think they did it,
particularly against civilian targets. We have what's called duty to warn, and so even with our adversaries, we would pass them this information.
Call of Duty.
We would obviously, protect sources and methods. So whether this was signals intelligence or human intelligence.
Call of Duty 28. ISIS strikes Russia.
We're going to make sure that that's protected, but we're going to pass them the information in as much granularity and detail as we can. And back on March 7th, you saw.
Oh my God, Mike Myers. Yeah, fuck Mike Myers. Jesus. Never mind. Russia, Ukraine, ISIS, Israel, Gaza, the Houthis, they all need to get together, like all the Haiti gangs with Lieutenant Barbecue. They all need to make an alliance, and they all need to attack Canada.
No, Skeppy's right.
Canada, I don't know. They're the real evil.
Actually,
they have
they
their
are.
make-believes and shit.
I think Canada is one of the main countries that that's why we have the Geneva Convention.
North Korea, South Korea, they need to make amends. Taiwan, China, they all need to get together and they all need to hold hands. That's what will bring the world peace. It's like just the fight towards Canada.
Gene!
And then Canada will have, I think they have the top sniper division on the planet. The entire world's going to attack Toronto. And then it's just 300 Canadian snipers. They're just holding off.
Go ahead, stick your PP in there, Gene. Goodness, open up again. Never mind. I guess no PP in there tonight.
These jokes have no...
Okay, go in.
It does not follow. What the fuck?
No, it's a non sequitur. No, it's a sequitur because the mouth open on the stream. It's a sequitur. Okay, back to the video.
You can lead a horse to water, you can't make them drink. So how they action this, we don't know. But the fact is, we passed them the information, and tragically, Russian security services didn't follow up on it or couldn't find the perpetrators. And you raise a really good point. Russian security services are not 10 feet tall, and they were totally incompetent, bloated, corrupt. Kind of in their assessment about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We've seen now once again that they're not able to protect the Russian people. They're good at cracking down. They're good at cracking down on dissent, but not in terms of their basic function, which is the security of Russians.
Yeah. In his
next vid.
Никто и ничто не может поколебать нашу сплоченность и волю, нашу решимость и мужество, силу единого народа России. Никому не удастся посеять ядовитые семена розни и многонациональное общество.
Who's this AI motherfucker?
Тяжелейшие, порой невыносимые
This guy's AI, right,
еще
Negan?
сильнее. Так будет и сейчас.
Yes.
Все исполнители, организаторы и заказчики этого преступления понесут справедливое и неизбежное наказание. Кем бы они ни были, кто бы их ни направлял. Повторю. Мы установим и покараем каждого, кто стоит за спиной террористов, кто готовил это злодеяние, этот удар по России, по нашему народу.
What are the chances, Gene, that guy has a tiny PP?
He's like what, a 14th degree black belt?
So he could still have a tiny penis.
No, I'm fairly certain that your dick needs to be at least like, I don't know, 8 inches in length to get to that level. You need that big dick energy to get to the Chuck Norris level of
I think the only reason why he's a big meanie head is because mommy didn't love him, and he's sad that mommy didn't love him.
Well, he grew up during time of great poverty in like Russia, and he claims. Yeah, he claims that for entertainment, one of the things he would do is he would chase rats around in the street. It's like, whoa. That
sounds fun, dude.
Yeah.
Ninja Turtles hung out with rats.
He probably, I don't know, was one of those kids that would unalive small animals. Maybe that's why he did it.
I don't get how.
Maybe his mommy touched his pee-pee too much.
Okay, stop. No. You shouldn't. Bad,
Negan.
It's Putin, dude.
It's
well,
Putin.
YouTube's algorithms.
The atrocities that
Russian President Vladimir Putin has vowed
those are okay.
to punish those responsible for the terror attack on a suburban Moscow.
Wait, what is okay?
Negan
The
didn't go
atrocities
specific at it, but
like him, like forcing people to like go and invade countries, all because he wants that territory. Like people who don't want to even.
They don't care about violence. They care about that. This is America, where unlike the rest of the world, where it's violence is the first thing you care about, which is like unethical and stuff and risque.
Do you like Putin?
No. I like him if he's going to nuke the planet and follow through with my underground palace idea, and he's going to give me a free ticket.
Oh.
No,
I think
I think he
he's
looks like a cutie.
Concert hall that killed at least 133 people and, according to Russian officials, left about 145 more wounded. It was one of the worst acts of terror in Russia in decades.
Oh, and at the start it was like few dozen dead and 100 wounded. Now it's like 400, like 30 something dead and 400 wounded.
Wait, Gene, is that Jackie Chan?
Chet, your jokes are fucking terrible tonight. It's like, oh my god, I'm just gonna randomly quote Brett Keane and dude, Chad's a racist piece of shit.
I was quoting Timmy. He made that joke recently.
Oh, okay.
Tonight, security has been beefed up, and in Moscow, people are remembering the dead and offering help to the wounded. Hundreds of people lined up in the rain this morning in Moscow to donate blood and plasma, giving what they can for the wounded from last night's carnage.
Of course, I was shocked and felt fear and horror. I've been to a concert at Crocus myself, and when I saw those horrible videos, I was shocked and in tears, even now when I speak about it. It was very scary to see it all.
A branch of the
Dude, you're a bad influence. Now you got the chat going on.
Yeah, the chat agrees with me. They're like, is that Jackie Chan? Is that Jackie Chan? I'm like, I don't know now.
Person earlier accusing us of racism. I mean, yeah.
At first I was joking, but now I'm like, oh my god, wait. Is that Jackie Chan? I don't know.
Claimed responsibility for the attack. It began with gunmen storming the hall, firing point blank at people who had gathered for a rock concert. Dave Primov was among the crowd.
The shots were not sporadic. There were constant volleys of gunfire. We all got up and tried to move closer to the aisles. People began to panic, started to run, and collided with each other.
What, Alan?
Others trampled on them.
Alan, do you have the fucking IQ and understanding of what's going on in front of you? As good as a fucking dead giraffe or something? What do you mean as win? Dude, that's so Alan, laugh! Sorry. Okay, going with the video. Alan's supposed to laugh. I was cueing
This
his
is said the
laughter.
attackers threw explosive devices that started a fire. This morning, a
He's a
smoldering
little
ruin was all that was left
retarded.
after the roof collapsed. Investigators combed through wreckage looking for bodies and evidence. In an address to the nation, Russian President Vladimir Putin said all the gunmen had been arrested. He never mentioned the ISIS claim of responsibility, instead linking Ukraine to the attack.
Now, the main thing is to not let those behind this bloodbath
Do you think Ukraine paid ISIS to do it?
commit new crimes.
I don't think it was ISIS. I was thinking it was Ben and Jerry's. I think it was them that did it. Instead of the blame, I blame them.
Gene,
where'd
do
you
you
get
think
Ben
it's
and Jerry's
funny-
from? What's that?
Do you think it's funny that we use words like president still?
What?
Like the word president, it means like that they're like setting the standard for the typical average like thing. Like, you know what I mean?
There's multiple definitions. It's a different definition.
But that's like basically what like being the president means is like you're representing the country. You're or whatever. Like you're being the face of the country.
You're the head of state.
Yeah. I just think it's ridiculous.
Dude, C-Shab, all your bullshit. The view count's going down to 8.
Shut the fuck up. Alan's starting to realize I'm the greatest. Okay? Took him long enough to fucktard. Okay? What?
I'll leave if you want me to leave. I just came to tell Gene that his surprise is on the worry.
I only want you to leave if you grape.
I don't want you to leave. Shab's the one. He wasn't hosting the stream. It's like, oh my god, Shab, shut the fuck up.
Shut up. I'm the best part of this stream, okay? Alright? As long as you don't grape people, you can stick around, okay? We'll allow you here. So you promise not to grape
Those who
people.
shot and killed people were found and detained. They tried to hide and were moving in the direction of
Now they're
Ukraine.
dubbing it. I like how they went from no subtitles, and now it's dubbed.
There, according to preliminary data, they had a crossing of the border prepared from the Ukrainian side.
Putin provided no evidence to support his claim, and Kyiv denied any involvement. U.S. intelligence said they had warned Russian officials of a planned ISIS attack in Moscow. Outside the ruins of the concert hall today, people left flowers at a makeshift memorial. Among them, concert-goer Anastasia Rodionova, who says she feels lucky to be alive.
They were just walking and shooting as they went along, gunning down everyone methodically.
It was because God willed it for her to be
Hell as
alive.
she
That's
is,
fine.
I
It's prayer.
agree.
This is proof that God exists.
In silence. You understand only now that you are lucky, really lucky. I came home, my coat was just covered in blood. Apparently someone shielded me.
Oof.
Putin declared tomorrow a national day.
Damn,
The church goes on
that's
for answers.
What if it was wine?
Journalist Michael Weiss is the editor of The Insider, an independent news outlet covering Russia. He's also co-author.
What's that?
She was wearing a white coat, and she said, my coat was covered in blood. Bullshit. I'm looking at your coat. It's perfectly white.
Maybe that's a different coat.
It was Versace. You can't
No, I agree with Negan. I agree with Negan.
You think people over there can afford more than one coat, Gene?
Yeah, they're in Russia. They're poor there.
Yeah, all Russians are poor. There aren't any Russians that, live like what's considered an American middle class lifestyle.
No, they don't.
She was at a concert, so you know it maybe.
Their president, as a kid, was chasing rats around.
That was
They're poor
during the Soviet era.
Yeah, they're poor.
I guess you do know that all countries have their wealthy and poor areas. Even the poorest countries on the planet have their most wealthy areas.
So
no, I've seen Vice documentaries.
Everyone's poor.
I know. Yeah, everybody's poor
except America. Alan said, "Shabisky, I've always found you funny, dude. Even when you piss me off, others being stupid, autistic, whatever, blah blah blah." Yeah, heck yeah, Alan.
Dude,
okay.
Hasn't Jarrett been giving Ben a lot of issues with
He's doing doxing lately, but
dude, how did he? But
you know, the problem is, Alan, when you say that like people only hang out with me to feel like they're smart, it makes it seem like I'm dumb.
Whatever. Let's move on.
Well,
of ISIS
Alan,
inside the army of terror. Michael, what do we
You
know?
already.
I know, but don't you get
you're
that,
drunk.
Alan?
You're drunk. Discuss it with him later.
Alan gets it though.
We're gonna get you guys in the voice chat with each other, and you're gonna have some.
He's smart enough
online.
to get it.
Yeah. Okay.
ISIS-K,
let's
this
continue.
branch of ISIS that's claimed responsibility.
So ISIS-K is established in Afghanistan, and
Ooh, he's got a lot of books. Do you think he's read all those books?
That's how you determine whether someone's smart, whether they have a lot of books.
They have a
behind
bookshelf.
them.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not if they can have a discussion demonstrating that they have knowledge from reading. It's like Origin. You just simply have a bunch
Those are
of books.
movies, Negan. You fucking dork.
It's their bookshelf. Those are books.
Yeah, but he's got like Plato book and shit in the background. Looks like there's some Nietzsche, but
when do we have a mutual server? Since when does that exist? I'm about to throw things. Sorry, I get angry.
Okay, well, one of like now you got me going on tangents with like Origin. Remember when he was on stream, like in Pitmonk, and he was like talking about like
I'm
like
retarded.
He was all jealous of Gene Morgan and stuff, and he was like talking about me bringing up facts and knowledge, and he's like, "That's what people do who don't really read."
Yeah,
he just remember facts.
It's like people who don't really read have a lot of knowledge to share. What?
You remember when he was criticizing me on sticking up for myself when I was getting like harassed, and I made the analogy that like it's like as if you went into work and there was a poster that said you're a PDF file, and he said that analogy didn't make any sense. He didn't explain. You remember that? You remember how?
Yeah.
He didn't.
These two things are not like the exact same thing. Therefore, they're nothing alike.
Yeah, he couldn't explain why those weren't alike and why my analogy was so horrible. If you don't know,
he's one of those people where if anybody,
yeah,
if anybody like has a dispute or whatever, or is like discussing some kind of conflict, like why don't you just ignore? And it's like,
that's what he was telling me.
Yeah, and then he was telling you to. Well, he was telling you to ignore, and then when you argued him into a corner, he then cried and got upset and went off and like made a big deal. Yeah, and then he like left the discords and he was being a big baby, and then he came back again, and then you had another debate with him over you disagreed with him over flag burning, and he did the same thing again. He would talk about you like, why don't you just ignore? But then you simply disagree with him and argue him into a corner. And then he's such a big baby where just one example of him being like, I don't know, proven wrong in front of an audience. And then he turns around and he did the same thing. He was crying to Galen and, oh, boo-hoo.
What are you saying,
what's that, Negan?
I'm kind of confused. Are we talking about Vladimir Putin?
No, we're talking about Origin.
Origin.
You guys are saying like
yeah,
dude, we should show you the stream where he came.
We're talking about kind of memes, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah.
But at one point, Origin hung out with me, and he got mad at me. What was the first reason he got mad at me?
Because you disagreed with him over like when you're dealing with negs and all that tragic.
Oh, so okay. So I've told you I've got harassed for like a year and a half. It was a lot for me to deal with, and I made some videos standing up for myself. His reaction to that was, "Oh, Shabisky,
okay, Chad, you already said this.
Why don't you just ignore it?"
Yeah.
And no, I didn't.
We already went through the two reasons.
You just said it, and nobody was listening.
Drunk.
How about you shut up and let me talk to Negan for once? Okay, Negan didn't get your fucking.
You're
Negan didn't get what you were saying, did you, Negan?
Did you get what I was saying?
Let me explain it to you.
I guess he has to explain it again.
Yeah, someone someone who's a human needs to explain it, Gene. How about you let the human here on the podcast explain it? Yeah, oh my God, human talking. Yeah, sorry. Anyways, yeah, he told me it was stupid for me to even talk about them at all. Even though I was getting harassed and stuff, like even acknowledge them. And I told him as an analogy, I said, okay, well, it's like as if you went to work and there was a poster on the wall when you go into work that says you're a PDF file, but you're supposed to just walk by it and ignore it and not stick up for yourself. And his response to that was, oh, well, that doesn't make any sense. That's not a good analogy. That's what me and John was just talking about.
I think he said it's not a good comparison, not even analogy, because he doesn't even know what analogies are.
Yeah, it's not a good comparison, even though I think it's a pretty good comparison. Because for me, when I go into work on YouTube, and there's a bunch of videos being like, "Oh, Shabisky's a PDF file," and I've dealt with that. That's like having a bunch of posters up at my work while I'm walking by to go get into work, saying I'm a PDF file. That's what I told him. That's the analogy I gave him. He acted like that was just completely fucking stupid. But I was trying to compare that.
He reads books. He's smart.
Yeah, I was trying to tell him that analogy because he told me I should just ignore it. I think if anybody was going to work and they were constantly being called a PDF file by other people at work, and some people at work were trying to push that narrative, they would maybe stick up for themselves and say, oh, no, there's no proof behind that. Blah, blah, blah. You know? But stupid-ass Origin thinks he's smart, and he reads like 12 books a year or whatever the fuck it is. So he thinks he's super smart, and he has to tell me that me sticking up for myself is stupid. That's what we were just talking about. I don't know. I feel like I was going on to something else, but I'm too drunk to remember what I was getting to.
In his Twitter profile, when he described himself, he's like, I'm a philosopher, a thinker, an intellectual, a fan of books. It's like, he's a social retard. Does he not understand that, like, anybody... Well, anybody that looks at that is going to be just cringe. It's just... Anyone that puts that they're an intellectual in their description, just like show don't tell Origin.
There's a weird thing with people doing that in their Twitter, where they want to say that they're an intellectual to everybody, but they don't really show it.
I gotta check my Twitter.
Yeah, it's fan of books. Like,
I love Negan's. I gotta check my Twitter real quick.
That was good, but Alan and Skeppy, it's like fan of books, and I like his YouTube channel. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna show everyone my bookshelf, and then he has like the YouTube banner is books, and then I remember when he was in like the chat initially, and he's like talking to people. He's like, yes, I love books. Did I mention I love books? But then whenever you talk to him about anything, history, psychology, he has no knowledge on any of it. And I think that's why he was so intimidated by me initially, like when I was on the Morning Wood, because he was just like, it's like, oh, he always talks about like, and he even said, I think John memorizes facts to look smart. And it's like, no, I read.
I'm just interested in it. I learn it.
I just actually read.
I actually care about learning the thing.
Maybe it's not because I have a bookshelf behind me and I just like tell people I read. Maybe it's because I actually fucking read, and that's why I have
it's because I actually care about that.
Yes.
It's just like him with rap music. Like, I don't think I ever heard him say that I'm just like this incredible rapper or something. But when we talked about rap, he said to me, oh, I could do that. I could do Nocturnal Rainbows by Hobson. I could do it better. And I said, okay, do it. And he never done it. It's been like a year since then, and he still has yet to drop the Nocturnal remix that he claimed he would do. And I'm sure, I don't know. It's just silly because rapping is a skill just like singing country music or lots of other fucking skills.
Rapping's just talking.
And the reality is that he could sit there and he can try to do Hobson Nocturnal. Do you know who Hobson is, Negan?
Rapping isn't really music.
Yeah, he said he would do his Nocturnal Rainbows song.
Chad Ben Shapiro said rap isn't real music.
I've heard
he's smart. He plays the cello.
I've heard the Ill Mind of Hobson part 342.
But regardless of that, like fucking Origin is somebody that you wouldn't even imagine rapping well, let alone like, oh, you're gonna rap better than one of the best rappers ever. It's like, yeah, okay, I'll do that easily. That's what he said to me about that song, that he would remix it.
You want to know something?
Huh?
Like, I think what he said about you should ignore those like allegations or whatever. I think that's dumb. But
Origin,
the one or two times that I did talk to him, me and him did have like a mutual like thing where we both like talked like a certain individual.
Oh yeah.
No, don't. That's the thing. That's the thing you gotta understand. I hung out with him too, and I got along, and I liked him too. That's why he was around in the community, and I was like, hey, he should be around.
I found him to be annoying as fuck, and I would have him like on the streets just to be like diplomatic, try to get along, but
yeah, sure, and I'm sure you would agree that I kept him around.
Yeah, and everyone wanted him gone. Everyone's like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
because I did like him. Why? Because he seemed like a nice person and stuff. But he's kind of creepy and stuff.
Am I the new origin? Am I the one that's keeping get the fuck out of here, Negan?
Yes, everyone when we're like talking to everyone when you're not around, they're all like, "Oh my god, this Negan dude.
Oh my god, Negan keeps sexually...
We need to get rid of them."
Negan keeps saying he can out-rap me, and it's pissing me off. Okay, I could like totally...
Yeah. Byron says, or Brian, like they said that he wanted to debate Paul, and oh my god, that is like the most cringy bullshit when he went on to debate Paul.
That's the thing. Is like I'm somebody that doesn't ever go to debate the Amazing Atheist or Paul Zigo. I've hung out with Paul Zigo. Me and him have been buddies and stuff. I never went to debate anybody, but I don't know. I maybe I'm crazy to say that I'm more qualified to debate than what's his name? Origin of Language. Like it's just like I've debated with him.
Do you have a bookshelf?
Yeah, right. I've debated with him, and it's been the dumbest arguments. Like the first, one of the debates that I had with him was about the American flag.
Yeah.
And about your right to be able to destroy it, right? What was it exactly?
Yeah, we've already.
But
we've already gone over. Yeah.
But I explained to him basically I stood up for the right to be able to it's about freedom of expression and everything. Like you should be able to.
You're doing a drunken rambling.
Take a flag and burn it if you want in America because that's freedom of expression. Whether that hurts some motherfucker that lives near you or not, their feelings, that is separate from your rights.
And the Confederate flag.
And I said that, and what was his argument against it, Gene? I don't remember.
You just claimed that it's pointless or something.
He claimed that burning the American flag gives them more power. People that don't want you to burn the American flag. It just gives them more power. And it's and it wasn't just a flag. It was also the idea of me burning the Bible. Both the flag and the Bible. And his claim was that's stupid to burn either because that just gives them more power. The people that don't want you to burn it. And it's how does that give them more power? And what and he's not I don't know. You'd have to watch the thing, but from what I understand, from what I remember, he wasn't able to make any decent argument on it and stuff. Yeah. It's just him insinuating that it gives them more power because it just gives them more power. It's not because of anything he can say that's factual. It's just because it gives them more power. And it's no. It really doesn't give them more power. The more people just burn the American flag or burn the Bible, the more it shows that, you kind of can't control it. You kind of can't have any effect on it. We'll burn the Bible all we fucking want. And I'm sure there's people in the chat, at least one or two people in the chat that would be like, oh, wow, how dare you burn the Bible? It's fuck you.
No, wait. So something else to say about Origin instead of explaining the burning the flag dispute for the fifth time. Him being contrarian, that's a good example. And he kind of, I know a certain person really hated him.
Who?
But this raisin girl.
Oh.
And she would do the exact same thing, where it's just she would disagree for no fucking reason, and then. But unlike Origin, where he's a little bitch boy and he would go and cry to people, Raisin just threw temper tantrums
Yeah, and Alan, I don't know how fucking smart you are, Alan. Sometimes I question it, but I hope you understand that I'm a better debater and more intelligent than fucking Aura fucking Reed fucking Jen.
Yeah.
Okay? I got more skill in the fucking
Okay,
nail
Chad,
clippings. I got more fucking skill
we've
in my
been on
nail
an rant for like
clippings.
40 minutes now. Let's continue.
Sorry, I just want Alan to understand
and they've
that.
been angling to hit Russia for quite a while. If you look at their they revile Vladimir Putin. One of the reasons being that Russia maintains a partnership with the Taliban, their sworn enemy. The United States has fairly good intelligence on their capability and their motivation because we occupied Afghanistan for more than 20 years. And clearly, our departure has
we occupied them for 20 years. It sure was worth it.
Interfered with the ability to collect.
Really accomplished a lot.
Intelligence, which is what I believe the United States passed along to Moscow a little less than a month ago. On March 7th, you'll recall the U.S. Embassy put out a notice.
This guy's white as fucking toast.
Hours, and that indeed.
What?
Do you
remember
remember
the deadly attack inside of a?
What?
Do you remember the day that we left Afghanistan and like how crazy that shit was?
Yeah. They went to an amusement park and they had lots of fun with their bumper cars, and then they burned it down.
Yeah.
Concert hall in Moscow tonight. At least
What did he bitch?
people are dead and more than 100.
What? Hold on. Alan, what did he bitch to you about me or about you about me? And then Alan, I mean Negan, Alan, what you gotta say?
He was
I just think it's just funny that it was only like the older men got to enjoy the bumper cars and like the little bullshit for like 10 minutes. Then they're like, all right, this stupid, fuck it up. And like they didn't let anybody else enjoy it. Like I think there was like a couple of like, kids that got to enjoy it with their dads or whatever. But then they're like, fuck this American shit.
I think it was the generals that like they saw them on it. It's like, yo, blasphemy. They banned when they like annexed Afghanistan like in the 90s. They banned kite flying. They banned all media that wasn't just I guess Islamic prayer and shit. So I guess it's like, you know, those channels you'll get like for free. They're like your local channels, and it's just nothing but like it's low budget. It's some boring old dude, and it's like, okay, let's take the Bible out and prayer. So they pretty much, with the exception of that kind of media, they banned all type of like entertainment, and it's essentially no fun is allowed. The only thing you're allowed to do is pray. Can't even fly kites.
Injured.
Yeah, I can't even fly a kite. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. It's illegal to fly a kite as a cracker like us.
Yeah, like I think Alan, like when he's claiming that he was like came to him to bitch, it's when you the 2 times you argued him into a corner, he went and he's like, bitch boy,
Sabisky, that dumb stoner guy argued me in the corner and won. Oh.
The thing is, if he didn't even like now you got me on him again. Like this is how much of a social retard he was. Like most people don't fucking care that much. It's like if he just hung around and just like we continued playing games and chilling, like everyone would have probably forgotten about it.
Dude, it doesn't take that much to just be a normal part of my community. You don't have to do that much. You just don't cause too much interruption. What?
Did you just... Is your torch on?
Now it is.
Okay. I thought it was on, but you were like just pointing it around in random places because you're drunk?
No. That would be neat if I was catching everything on fire, but... no, I think Origin is a good example of why, like... I don't know. I'm not somebody that goes around and tries to act like I'm smart all the time. I'm not skeptical.
Okay, you're going over this for
Shut the fuck up for once in your life,
you're
John.
Drunk. That's what drunk people do. They go on their ramblings and they repeat shit.
Negan, tell him to shut up.
You're doing what all drunk people do. Okay. I'm sorry, Shab.
What was
I don't want your feelings to be hurt.
You're hurting my feelings.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Authorities say at
least. Whoa! What the fuck was that creature? Okay,
132
on with
people were
this
killed in an
news.
attack at a concert venue in Moscow. More than 100 others also injured. The death toll expected to climb. Police arresting 4 suspects and 7 alleged accomplices near the border with Ukraine. The Islamic terrorist group ISIS claimed
he probably had a hard time finding a date for prom when he was in high school.
ABC's Rena Roy
I
has the
feel
latest.
bad for his mom.
Gunfire erupted at a concert venue in
That's
Moscow
fucking
Friday in
real
the city's
good.
deadliest terror attack in 2 decades. The violence broke out as
Nicholas, don't encourage him.
fans were waiting for a Russian rock band to take the stage at Crocus City Concert Hall. Hundreds sheltering behind seats and running for the exits. You can see the gunmen armed with assault rifles, the building then engulfed by fire, helicopters dropping water on the massive flames.
Nicholas, you understand that I'm more intelligent than that stupid origin fucker, right? I'm more talented.
Let's get back to Russia. We moved on to the Russia segment.
I'm
and
more
it's like,
intelligent than him too.
We finally, after like 6 hours of streaming, transitioned from like shitting on Christians to finally getting to the second
You're the
thing.
man.
and
You're the person
and the
focusing on
title.
the Christian victims.
Yeah, but wait, okay, well, we finally moved on, and now we spent more time talking about origin than we have, like, talking about the,
Hold on, I
like,
gotta piss.
Like, concert. Okay, go piss, Shab.
Did you ever go
Attackers were detained near the Ukrainian border.
What's that?
Did you ever go pee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Taking a few pisses throughout the stream.
Along with 7 other suspected accomplices. Officials say they were planning to cross. The Islamic terror group ISIS issuing a statement claiming responsibility for attacking a large gathering of Christians and causing great
Okay,
destruction.
they're just saying the same shit. Next vid! Ooh. They're retaliating. They don't like that concert attack happened. But I think that happened just within the last couple of days. When was this?
And was it
one day ago?
So the last video that was in Russia, like Russian citizens getting killed. Now the gunmen, were they Ukrainian?
No, they they're probably ISIS. So ISIS took credit or whatever. Putin was trying to blame Ukraine, but here, like in the last day and stuff, they've really been like significant missile attacks on civilians. So he's probably using, maybe Putin was the one behind it. Probably not, but it seems like they're using that as hey, they attacked us and we think it's Ukraine, so now we're just gonna start like I don't know, shelling all these like areas with a high like civilian count with dumb bombs. Well, she is wearing her helmet, so I guess if a missile lands, she's safe.
Are they digging for bodies?
Yeah, trying to find people that are probably either bodies or usually when buildings collapse or like in earthquakes or other like wars, so forth. A lot of times people get called into like air pockets and the rubble, and they have like they could survive for a couple days. So it's crucial to actually get in the rubble and try to find people as soon as possible. And a lot of times there's like in earthquakes, like in Turkey and stuff, it's very common where there will be like hundreds of survivors, sometimes in the thousands of survivors that are just trapped under rubble.
Wow.
Yeah, and
Well,
like
That's crazy.
They get all
and
this-
like in the Turkey like earthquake, one of the things is that people will be stuck in there so long that they have to go in and out to get them food, and it's a very delicate procedure. It's like doing like what's the one game with the is it Jenga when you're stacking the blocks and stuff, and
yeah,
I guess it's kind of like that. It's just yeah, pull it out the wrong way, the whole building could collapse on them. There's this one older woman who was like stuck, and it takes them like days to get them out and everything, and they're just there like, hey, what would you like to eat and stuff, and they have to crawl in, and she wanted ice cream, and there was in that earthquake in Turkey, there was a newborn where the mother died, and she gave birth while they were caught under like a like some kind of air pocket, and there were like all these people around the world offering to like adopt the baby.
Why don't they just become chuds?
Hmm.
Do you know what a chud is?
Nah,
I forget.
It's a cannibalistic human underground dweller.
I think they'd probably just I don't know. I don't think they could survive under there that long. They usually don't have contact with other people.
There's not enough people to cannibalize.
Yeah.
There's thousands of them. There's got to be a couple.
Yeah, but usually they're like stuck within different air pockets, and it's very delicate where if they're trying to get out themselves, they're probably going to die from having like all the debris collapse on them.
Imagine being like stuck down in there and everybody's like real like quiet and like and scared as fuck, and then just one person snaps and just starts like freaking out and starts hitting shit and like can collapse it on everybody. Like imagine like how scary that would be if somebody like snapped and just was like fuck this shit and just like.
And you gotta think about it. It's like they got a shit. So it's like that one woman who was like pinned in from like the waist up where they had to crawl in. And it's like, do you think like she's... I wonder how that works. And then, and the thing is like with some people, depending on how exactly they're stuck, it's like there's limited time where they'll run out of oxygen. But then it's also just water. You can only survive a few days without water. So that's like I guess the expiration date of like people surviving after like 4 days.
Dude, Alan makes a good point. We shat on Tim Pool for a couple of days. I think they could shit in their place for a couple of days. Like, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. I'm fine.
Oh. There's a kid and their stuffed animal. I wonder,
It would suck to be stuck in like an uncomfortable position too, like on your side. You know what I mean? Like
maybe your leg's like broken. It's all like contorted around your like head and everything. You're just like in one of those horror movies or whatever, like the extra. It's just you're kind of like some glob.
Like. That would suck,
dude. You just look over, and it's just your right leg is just protruding upward.
What if you were like complaining about being claustrophobic before it collapsed? Like you're just having a normal discussion, and be like, "Oh, I don't like small spaces," and then you're really stuck in a small space. And then you're like, "Oh shit!"
Russian bombardment on Friday designed to keep Ukraine in darkness. Over 150 missiles and drones were fired by Russia in the largest attack on Ukrainian energy infrastructure of the war to date, leaving 1.2 million without electricity, Kiev says. The country's largest dam in the southern city of Zaporizhia engulfed in flames, though the state hydropower company said there was no risk of a breach.
They're angry. I mean, Ukraine attacked the concert. They're retaliating now.
There were a number of casualties. This local resident and her child managed to escape.
Did they say what band it was?
The first one.
I don't know.
We should listen to the band.
It's probably a You couldn't believe it. I had only one goal, to make sure my child was alive. I rescued him from the rubble.
The Ukrainian Air Force said the attacks were concentrated in the regions of Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, and Zaporizhia. Russia's defense ministry said the strikes were part of a series of revenge attacks aimed at punishing Kiev for its earlier incursions into Russian territory, and that they had taken control of the village of Mern in Zaporizhia. The strikes were a return to former tactics. Moscow regularly bombed the power grid in the first winter of the invasion. President Vladimir Zelensky, who has been urging the West to supply more air defences, condemned the attack and said there was work underway to repair power supply in 9 regions. National operator UKR Energo.
What do you think when you see those teddy bears, stuffed animals on the side? It's like, where do you think the kid is? You found you're a relative, and it's like older sister, a parent. It's like you see that kid's teddy bear, but where's the kid?
said the grid was receiving urgent assistance
In
from
the
Poland,
teddy
Romania,
bear.
and Slovakia.
This is Western propaganda. I think they're showing all these like the images that they're targeting. Maybe they put that teddy bear, like they're putting the stuffed animals in the blinky there just to be like, yeah, look at how evil Russia is. See, they're playing us.
Yeah. Over 700,000 of those without power in the eastern Kharkiv region as generators keep the city running and queues formed for water and fuel. The local supermarkets network unscathed by the attack, allowing residents to stock up. The International Atomic Energy Agency said earlier Zaporizhia's nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe, had lost connection to its main off-site power line, but has since been repaired. Ukraine's largest private energy company, DTEK, said some of it...
Next vid.
Look at Shabs leaving.
Yeah. Does
So
that often.
unprofessional. What's up, Mr. Professional? Glad you're back. Glad you can grace us with your presence.
So, if the Ukrainians are behind it, which is what Putin claims, they've killed like 130-something in that attack. I'm wondering how many civilians, they're not giving numbers, have died so far with these strikes.
12.
All of them.
12.
90 missiles. What?
What? Those dogs helping?
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia launched over 100 missiles and drones in a vast overnight attack on his country. Ukrainian officials say Russia attacked electrical power facilities, including the country's largest hydroelectric station, which supplies power to the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, Europe's largest nuclear power station. Sarah Rainsford with our partners at the BBC is following the latest on this story from Kyiv today. Thanks so much for being with us. I want to start with just asking you to explain what's happening at the power plant today and why this move is so significant.
Well, this was a massive missile attack right across Ukraine, north, south, east, and west. There were more than 150 missiles and drones.
Now, ISIS attacked the concert, and Putin's trying to blame Ukraine. Now, they're blaming Russia for the missiles. You know who else uses missiles?
People with countries.
Hamas. Maybe Hamas is doing the missile strikes on Ukraine, and they're trying to blame Russia, and then same thing. The ISIS tech concert, and they're trying to blame Ukraine or whatever. I mean,
what?
It's just a one big blame game.
Launched, and many of them made it through Ukraine's air defenses, so dozens were not intercepted. And it appears that Russia's targets were critical infrastructure sites, so we're talking about power plants in particular.
Says, I wonder if Origin was in Moscow. Oh.
No, he probably wouldn't be accepted there. Most people don't accept
That kind of would
him.
be somewhat like good for the entire planet if that's the case. I'm sorry.
It would stop global
And that has
warming.
knocked out the power in many places here in Ukraine. Kyiv, where I am today, was the one place which didn't come under attack overnight. It was attacked the night before. But we do know that that giant hydroelectric power station in Zaporizhia, the
I
biggest...
don't know. I think the entire internet would hold hands and joy. We're being kind of mean.
The country was hit, we believe, by several missiles. We understand that at this point there's no danger of the dam being breached, but obviously this is a serious attack.
There's
And for
another
example, in
teddy
Kharkiv
bear.
in northern Ukraine, the second city in this country.
Do you think they put the teddy bears there? Make it look more like melancholy and everything? I think either the journalist did that for more like I don't know, drama and so forth, or it's Ukrainian government there doing some propaganda. Like, the United States, stop helping like Israel and funding them. Just start funding us again. Look, there's kids missing their teddy bears and they're all dead under the rubble. Peace.
Power was completely
Negan,
knocked out. That means
leave
there's
us.
disruption with water supply too. It means that even the
No,
air races...
Negan had a question. Negan had something to say.
Yeah, I was just gonna leave.
What?
Wow.
You don't like us?
Just because you're gay?
No.
Well, when's my surprise going to be ready?
There is a third party that's not me or Shabs. Somebody
Bam
else.
Margera.
No. Somebody's gonna get me a video clip. They're gonna find me this video clip, and whenever they have this clip, I immediately get your attention, and
You're gonna be mind blown.
I want to do it live. I want to do it live, like Bill. Or
You're gonna be like, what? No way.
We're gonna do some like ransom thing where it's like, ooh, I got this tape on you, and it's like you either give me this money in cryptocurrency.
You either give me $3.30 or else $3.30.
The blackmail. You got some blackmail tape.
Niggas gonna be like, you have anything. You better tip Shabisky $5 or else.
No, it's nothing like that. It's nobody's address or anything like that. Like, I don't do anything illegal or malicious or anything. It's just, I think it's funny. I think it's funny, and I want to see it myself. I haven't seen it either, Gene.
You don't want to send Gene some trans magazines?
I mean, I don't have to. I got Playboys.
Is it related to that at all? What Crow just said?
No. It's related to this show.
What are you talking about, Gene?
Related.
Hey, Gene likes trans girls?
Gene
no,
likes...
Crow mentioned like porno magazines and stuff because somebody was sending that stuff to my house.
Gene
no, it's not
science magazines.
No.
Yeah.
If you want to get Gene hard, send him some science magazines.
Oh yeah, that's what I masturbate to.
That's what he really gets hard to.
I just like open it up and it's like a little like poster comes out and it's like some formula. Just a bunch of equations.
Yeah, he looks at the whole solar system. He's like, oh my fucking god, look at all those planets.
Ooh, stoichiometry.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave. I got dishes to do, and I want to go.
Get out of here and do some dishes.
Okay.
I want to go.
If that tape or whatever, that wasn't me hiding that body under the bridge. That was just a guy that looked exactly like me.
Okay, sure it wasn't.
Okay.
Peace out, Megan.
Okay.
David,
maybe.
David,
we need to call this stream and
I need to get the bag of money ready.
The stream's been going on 7 hours.
Coming in, we need to get to the Proud Boys and stuff, and I have like 10 other hours worth of content we need to go over.
Is not working, and people have been told to look for warnings on their phones of future missile attacks. So this was a really devastating wave of missiles and drones that were thrown at Ukraine overnight by Russia.
All right, Sarah Rainsford for us on the BBC.
Dude, didn't you like with the damn Fortnite streams? How long were you doing that? Weren't you going on for like 12 hours and shit?
I did a 20-hour stream, but...
So shut the fuck up! You missed the last two PPPs, so
No.
You owe me a 20-hour stream. We're doing that right now.
I did like an 8-hour stream before this. You didn't even do the math.
What? No, 7 hours is average. This is just average.
Chad, make some coffee.
For the first time, Russia has officially said it is in a state of war with Ukraine, having previously called the conflict a quote, special military operation.
This is just average time.
Claims that the country's artillery and weapons
I mean,
have
if
increased significantly.
Shab dips, I'm still up.
Well, he's running the stream on his OBS.
Well, fucking just let it go. Come on, just... Shab, just keep your computer on.
No, stupid-ass Gene is to think with his brain for once in his life. What is all this fire and stuff?
It's all the collateral from the
is this 9/11
missiles and stuff. No.
This is 9/11 all over again?
No, it's March 23rd.
On the air, millions in the Northeast under threat from flooding rains and heavy snow. The outpouring of support for Britain's Princess Catherine as she's treated for cancer, and the death toll growing in the Moscow terror attack.
This is my chair. It's my chair, Gene.
Chad, shut the fuck up.
What a retard, right, guys? Oh my god.
Damn drunk Shab.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, back to the chair. Okay, look at my chair, guys. Look at my chair. Oh my gosh.
This is democracy now.
I'm gonna have to mute Chab for a little bit.
democracynow.org, the War and Peace
Gene's too
Report,
retarded to understand how
Saturday
streams
marked
work.
the 21st anniversary.
He thinks
of the
if he
death
mutes
of
me,
US peace activist
he mutes
Rachel
me
Corrie.
on the
She
stream.
was
When I run
crushed
the
to death by
stream,
an
he's
Israeli
fucking
military
retarded.
bulldozer in Rafah on March 16th, 2003. 3 days before the U.S.
Chab, I just checked that on the listening to it to make sure whether they can still hear you or not.
Yo, dude, you want the stream?
Well, what? I didn't know if you were doing it through your desktop. Possibility! Possibility!
Who wants to
There's
tweet
multiple possibilities, Shab. It could be through your desktop computer or your OBS. God, Shab.
Make sure not to drool on your keyboard, Gene, while you're
Rachel
thinking
was
of this.
23 years old. She was an Evergreen College student from Olympia, Washington. She went to Gaza with the International Solidarity Movement, which formed after Israel and the United States rejected a proposal by then UN High Commissioner for Human Rights Mary Robinson to place international human rights monitors in the occupied Palestinian territories. Rachel Corrie was crushed to death by a U.S. Caterpillar bulldozer that was run by the Israeli military.
Ooh.
She got killed by a
God, look, the Killdozers! Jesus, the Killdozer Brigade.
She'd been trying to prevent the demolition of the home of a Palestinian pharmacist in Rafah, near the border with Egypt. Eyewitnesses say she was wearing a fluorescent orange vest. She was in full view of the bulldozer's driver, as photographs show. In June 2003, the Israeli military concluded her death was, quote, an accident. Human rights groups condemned the Israeli army's investigation as a sham. A year later, Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, former Secretary of State Colin Powell's chief of staff, told Rachel's parents he did not consider the Israeli investigation credible, thorough, or transparent. Rachel's parents initiated lawsuits against Israel, the Israeli military, and the Caterpillar Corporation, but a U.S. federal appeals court ruled they could not sue the company because that would force the judicial...
Is that the best photo they have of her? I'm sorry. I know she's fast, but...
I'm sorry she's not as pretty as you, Jane.
In its ruling, the three-judge panel said the case
could no, it's just... It's a bad pose and everything.
Not go to court without implicitly questioning
It's
and
her
even
manly
condemning U.S.
pose.
foreign policy
I
towards
like her
Israel.
manly
In
pose.
2015, the Israeli Supreme Court rejected an appeal from Rachel Corrie's parents after they'd sued the Israeli military Ministry of Defense for a symbolic $1 in damages and upheld a lower court's ruling that cleared the military of responsibility, saying Rachel's death had taken place in a, quote, war zone. In a minute, we'll be joined by Rachel's parents and one of her colleagues with the International Solidarity Movement. But first, this is Rachel Corrie in her own words from a documentary about her by Concord Media called Death of an Idealist.
I've been here for about a month.
Okay, next vid. This is too long.
Yeah, there's an old lady.
Wait, these are a bunch of, like, traitors. They're guilty of sedition.
18-year-old Sophia has just finished a 20-day jail term. Her crime? She's one of only 2 conscientious objectors since the war in Gaza began, refusing Israel's compulsory military service.
Maybe go to the shade.
Who's the guy from Hacksaw Ridge? I do know I watched that movie with you. He was the... It was like a Mel Gibson
Yeah, he wouldn't
movie.
hold a gun and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were all bigoted towards him being a conscientious objector.
Yes. Short answer, yes. Yes. Long answer is that it's hard. It's important for me personally to make that stand and to resist the notion that all soldiers are heroes and they are protecting the country instead of continuing a cycle of violence.
Right now, with the atmosphere around the war in Gaza, you're a tiny, tiny minority.
I've gotten called in prison, straight up face-to-face, a traitor. And I think that most of the country thinks of me as a traitor because people split it into us versus them, and I don't see it that way at all. I don't see any us and them here.
But very few Israelis see the conflict the way Sophia does. Tel Aviv is just 50 miles up the coast from northern Gaza, but you wouldn't know there's a war raging nearby. Posters calling for the release of Israeli hostages still held by Hamas, a reminder of the trauma.
Ooh, how many of them do you think are still alive?
The October 7th attacks.
Wait, Shab. What?
Said all of them.
Raging nearby.
All of
Posters
them!
calling for the release
Jane!
of Israeli
Wait.
hostages still held by Hamas, a reminder of the trauma of the October 7th.
See, she's trying to lose some weight. You see it?
All of them, Jane!
The enormity of the daily trauma suffered by Palestinians in Gaza as a result of Israel's assault simply isn't seen by most people in Israel. We've been looking at coverage of the war on Israeli TV and have analysed last week's main evening news bulletins on all the most popular channels. Over the course of the 5 days that we examined, there was not a single clip of a Palestinian in Gaza describing what they're going through, only at times images of people rushing towards aid or of destruction. There is plenty of coverage of the war, but barring a few exceptions, it's all through the lens of Israeli soldiers or the families of hostages.
Dude, that guy is a cool
Some newspapers do
take
a more critical stance.
Gene, Drunken Crow said that we should end the stream soon.
No, I don't think they said that.
But their readership is comparatively much smaller. Can it be realistic that people don't have an idea of what's really going on?
It is realistic because, you know, people live in the comfort zone of denial and they don't want to know anything that might affect their predispositions. The Israeli public is getting from the Israeli media a very government-oriented, military-oriented picture.
Why is that?
Because of that devastation and that humiliation and that anger, that October 7th vote.
Would it be fair to say that even now there's a large section of the population that views the entirety of Gaza as complicit with October the 7th?
Sure, you get that all the time. You get to ask the guy who's crossing the street right now and tell you they're all the same. 2.5 million Palestinians in Gaza, they're all Hamas, which is not true, but that's the sentiment.
The space for dissenting voices is shrinking. When this Israeli filmmaker won an international award for a documentary with a Palestinian colleague in the West Bank, his speech was slammed as anti-Semitic, and he faced death threats.
I'm free to move where I want in this land. Basel is like millions of Palestinians locked in the occupied West Bank. This situation of apartheid between us, this inequality, it has to end.
Israelis are taking to the streets every weekend. This, a demonstration calling for a deal to be done now to bring the hostages home.
Have you ever cried before, John?
This is Freedom of the Press Index. So which countries...
Have you ever cried before, John?
I guess they're ranked like 97 to, I guess, 88 in terms of... Ooh, that's pretty bad. So where... Ooh, okay, so Nepal, Albania, Brazil. Ooh, that's not good with Serbia and Mongolia are above you. Ooh, Ukraine, I guess they're not that much ahead. Let's see. Ooh, Niger is above them. Burkina Faso.
What's a different way you could say that? Nothing.
Bad Shed. Oh, the United States were 45. I thought we were the land of the free. We're all about freedom of speech.
Was Norway the first?
Yep. See? Why is Negan going to Finland? Norway. They're all about the freedom.
Yeah, Negan. Dipshit motherfucker. The fuck is wrong with you? Pay attention.
Wait, Ireland? Now, this list can't be accurate. Fuck the Irish. No, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. In Minecraft.
Well, fuck, we...
Minecraft Ireland.
Yeah. But yeah, no, we seem to be like, oh, home of the free, land of the brave, and yeah, in all statistics, we are not number one in anything.
Military.
Besides that.
Economy, GDP, we are number one there. Obesity. Actually, we're not number one.
Shit, isn't it?
Nauru.
What the fuck's Nauru?
It's an island country, and it's something like 80-something% of the population's morbidly obese. It's in like the like east, like one of the East Pacific Islands. See. Here, maybe we should just see some videos. Yeah, obesity. Smallest country, biggest problem.
So you thought the US had the record for obesity? Think again. Nauru has got it beat, and that's not the only record that Nauru holds.
No, before you go, it's the only nation, it's the third smallest country on Earth. And it has one of the highest rates of drunk driving, but only has 30 kilometers of road. But how did this country get so bad? And why is it that we've never heard of it before? In the early 1900s, it was discovered that the island...
Ooh, to make our own country. We got to save up enough funds. We got to, like, turn a yacht into, like, a makeshift battleship. And we need to go to Nauru. This is the country that we need to take over. Dude, these really small countries, I'm wondering... Well, they probably have, like, treaties, alliances with other countries to come in and aid them. But I'm, like, thinking, like, what if a group of people just... What if ISIS went in and tried to take over Nauru? Or Seychelles or something.
Over a third of its land had been strip mined, and its population of around 10,000 people had become incredibly rich. Nauru.
Obesity. Yeah, the fattest place on Earth. That's not nice. Yeah, but see, they outranked us in terms of obesity. We had that record. Okay, good. BBC has.
Eating to excess. Chances are many of us overdid it over the festive period, but there are fresh concerns about our global...
You know what, British people? Fuck them. They're always, like, criticizing us for obesity. They're only, like, a few decimal points behind us. It's like, we're, like, I guess, like, I think we're, like, number 12 or 11. And then, I think most of the other countries are, like this. They're these, like, Polynesian, East, Pacific countries because of, I guess they didn't, process, like, they, didn't adapt to agriculture. So I think because of that, they, tend to process the food, much more slowly, poorly. So it's like feast or famine. But, it's something like we're number 12 and, like, the UK is something like number, like, 14, 15. And, like, whenever you're talking to, like, British people are like, yeah, America, obesity. It's like, you guys pretty much have the same rate of obesity as us, you dumb fuck. I thought the stereotype was we don't know about other countries. And the thing is, most Americans know about how the BMI works. Like, it seems like it's common knowledge in America that you don't have to be that overweight when it comes to the BMI to be classified as obese. So when I talk to people from the UK and they're talking shit, most of them don't even know that. Like, they're not aware. They think that obese or morbidly obese, you have to, like, be the size of, like, Fatty Arbuckle or whatever. But it's something like Alec Baldwin is considered obese, based on the BMI. So they're not aware. Like, they're not very they're not up to speed with that, and they have an obesity problem. Like, I thought Americans are dumb fucks, and Americans know about, like, how the BMI works. You don't have to be that overweight to be considered overweight or obese. And then, and they're a bunch of, like, ignorant fuck pieces of shit. Yeah.
Take that, Gordon Ramsay.
Expanding waistlines. Researchers say it's particularly alarming in the developing world, where people are choosing to spend their disposable income on fatty, sugary foods. The Future Diet Report
But sugary fatty foods, they taste good.
analysed existing data on global obesity rates. It found in 1980, 1 in 5 people were overweight or obese. In 2008, it had risen to 1 in 3. The report also found that in the developing world, countries like the UK and the US, rates went from 321 million to 506.
Yeah, see, this is the time. The obesity rates are going up. So if you want to feel good about yourself, lose the weight, and then you get to be one of the non-fat fuck citizens. And then you get to feel all superior. You can be like, hey, I'm like one of the non-fat ones. I'm in like 0.01%. It's going to get to that point where, like, I don't know, 98% of our country is just obese.
71 million. But in developing countries like Egypt and Mexico, numbers almost quadrupled from 250 million to 904 million.
Well, the explosion of overweight and obese people in the developing world is largely...
And I think Mexico surpassed the U.S. in terms of their rate of obesity.
They did, yeah.
Emerging economies, those that have gone through a transition from being low-income economies...
Yeah, see, fuck you damn Brits. Don't know, you haven't, like, educated yourself. It's like, oh, Americans are fat. It's like Mexico is fatter than us with their churros and their like, tacos and shit.
Economies in the last generation, and that has produced a large middle class.
I blame young-minded.
So they can buy the foods they want, and
Yeah.
undertaking.
And also, there's damn Canadians. You heard me, Skeppy and stuff, and I don't know. I guess they are technically part of Britain and stuff because it still says that their monarch, their head of state.
You're still on that kind
Yeah,
of
Queen
fucking thing.
Elizabeth What? Their governor general, they can veto like their bills and stuff and dissolve parliament. You guys are an independent.
It's these sorts of greasy, fattening, processed sugary foods that are causing the
They just like tell them that it's like the sovereignty movement. It's like, yeah, in name only, like on paper, it's like, yeah, tell you that you're sovereign, but you're actually not.
glass of Coke has more than the daily recommended maximum limit of sugar, around 13 teaspoons of sugar in that.
He says, who cares? We got a lot of fatties. Yes, you do. You almost have as many fat pieces of shit as America. You don't play baseball? Okay. Yeah. Damn, you play all the cricket.
Enough, your risk of things like heart disease, stroke, certain types of cancers, and diabetes all increases. It's already putting a huge
Well, I think one of the British fucking like staple foods is like beans and toast.
Oh god, they're disgusting.
Yeah,
dude,
like beans and toast for breakfast. Fuck that.
What is it? Is it like toad haggis or whatever? It's like where they like it's the omelets with like the sausages like in them, and it's like Jesus, God. Britain and their terrible fucking dishes. At least we eat like shit, but we actually eat stuff that's actually, I don't know, appetizing and stuff. Them, they eat like shit, but they eat things that just aren't shit in terms of like it being processed and not good for you. They also eat shit that tastes like shit.
Marmite. We'll
Yeah.
spread some Marmite.
Yeah,
oh my God,
marmalade. Peanut butter and marmalade.
Women about preparing traditional.
Oh my God, peanut butter and marmalade? Ew.
Yeah, well, I did put a question in the Gene's questions section of like, what would you eat with this? Ketchup doesn't exist and it's fries, and people are saying like ranch and stuff. Ooh, mayo, that's common. And apparently in UK, it's not like common for them to like store like mayonnaise in the fridge. They'll actually store it in their like their cabinet and stuff, their cupboard, and then they and then like this one territory of Britain, Canada, they actually drink milk from bags. They actually store milk in bags. They're so fucking backwards.
Help fight obesity. I've never worried about my weight because I've always enjoyed eating porridge like this. I would never eat fatty foods. I like to eat vegetables and fruit. Koreans prefer vegetables, whereas Westerners seem to eat more red meat. Also, Koreans tend to eat less in general. People are quite weight conscious here. The report says more governments need to start introducing taxes on sugary, fatty foods. Much of the food and drinks industry isn't keen though, and argue the only thing that will get lighter is people's wallets. Tulip Mazumdar, BBC News.
So in other words, you're fat, Gene.
Excuse me, Shad. You have more of a chin than me. I pretty much don't have a chin.
Yeah, it's called having some muscle, Jane.
Oh yeah, you got chin muscle. That's what it is.
I guess some muscle,
Yeah.
Jane. I'm like
When I met you in person, don't you have like a bigger belly than me or whatever? I mean, my arms have kind of shrunk a little bit because I've been I've been all sick and shit. So but here's the thing. It's like I got more muscle than you, and I'm a little bit taller. And like I have like my overall body structure.
Because you have special shoes.
Well,
Jane,
my
doesn't
overall
make
body
your-
structure, I have a lot like broader shoulders, and you weigh more than me. You got your belly and stuff.
No, I have my muscles in Jane. And
Oh
you
yeah,
have your
yeah.
lack of muscles.
Is it your gut muscle and everything?
I guess maybe a little bit. I mean, I
Dude.
probably have more.
Like the thing is, I'm
muscle in my
like bigger
stomach
than
you.
Shab in terms of my just natural size or whatever. I guess my skeletal structure and shit like that. But he weighs like 20 pounds more than me.
Yeah, it's called actually being a man, Gene.
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't understand. You
Shab, you're fat. You need to lose some weight. You got high blood pressure because you don't take care of yourself.
I have
Ooh,
blood
look!
pressure because I have a big penis.
Wait, what's
But-
this?
Gene said we have to end the
Oh, this
stream
is for-
soon, guys.
No, shut up.
We're going on 8 hours.
Dude, I thought this was like obesity rate, and I'm like, looking at it, and I'm like, ooh, where's America? And I'm like, oh, I thought Canada surpassed us, but nah, I'm still in the press index.
7.5 hours is a long
Shut
time.
the fuck up! No, I'm sorry. So what is it? The most overweight countries.
What?
It's the United States is 13. Wait, I thought Mexico surpassed us.
Oh, because you uneducated.
Cool. Qatar, they're like uber rich, but in Libya, that's shocking. So you got like all these, like, Caribbean or Polynesian countries.
Shut up, I'm talking to Scooby.
Nauru, they went down a bit. Good job. And the Cook Islands are going up.
All right, I'm going to finish this beer and then we're going to call it a night.
No, shut up, Shab.
The skeptical Jesus said, we'll have one beer left. That's what he said. One Shab beer ski left. Bryce Kabibi.
This one, just down the road, is calling on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to stand down.
Okay, let's just get to the last thing. At least we'll cover it because it was in the title, in the thumbnail.
It was in the title, Skabibi.
A former Mississippi police officer has been sentenced to 20 years in prison for the racially motivated torture of 2 black men. He's the first of 6 white officers.
Do you think he's racist?
Nah, I think he likes black people.
Well, I forgot he's a cop, and all cops are racist.
Officers to be charged for their involvement in the January 2023 crime. CBS News National.
I will agree that I have lost most of the muscle because I've stopped lifting weights because I've been all sick and everything. Got my liver, kidney neurosis, causing me to have Kool-Aid piss, and then I have my peptic ulcers. I'm having issues eating, so keep throwing up all my food. I'm not anorexic. It's
you're just gay.
Damn diseases. No.
Yeah, he's just gay, guys.
Barnett is following the story from Jackson, Mississippi.
Egregious.
Wait, Shep, how much do you weigh again?
About 180, 190.
No, you don't. I thought you said it was like 190 something.
I said 180, 190, and then sometimes 200. Bounces around. Why, you a little skinny bitch?
183.
You little skinny bitch. All right, go on with the video.
From a federal judge in Mississippi describing the actions of former cops Hunter Elwood, sentenced to 20 years, and Jeffrey Middleton, sentenced to...
He looks kind of like that one shooter where they charged both the parents. He looks kind of like... maybe that's a relative of theirs.
More than 17 years. They, along with 4 others, some of whom refer to themselves as the Goon Squad.
Do you know that one dude that,
Dude, you know what he looks like? The guy in the lower left-hand corner? This is a YouTuber that I actually subscribe to and watch. It's not Mr. Beast. His name's Mr. Beat. Or
Mr. Beat Presents.
He's like a infotainment YouTuber. Yeah. But he looks like Mr. Beat a little bit.
Okay, so do you know...
I didn't know Mr. Beat was part of the Goon Squad.
You know the guy that's been on the DP stuff, Skeptical Jesus? The Odin person? He reminds me of the person in the top middle. Skeptical Jesus.
He's fat.
Yeah, Skeptical Jesus gets
pleaded guilty to...
Yeah, these guys, I'd say I don't know, that guy doesn't look that fat. He's a little overweight, but this guy's really fat, that guy's really fat, and they're really fat, and they're fatter than Chab, so that is pretty fat.
Nobody's fatter than
breaking
me.
into this home early last year without a warrant, then terrorizing and torturing 2 black...
And I'm just joking, I don't hate fat people, I just like making fat jokes to feel better about myself. Fat lives matter. I don't hate people just because they're fat. I got fat friends like Shabisky. And it shows that, yeah, I can't be fatophobic because I got fat friends.
Men, all apparently because they stayed at this house with a white woman.
The 6 white police officers involved in this assault sought to dehumanize.
What's that? There's one movie, I forget what it was called. It wasn't Mud, or it was a Netflix original. And it actually had the guy that played Mike in Breaking Bad. He played like a KKK like character or whatever, and it was about like this one person who it's like it's like a southern town in the day and age where Jim Crow laws were still a thing, and he fought in like one of the like African American like divisions or in World War II. And then there was another person in the town who wasn't a bigot like all the other people. And he was like friends with him because they both like fought in the war or whatever. And they're World War II veterans. And he met a German woman, the black character, and actually had a kid, the German woman. And they're like, his uncle, who was played by like Mike, is like, they find out and it's like, oh God, this abomination. It's a disgrace to humankind. So then the KKK does some bad stuff. So I don't know, kind of reminded me of that, because it's like, oh, they had a relationship with like a white person.
Alan Reyes said that you're a stupid bitch, Shane.
Deal. Both were handcuffed as deputies poured
Okay,
milk,
I'm gonna sleep
alcohol,
as well.
and
Whatever.
syrup on
Let's
their
just get through
faces,
this.
calling them racial slurs. At one point, Michael Jenkins was shot in the mouth.
Look at me, I'm looking at him, and you sat there for a minute, and you pull the trigger.
You can see the bullet, coming out of the gun. I mean, the fire coming out, and it was horrific.
The federal charges were brought by the Department of Justice.
Skeppy's going to bed right when we're wrapping up. Lame.
Yeah, he needs to masturbate before he goes to go to bed.
It's been 7. Yeah, you don't want to have wet dreams, or
yeah. He'll pee in his bed.
Set of civil rights violations than those carried out by these guys.
An investigation by the Associated Press revealed that since 2019, some of these deputies had been involved in at least 4 violent assaults on black men. They resulted in 2 deaths and another suffering lasting injuries.
They're not just depriving victims of their civil rights, they're degrading the public's trust.
Yeah, these guys are a bunch of fucking goons.
Well, in Mississippi, 2 out of the 6 former deputies are facing sentencing today for torturing 2 black men last year. So far, a federal judge sentenced Hunter Elwood to 20 years in prison. Jeffrey
Look, it's Mr. Beat. Jeez. I don't know, maybe I gotta find some of the earlier. Yeah, it's Mr. Beat. I didn't know he was part of the Goon Squad.
Middleton will be sentenced this afternoon. The rest of the men.
I thought he was like a history and geography teacher.
Over the next couple of days.
Am I wrong, or does he look kind of like Mr. Beat?
Go back to Mr. Beat. He looks like him with a mustache, I guess.
Yeah. Jesus, I didn't know Mr. Beat was a racist.
There's a lot of skinner people.
Guilty
say
in
that
August
about
to a
me.
slate of state and federal charges, and prosecutors say that the officers nicknamed themselves the Goon Squad because of their willingness to use excessive force and not report it.
Yeah, fun. God, like, it's invigorating. You're like a sheriff deputy. You have authority over other people, even though they're a bunch of worthless fat fucks who have no skill or talent in any area. You get to like run an obstacle course and stuff, and then you're given like a gun and handcuffs and a taser, and then you get to go around and you get to torture other people of like different minorities. I mean, yeah. They got it figured out.
Now. Antonia, I mean, frankly, these charges are disgusting, and it's something that, unfortunately, some people didn't realize were even happening or forgot that this even happened, and it's not quite as rare as we think. What are the charges specifically?
You know, you're right to point that out, because one of the conversations happening in Mississippi right now is that for many black elders there, this feels like a relic of what they were hoping was a bygone era, something from the 20s.
Yeah, it's like what I said. I think it was called Mudslide.
Yeah, Gene, I was hoping that like racism was like so 10 years ago, but it's like so totally still now. That's like crazy.
Yeah.
I thought racism was like gone far. and
well,
whatever.
she's not
like,
talking about racism. She's talking about like that extreme kind of like what I was talking about. The KKK shows up and
they'll never. It's the same idea though. Like,
well, like
they're never gonna go away.
Probably never will. But God, you're taking things in an overly literal manner.
But it's true.
30s, 40s, 50s in the South that shouldn't be
But
happening.
I don't think she intends people to interpret it in such a rigid manner.
They'll never
Shep,
go away.
See, you're catching the autism.
Today.
I
But
win.
What happened that night in January of 2023 is that these 5 former deputies and 1 police officer entered this home, no warrant, no evidence that anything was happening there. And they proceeded to torture these men for hours using food, at one point a sex toy, and threatening an execution. And that's how one of the men, Michael Jenkins, ended up being shot in the mouth by one of the officers, who's the officer who has been sentenced to 20 years. So this is heinous, doesn't even really describe how awful all this is. And on top of all of what I just described, they then tried to plant evidence, guns, drugs on these men. And it took months for these 2 victims, Michael Jenkins and Eddie Parker, to be believed. And so
It'd be horrible
there's
if somebody
relief that
used
we're
a
here
sex
now.
toy on
But
me
there's
right
another world
now
in
while I
which that
spread
actually
my
wouldn't have been
butt
the case.
cheeks.
Somehow Jenkins and
Shut
Parker
up.
survive. What are they saying about these sentencing? Well, they are pushing for the maximum sentencing. And it's not just the 2 of them. It's actually an entire black community in the Jackson area rising up here and saying, you really need to send a message now. And, we have 20 years for one officer. That officer is facing the most serious charges because of having shot Jenkins in the mouth. But they're hoping something very similar is coming for the other 5.
Hold on.
And now on top of all of
Hold on, no. Drunken Crow. Do you think it's sexy when I do this?
I fucking hate you, Shad.
I'm gonna stick it up in there. You wanna stick it up in there, Drunken Crow?
Next stream, no alcohol.
What do you mean Drunken Crow loves this? This is his favorite thing ever.
You can only do alcohol 1 of every 6 or 7 streams.
But you want to stick it up in there? All right, Gene, we've been going on nearly 7.
No, we got to cover the Goon Squad.
We've been going on
Continue to talk to the chat and
Hurry up, it's going on 8 hours, Gene. I need to call it a quits.
No, talk to the fucking chat. I'm trying to find this movie.
All right, 5, 4.
No.
3. Gene is non-pragmatic, guys. So the opposite of pregnant, like I am. Yeah, I think it's about the time.
No, we're gonna do a little bit. Okay,
Yeah, so it's good having you guys.
Chad, stop, piece of shit.
Wow, me and Gene are so proud of you guys for being around for this. Wow, a whole 7-hour-long stream. We're about to 8 hours, and you guys have been around the whole time. Wow, pat on your PP for that one. You guys are amazing.
Oh, okay. It's Mudbound. That's the movie that I'm thinking of that kind of mirrors this when she's talking about a bygone era.
All right, so after this, we're gonna end the stream, guys.
No.
All right.
Yeah, it's a good movie, I think, on Netflix. So if you want to see something that I guess is like the Goon Squad, but it's the 40s Goon Squad.
Yeah,
Here we
after
go.
the bygone era.
Whoa! I just noticed this is Oh, never mind.
Wait, does that guy look like me?
I was gonna say it's 100 years ago. I was thinking for a second because I'm all tired that it's 2040. It's no, it's 80 something years ago.
Fucking
For that, the local DA is going to have to review all kinds of cases in association with the Goon Squad. So think about this. There's the story of just these 6 guys, but really there is a bigger process here that could take years, undoing all the harm that was likely done.
And how many of those victims were not believed, right? Incredible.
All right, Antonia Hilton, thank you so much for your reporting.
I wasn't believed.
Thanks for watching. Stay
They looked at
updated
my
about
eyeballs
breaking.
and they were like, hell no. Okay? Alright, let's play this next one. Who's that guy,
There's
Gene?
Mr. B. It's Mr. Beat.
Mr. B? Okay.
Okay, this one's 16 minutes, so it should go into all the
This is
details.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the
This
warrant.
old bitch has to
with
live
an
with it.
object while shouting racial slurs. One of the officers
No!
put a gun in Jenkins' mouth.
Look at his chin.
So,
For a mock
please tell me there was no
execution
racial
and pulled the
slurs
trigger.
that were
The bullet
shouted.
lacerated his
Kev,
tongue,
shut
broke
up.
his jaw, exited through his neck.
They lacerated his tongue. That's what they did in that movie Mudbound. It's like they tied him up, hung him upside down, and then it's like because the guy's grandson, who it was the actor that played Mike's like his grandson, because he's white and he's friends with the main character, and it's just it's like, hey, you're friends with someone who is the N-word, and then he gives him a knife and he's like, we're gonna kill him if you don't. So we can cut out his eyes, we can cut off his dick, or we can cut off his cut out his tongue in Minecraft. And he chose the tongue or whatever, which yeah. But I think they watched Mudbound. Mudbound's a bad influence on cops. We gotta stop. It's not like video shooters that are a bad influence on kids that cause the school shootings. It's we got to start banning this stuff because it's a bad influence on cops.
Officers then planted drugs at the scene in an attempt to cover up their act. The attack occurred in the majority white Rankin County, which is about 20 miles away from majority black Jackson, Mississippi. Some of the officers were also sentenced for their role in a separate assault just 2 weeks earlier, when another member of the Goon squad repeatedly tased a man and put his genitals in his mouth. While the charges focused on these two cases, the New York Times and Mississippi...
It's like one of those moments where it's like there's some closeted gays.
With law enforcement.
Some closeted gays that they're like, yeah, this will teach you for being gay and liking a septic. This will teach you for liking a
maybe we're being bigoted. Maybe that pink hair dyed, schnooky haircut bitch... maybe she was onto something with atheists being prone to being bigots and generalizing, but we're gonna generalize police and sheriff deputies and shit. But do you think that a very, very large percentage of them are rotten to the core? They're rotten apples.
Only the black ones.
Al Shav.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. That Rick and Morty guy's here. Hasn't been around in a while. But, yeah, I think, I don't know. I gotta think that not all cops are bad. Just 99.99999% of them.
Today have revealed that deputies in the Rankin County Sheriff's Department have for decades barged into homes, handcuffed people, tortured them for information or confessions. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland issued a statement Thursday saying, quote, the depravity of the crimes committed by these defendants cannot be overstated, and they will now spend between 10 and 40 years in prison for their heinous attack on citizens they had sworn to protect, AG Merrick Garland said. We go now to Jackson.
Okay, so you're saying that it's an exaggeration, Nicholas. How much of an exaggeration, though? Do you think maybe the decimals and stuff? Maybe
Dude, I could tell you, Nicholas, that as much
it's
of
only
an
six decimals
as much of
points after the 99 instead of 8. Is that what you're saying?
As much of it an exaggeration as it might be, I know somebody who is a law-abiding citizen who does nothing to piss off any cops ever, and cops harass them and like threaten them and everything for no good reason other than the fact that the cop has the capability to overpower the other person. That's all. That's all it is. They have power over the other person.
Where we're joined by Eddie Parker, as well as his attorney, Malik Shabazz, who is with Black Lawyers.
Goon Squad. To see all of them there. To see all of them in court.
Yeah, I know that's an anecdote.
Begging the judge, begging Eddie and Michael in this packed room was absolutely incredible. But it was well deserved because so many other families and victims
you don't have to tell me it's an
go to jail
anecdote.
for a long time behind their crimes and lies. I mean, Amy, it was absolutely incredible, and never have we seen this many police officers sentenced to this kind of time in 1 week, and it was awesome.
Malik Shabazz, talk about how this self-described goon squad operated.
Okay, well, they operate worse than criminals. I mean,
you don't need to tell me, Nicholas, what an anecdote
criminals.
is.
They are criminals.
You don't need to tell me, Nicholas, what an anecdote is. Like I don't
Okay,
know
Shab,
what
shut.
an anecdote is.
I thought you wanted to get through this.
They did to Eddie.
I don't
When
care.
they
I'm trying to
handcuff,
say
they don't
to
use
him.
warrants. They beat.
Well, to
they
be
tase.
fair, Shab,
I
it
know
was
what
an
a
anecdotal
fucking
fallacy.
anecdotal is.
They take their private parts out of their pants on another victim. They use dildos on Eddie and Michael, at least attempted to use them on Eddie and Michael. They waterboard like the U.S. troops did in Iraq.
It's an anecdotal fallacy. When
Jeff, shut up! Let's actually
Fuck
talk
you.
about what's on screen.
We
They
are.
shoot guns to heads, guns in mouths. They shoot in mouths. I mean, they are everything that you have ever heard that police may do. They did. They throw down guns. They carry throw-down guns. They plant guns. They steal videotapes. And this is why they have received the longest and strongest sentences for any police brutality case in the history of the United States of America and even the world. This week, the 132 years given to the Goon Squad defendants represent the longest criminal sentences ever given out collectively and individually to police officers in the history of the United States of America. And they just
Wow, that is something. The fact that it's they're getting like 20 years, not even like a life sentence, 25 years. That is kind of like shocking. That is the longest that a cop has ever gotten. How many cops do you think should have not just one life sentence, but multiple life sentences? The fact that it's just the longest amount of time, the most, I guess, draconian penalty, only 20 years, not even like a full life sentence.
They got a badge though, and they're white.
Well, it's a hard job, and they put their lives on the line, even though crossing guards are more likely to die on the clock, when it comes to their job, than police officers. They're not even in the top 20 most deadly jobs in the country.
Aren't crossing guards like basically a subset of cops? Like
They're not police. They're like civil, servants. But they're not police officers.
deserve every day and hour.
Gene!
Eddie Terrell Parker.
Yeah?
I just want to say to Nicholas real quick that all the things that Dan Schneider did was anecdotal too. Okay?
Your feelings in the courtroom after having been so seriously brutalized and tortured, to see these officers put away for years.
It was a moment in history. I mean, it was satisfying. I enjoyed every second of seeing and watching it all, come to a reality.
I wanted to turn to Michael Jenkins' mother, Mary Jenkins, who earlier in the week spoke outside the federal courthouse in Jackson, Mississippi.
When I first found out that my son was shot and that he was shot in the mouth, I was almost certain that he was dead. I called Rankin County, and at first they wouldn't let me speak with anyone. They said they were in a meeting.
You know what? I think it was the Goon Squad that conducted that terrorist attack on the Russian theater.
I spoke with someone. I asked him if my son was alive, and he said, as far as I know. I said, when can I see him? He said, when we let you see him. This is a crying mother on the phone trying to inquire about her son. He said, Michael is our property. That's what that deputy told me on the phone. My son shot in the mouth, and he's telling me that Michael is their property.
That's Mary Jenkins, Michael Corey Jenkins' mother. Malik Shabazz, Will Michael Gory Jenkins
Hold on,
and Eddie Terrell
I
Parker...
gotta argue, or I gotta disagree with Bill Hicks. Every crime is not anecdotal. Every crime is faith.
Yes.
Also civilly sue for not only personally these men, but clearly one of the things that their lawyers argued, the lawyers for the sheriff's deputies and the officers, is that there was this permissive atmosphere
Free crime
that allowed them to operate in this way.
is a
Will they be
crime.
suing the state or the city?
No, we are suing Rankin County and its board of supervisors and Sheriff Brian Bailey, who was supposed to be running a department that supervised and monitored its officers. Unfortunately, during the sentencing hearings, it came out that Brett McAlpin, who is the chief investigative officer, which is similar to internal affairs, the criminals ran the department in Rankin. And that's why they are facing a very large civil judgment and civil trial in this case. This is a pattern and practice of the Rankin County Police Department to routinely ignore constitutional right violations. I want to say one thing, and then I want you to hear from Mississippi attorney Trent Walker. He's with me, he's from Rankin. But Eddie Terrell Parker gave the
police or deputies?
Most powerful victims testimony in these 6 days, these 3 days of sentencing these 6 defendants. He was very powerful. Mr. Mel Jenkins, Michael Jenkins' father, were very influential in these hearings. But I would like you to hear a further answer on your question from Mississippi attorney Trent Walker, who's from Rankin County. Here he is.
Good morning.
Hi, Trent Walker.
Hello.
If you can, go ahead. If you can talk about the significance of what's happened, and does this open up hundreds of cases going back decades?
It should open up hundreds of cases going back decades. Anything that these 6 have touched, in point of fact, given the testimony that they themselves gave, and they used terms like there was a culture of violence. More than one of them said that, and that violence and brutality was expected for you to work on the night shift, which they did not refer to as the night shift. They talked about it as the Goon Squad shift. And so, yes, anything that they touch should go back, be re-examined, and really just as a matter of course overturned. Because when you find that they're willing to plant evidence and falsify reports, they had Michael Jenkins charged with aggravated assault on a police officer and with possession of drugs. Michael could have been sentenced to up to 38 years in prison. And as a criminal law
he should get 38 years in prison.
In Rankin County, I can tell you, he would not have been slapped on the wrist, and he would have served many years in prison for those charges that they falsified and put on him.
I want to go to U.S. Attorney Darren Lamarck, speaking last year, announcing the federal charges against the former officers.
What did he
for
say
the attack.
if he wasn't on a police officer and with possession of drugs? Michael could have been sentenced to up to 38 years in prison. And as a criminal law practitioner in Rankin County, I can tell you, he would not have been slapped on the wrist, and he would have served many years in prison for those charges that they falsified and put on him.
I want to go to U.S. Attorney Darren Lamarck, speaking last year, announcing the federal charges against the former officers for the attack.
These defendants committed heinous acts of violence against handcuffed victims, whom they terrorized under color of law. As reflected in the information unsealed today, these men sexually abused their victims, repeatedly tased them, tortured them.
Before they had targeted a person named Adam Schmidt, and Adam Schmidt allegedly had offended Dedman because he had allegedly stolen something from one of Dedman's friends. So
I'm very disappointed, Mr. Beat.
Goon Squad gangsters, they had his tag and they had the tag tracers, and they had an order out. They had an order out that if they found him driving anywhere without any probable cause to stop him, that they were going to stop him and deal with him. They found him one night. They called Dedman, who came off duty, on duty, and then Dedman, who was on this night shift. Now, I want to remind you that according to the sentencing hearings, you could not work the night shift.
Okay, Shad, let's end the stream.
What?
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah, Shab's making assertions.
Hold on, Gene. Why is it in my... Why can I see all 6 of these dudes wearing a white hood? Why is that?
Because they're police officers.
Yeah.
That's my first thought. If I didn't know they were police officers and I heard that they did this, white hood.
I'm pretty sure you can take any generic KKK person, and I mean, they look at your generic cop.
I think Drunken Crow looks like a generic KKK person.
Yeah, cops, white supremacists, same thing. Not all cops are Nazis, just 99.9999% of them.
To admit that I'm right.
Yeah.
I'm right. Every step of the way,
I don't think all cops are some of the most disgusting, heinous pigs on the planet. Just the overwhelming majority.
So I'm right.
Yeah. But are you ready to...
A-cab. All cops are British.
Yeah, we're about to hit 8 hours that this stream's been going, Jim. Can you believe it?
Okay.
8 hours? That's longer than
Well,
you've ever had
I thought
sex
you were
for.
ready to... 8 hours? It's 7 hours and 8 minutes so far.
No, 7 hours and 57 minutes. I don't know where you get 7 hours and 8 minutes.
Well, it says that on my end.
Well, maybe you need to get your end right.
We got 16 more hours. Let's do it.
7 hours and 57 minutes, says Drunken Crow.
Now, we've done a 12-hour stream, so this isn't the...
I've done a 20-hour stream.
Okay, well, I'm saying this wouldn't be the longest stream.
You trying to have a competition?
No.
You trying to compete about this?
I want to... I'm correcting you, because you're,
Dude, what are you... correcting me or something?
I thought you wanted to end the stream.
Okay. Alright, we're gonna end the stream, guys. We're not ending it yet because it hasn't hit 8 hours yet. It's only when it hit 8 hours that we can end the
Rankin
stream.
County Sheriff's Department without
In
being
2
a part
minutes.
of the Goon Squad. And overall, you could not rise or be promoted into the Rankin County Sheriff's
Wait,
Department.
who's the black guy
without
talking?
Participating in violence and being violent at night with the Goon Squad. And every one of the defendants said that they were doing okay in their careers until they were inducted into this gang called the Goon Squad.
No,
And
he's black. That makes sense.
Dedman himself is so
Oh my God, Chab.
much sickness here. But any officer who you see that will whip out his private parts and attempt to put it in the mouth of a defendant. On the side,
What? See, we can't... See, Shab gets drunk on stream, and he engages in just the kind of racist jokes where... It's like, there's no joke there. It's like, oh, they're this race. They must... Yeah.
Take his gun out, shoot it by the side of his head to make him believe he's going to
get us in trouble.
Pull his pants down while handcuffed. This came out in court. Pull the man's pants down while handcuffed. Grabbed his genitals. Told him the size of his genitals. Then dry humped him.
Suck it
I
in.
said that it came out in court that Dedman dry humped the man after
Oh,
they took
no.
him to a private house in another jurisdiction. I mean, you wouldn't believe it if you saw it in a movie, but I imagine it'll be that way.
Shut the fuck up.
You know, in
God
Mississippi,
damn it.
I got to say this. We have a Department of Justice Civil Rights Division that is headed by a black woman, and Kristen Clark takes her job seriously, and her Southern Division attorneys have pursued and made history in this area. And Judge Thomas Lee, they thought.
Troy, Megan, all week we've heard of the disturbing and unimaginable crimes of 6 former officers, the very people entrusted with enforcing the law. Today, the last 2 officers have been sentenced with the racially motivated...
I'm pay reduction, Chad. I'm gonna penalize you. You don't get paid on the streams where you get fucking drunk.
He's not as drunk. He started sucking. Okay, I'm sorry. This is all Bill Hick's fault.
God.
My stomach does actually hurt from laughing, so...
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Send the stream before Shab gets us in trouble. We get the channel terminated.
Like, no, you're terminated for laughing too much at that chick or something. Look at her eyeballs. You're not allowed to laugh at those.
Are you ready to end the stream now?
Yeah, I've been ready.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, please do.
I guess we'll be back next weekend, and I'm gonna... Shab's not allowed to drink alcohol next stream. No alcohol for Shab.
If anything, no alcohol for Drunken Crow. He's so problematic.
Yeah.
He graped me when I wasn't looking.
Okay, Shab, shut the fuck up.
Cheers, you guys.
Hasta la vista, people.
Oh, wait.